Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was fallen married DAPAHNE GREENGRASS? Movie 3. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. She slammed her book closed and pushed it away from her. The others looked up at her briefly, understanding how she felt, but soon went back to what they were doing. After a few minutes' rest, she pulled the book back towards her and tried to find the place where she had left off. A half hour later, Madame Pomfrey finally left after sadly telling Harry's friends that there had been no change in his condition. They knew Sirius would be sitting in Harry's room watching him, as he had been for most of the morning. Dumbledore was supposed to stop by later, so they knew this was their chance to get to Harry alone. The three of them walked down the hallway to Harry's room, and when they looked inside they found Sirius, as they expected him to be, sitting down staring at his godson. Dark circles were under his eyes, evidence that he had barely slept since the night of the attack on Azkaban. Hermione thought that he was beginning to look more and more like the man she had met at the end of her third year, before his life became more comfortable and he was able to truly begin recovering. Sirius, you need to rest, and get something to eat, Daphne said. You look awful. I know, Sirius answered. I'll just stay a little while longer, though. No, Sirius, Hermione replied. Harry is going to be mad at us when he wakes up and sees we let his godfather worry himself to death. I can't be that bad, Sirius said proudly. But then his stomach rumbled, reminding him that he had not actually eaten anything that day. Fine, perhaps a snack. And a little nap. Come find me if anything changes, Sirius said as he stood and approached the door. All three of them nodded in agreement and Sirius walked out the door with one last look back at his godson. When he was gone, Neville closed the door and looked back at the two witches in front of him. So how do you do this? Neville asked. Do you need help? No, but a little space would be nice, Hermione said. It's not difficult to do, but it does take my full concentration. Daphne and Neville backed up so that they could watch. Neither of them had seen this before and they were both very curious about it. Hermione closed her eyes and stood completely still for a moment before beginning to wave her arms in an intricate manner and chanting something so softly that neither Daphne nor Neville could make it out. Daphne did notice the thin silver bracelets that had been placed on Hermione's wrists at the end of the ritual were still there, and had begun to glow. About 5 seconds after she started the summoning spell, a small ball of energy began to form in front of her. 10 seconds in it began to grow, and by the time Hermione stopped chanting and waving her arms a few seconds later, it was a large glowing disc. Neville gasped when he saw the figure who exited the portal. Although her body was shaped much like a human's, her skin was a dark purple and her eyes were at least twice that of a human's. She stepped out and looked around as if ready for a fight, though she relaxed slightly when she saw that none was coming. You called gatekeeper? The woman asked Hermione. Yes, Hermione answered confidently. Daphne was surprised by her tone, which did not show any evidence of doubt or weakness. My friend was hit by an unknown spell. Can you heal him? The woman looked at Harry walk towards him. She held her hand a few inches over his body and began waving her hands all over him. Interesting, she said quietly. A ball of light formed on the palm of her hand and she gently placed it on Harry's head, where it seemed to be absorbed by him. Very curious indeed. Answer me then, Hermione demanded. Can you help him? No, child, I cannot, she answered with a look of disappointment. His wounds are not truly physical but mental. The magic is turning his mind against itself, making him in essence a prisoner of his own mind. Unless the process reverses, his mind will destroy itself, leaving him merely a shell of a person. It is possible that, in time, he will overcome it by himself, but there is nothing I can do. I am sorry, gatekeeper, but he's still in there, right? Neville asked uncertainly. Can we just, pull him out somehow? You'd need a master legilimens to even have a chance at doing that, Daphne answered, but from the looks she received it was clear neither Hermione nor Neville understood what she meant. Legilimency? It's the ability to read thoughts from a person's mind, although it can be used for other purposes as well, of course. Hermione said, I've heard of occlumency, that must be the defense against legilimency. Exactly, Daphne confirmed. But I don't know anyone trained in legilimency. Maybe Dumbledore is. Reading someone's thoughts without permission seems like a rather dark art. Hermione said, would Dumbledore really do that? Officially, it isn't considered a dark art. Daphne explained, but it is almost impossible to find anyone willing to teach you how to do it. What about your dad? Neville asked. He's an occlumens, but not a legilimens. Daphne replied, doesn't help us much. So what now? Neville wondered. Back to the library, I guess. Hermione answered with shrug. None of them really wanted to do that, but it did seem to be their best option. And so they returned to their research, though they would not find anything useful that day. Do you really think this could help him? Sirius asked as he turned to face Dumbledore. They, along with Professor Snape, were standing in Harry's room discussing how to help him. While Sirius and Dumbledore talked, Snape stood near the door looking bored and uninterested. Severus has not been able to learn the true nature of the spell used, and neither have we. Dumbledore explained. Poppy has confirmed that his mind is still active, so there is hope that I can begin to repair the damage that has been caused. Or, at the very least, confirm that Harry's consciousness is still there. Is it safe? Sirius asked worriedly. Safer than doing nothing, I would think. Dumbledore replied. Try not to worry, Sirius. This could be a long process and I do not expect any significant changes tonight. Fine, Sirius said. But why is he here? Sirius motioned towards Snape, who shook his head in annoyance at the question. Sirius let out a frustrated sigh before nodding for Dumbledore to start. Dumbledore smiled at his former student before turning back to Harry. Placing his wand on Harry's forehead, the old wizard whispered legilimens and began searching through Harry's mind. A strange mix of memories began to appear in no clear order. Harry studying in the library at Hogwarts, a younger Harry running from his cousin Dudley, Harry riding the cart in Gringotts, Ron and Hermione arguing about something during first year, Uncle Vernon throwing Harry into the cupboard under the stairs when he was 5 or 6, Professor Lockhart vanishing the bones in his arm during second year, Harry and Daphne talking about the Mirror of Erised in first year, and so on. The images kept coming and coming without any sign of slowing down. Underneath the memories, Dumbledore could feel a sense of panic and confusion coming from Harry. The boy had apparently been trapped in this state for days and it was taking its toll on him. Dumbledore thought about the situation for a moment before deciding that there was something he could do to help Harry. He would try to suppress the memories and bring Harry's consciousness to the forefront. A difficult task, to be sure, but still possible. He started by willing Harry's mind to slow down and quiet the constant barrage of memories he was facing. Somewhere in there Harry was also trying to do this, so it did not present a major challenge for him. Soon Harry's mind was a more still and peaceful place. His next step was to encourage Harry to take back control of his mind, but that is where he faced problems. Something was holding Harry back, and although they both fought this force, it seemed nothing they did could stop it. Dumbledore was reluctant to give up and so kept trying for more than an hour, far longer than most legilimens could maintain a connection, but in the end was forced to withdraw and concede defeat. When Dumbledore's eyes opened again, he was back in Harry's room. Sirius and Snape were still there, one acting very interested in what was happening and the other trying to act like he was ignoring it. He looked back at Harry, whose appearance had not changed at all. Dumbledore sighed and vowed to try again once he had rested some. Then perhaps he could find out how to help Harry. Suddenly, Harry's eyes shot open. He did not move from the bed, but his eyes began to dart to left and right as if he were trying to determine where he was. Harry? Sirius asked excitedly. Are you okay? Harry's eyes settled on Sirius, who he looked at with a confused expression. For a moment they stared at each other, unmoving, but then Harry began to scream. He pulled the sheet covering his body over his head before throwing himself off of the bed, all the while continuing to scream at the top of his lungs. Still clutching the sheet, Harry crawled to the nearest corner of the room where he curled up into a ball and began rocking back and forth. Severus, calming draught, Dumbledore commanded. The potions professor nodded and reached into his robes, pulling out a small vial containing the potion. Dumbledore took it and then approached Harry, who had not yet noticed him. Having no other choice, Dumbledore tried to pry the sheet away from Harry so he could administer the potion. Harry, however, was stronger than he looked, and it became obvious that Dumbledore would need help. Sirius rushed over and held Harry's head up as Dumbledore poured the contents of the vial down his throat. Harry continued to fight at Sirius' hold on him and scream as the potion slowly took effect. But a few minutes later Harry quit moving and his screams turned into cries. Tears began to fall from his eyes as he sobbed. But at what no one was sure, Potter's finally lost it. Snape said with a laugh. "I knew this day would come." "Shut up," Sirius said angrily, before turning towards Dumbledore. "What happened? What did you do to him?" "I'm not sure, Sirius," Dumbledore replied. "I did not anticipate this happening. I believe it could be a sign that his mind is fighting back though. Perhaps this is a good thing." Sirius looked back down at his godson, who was still crying for some unknown reason. He was also beginning to mumble something that was not intelligible. Sirius shook his head, unsure if he preferred this over what Harry had been like before. "What do we do when the calming draft wears off?" Sirius asked. "Hopefully he will have regained his bearings somewhat by then," Dumbledore said. "If not, we will continue to help him the best we can. For now, perhaps it would be best if we give him a sleeping draft." "Severus?" Snape nodded and handed him the vial. Sirius looked at it uncertainly for a moment, unsure if that was what Harry really needed. "You two can go. I'll give it to him in a few minutes," Sirius finally said. "If you're certain," Dumbledore said. "I am," Sirius answered firmly. "You should go." Dumbledore reluctantly left the room, motioning for Snape follow. When they were gone, Sirius carefully picked up his godson and placed him back on the bed. Harry's crying had stopped as the calming draft took full effect, but he was still whimpering and muttering something to himself. Sirius tried to decipher what was being said, but could not. He decided that the best thing he could do for Harry was to simply sit with him and try and make him comfortable. A half-hour later Harry fell asleep without the use of the sleeping draft. Sirius, seated in the chair next to Harry's bed, was asleep soon after. The next day Daphne stood in front of the closed door to Harry's room, bracing herself for what she knew she would find inside. Sirius had warned her that Harry's condition had changed, but though he was awake he was unlikely to recognize her, and had been speaking nonsense all morning. Slowly she turned the doorknob and stepped inside the room. Harry was laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling. Every few moments his hand would dart up as if trying to grab something invisible. "Hello, Harry," Daphne said cautiously. "How are you?" Harry looked at her for a moment but did not seem to recognize her. He then turned back towards the ceiling to continue what he had been doing. "So many stars," Harry said, his words slightly slurred. His hand shot forward again. Only this time Harry whooped in joy as he brought his closed fist back down. He sat up and cupped his hands together as if trying to keep what was in them from escaping. Carefully, he brought his hands towards his face so that he could peek between his fingers. When he had his shoulders slumped down in disappointment and he unclenched his hands to find that nothing was there. "Ah," he said, a little confusion evident in his voice. "Can I do anything to help you, Harry?" Daphne asked as she sat on the floor next to him. This time when Harry looked at her, he began to stare at her, though still he gave no indication that he knew who she was. After a solid minute of staring at her, which Daphne happily allowed in the hope that he would recognize her, Harry put his hand on her forehead and ran it down her face in a similar manner that someone would do when petting a dog. "Pretty," Harry said before abruptly turning around and attempting to crawl under his bed. He was quite unsuccessful, however, because the bed was too low to the ground. In the end, the only parts that he managed to get under were his arms. Daphne watched him, not knowing what to do or say. Harry, meanwhile, had pulled his arms out from under the bed and decided to try and get under it another way. Now he was laying face up with his legs up to his knees were under the bed. But he could go no further. His eyes began looking around the room randomly and eventually stopped on Daphne. For a second Harry's face was blank, giving no sign what he was thinking or feeling. But then it was as if a switch had been flipped and Harry appeared almost normal again. "Daphne?" Harry said uncertainly. Yes, Harry. Daphne answered as she scooted closer to him. Are you okay? Everything's confusing. Harry said. I don't think I can hold on much longer. We're trying to figure out how to help you. Daphne explained. We will, I promise you. Daphne waited for a response, but the light of recognition in Harry's eyes had gone out again. Harry abruptly stood up and jumped onto the bed, apparently deciding to use it as a trampoline. Daphne, for the first time since hearing Harry had been hurt, began to smile. She now knew for a fact that Harry's mind was still intact even if it was not accessible at the moment. There was still hope that he could be returned to his normal self. Everything is going to be okay, Harry, Daphne promised. Harry didn't even bother to look at her this time, but that didn't dampen her improved mood. Still smiling, Daphne left the room to tell the others what had happened and to keep looking for a cure. The flue in 12 Grimmauld Place roared to life with bright green flames. Moments later, Neville Longbottom excitedly came tumbling through, dropping the book he was holding in the process. He quickly picked the book back up and began looking around for a sign that anyone was home. Daphne and Hermione, who had been alerted that someone was using the flue, walked in from the kitchen to see Neville rushing towards them. I think I found it, he said as he held the book out towards the two girls. Here. Neville, settle down for a second. Daphne said. Where'd this book come from? It was in my library at home. Neville said, a little more calmly this time. We weren't finding anything helpful here, so I thought it couldn't hurt to start looking around there. That's when I remembered there was a locked chest full of books Gran always told me I was not allowed to open. I figured it must be because they were either really valuable or because they were dark. Which was it? Daphne asked curiously. Both, I guess. Neville answered. Some of them I had seen here too, but not this one. I marked the page. Tell me if you think it's what is wrong with Harry. Hermione and Daphne stood side by side, holding the heavy book between them. For the next few minutes they read silently, each hoping that the pages in front of them would hold the key to healing Harry. Maybe, Hermione was the first to say as she gave the book to Daphne and sat down to think. It does sound very similar. I think Neville was right, Daphne said. This is it. The spell Voldemort used was Loki's Wrath, or some variation of it. The spell that they had found was well over 1,000 years old, and the instructions on how to cast it were said to have been lost. Still, Neville's book was able to describe its effects, which matched what Harry was going through perfectly. The biggest clue was Harry's sudden change from unconscious to somewhat mad and confused. This, the book warned, was to be expected if the mind of the affected was tampered with. We still have a problem though, Hermione said, interrupting the silence. Yeah, the cure. It's impossible. Neville replied. No, it isn't. Daphne said angrily. We'll find a way. Okay, let's think about this calmly. Hermione said. The counterspell can only be cast by two people. First, the person who cast it, and I don't think Voldemort is going to be offering to help us out anytime soon, Daphne commented. And second, the person who was affected by the spell. Hermione continued. It has to be Harry then. Can he do that? Neville wondered. Not in his current condition, Daphne said, shaking her head. There has to be something else. I think there is, Hermione explained. In the first part it said that those who have mastered their own mind have nothing to fear from Loki's wrath. Do you think that might be a reference to occlumency? Daphne's eyes shot open in realization. She had not considered that. It might, she agreed. But Harry doesn't know occlumency, and I'm not sure he is in the right state of mind to start learning now. No, I guess not, Hermione replied, the disappointment obvious in her tone. When Harry was able to fight off the effects of the spell, how long would you say that lasted? So what now? Neville asked. We've got to show this to the others. Hermione replied, pointing to the book. Maybe one of them has heard of it or could at least find information on it. It's the best chance we've got. She's right, Daphne agreed. Let's go. Daphne led the others out of the room and into Harry's, where Madame Pomfrey was examining him. Thankfully, Harry was asleep and not rambling incoherently as he now did when awake. Pomfrey motioned for the three teenagers to be quiet as they walked in, which they all obediently did. When the nurse was done with her exam, she turned to the others who she knew were eagerly awaiting news. "I've given him something to help him sleep," Pomfrey explained, "but otherwise nothing has changed today. I wish I could do more." "Neville found something," Daphne said. "We think it's the spell Voldemort used." Madame Pomfrey looked shocked but still took the book that was being offered to her and began to read. She could not deny that the description she found there was nearly identical to what Harry was experiencing. "Oh my," Pomfrey said as she finished the relevant section. "I must tell Professor Dumbledore at once." "Stay here with him, won't you?" "Of course," Hermione said as the now frantic nurse rushed out of the room to contact Dumbledore. Once she was gone, the room was again silent except for the sounds of Harry sleeping. Daphne sat down next to him, and the other followed her lead and waited for the nurse to come back. "Where's Sirius?" Hermione asked, curious as to why he wasn't the first one they told. "Out on order business of some kind," Daphne said. "I only know that because my father went with him. Neither of them would say what they were up to, just that it wasn't dangerous and so I shouldn't worry, which probably means they are now in mortal peril." Neville laughed at the joke, then remembered he was supposed to be quiet and tried to stifle his laughs. Silence returned then as they continued to wait. There was little else they could do at that point. It was almost 20 minutes later when Dumbledore finally walked into the room with Madame Pomfrey trailing close behind him. The book had been laid on a table and Dumbledore immediately went to it and began reading. He stroked his beard as if in deep thought as he did. "What do you think?" Hermione asked. "Are we right?" "I believe you may be," Dumbledore said with a nod. "I have heard of Loki's wrath before, but never knew what it did. It's been many years since I last heard of someone looking for it." "Who was the last one?" Daphne asked. "Gellert Grindelwald," Dumbledore replied, though this was before he began attempting to take over the world. "I don't know if he ever discovered what it was or how it was performed, but it seems that Voldemort has. That's not important now. What is important is helping Harry. We thought we might be able to try and show him the spell the next time he's aware of what is going on." Hermione explained. "Eventually that will have to be what we do," Dumbledore agreed. "But before that can happen, I must show Harry how to perform occlumency." "How can you do that?" Neville asked. "He's out." "Very true, Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore replied while his eyes lit up as if he had just heard a very funny joke. "But I believe Harry is already learning." "How?" Daphne said. "His mind has been looking for some way to combat this spell ever since it struck him," Dumbledore explained. "I believe that when I first entered his mind to try and set things right, his subconscious was observing me and what I was doing. Perhaps inadvertently, I showed Harry how to fight the effects of the spell, and he has been trying to recreate that ever since with some success. What I shall do is return to his mind and continue to demonstrate how to perform occlumency. It is a most unusual way to learn the art, but if we are successful, Harry should be most skilled in it by the time we are through." "So you are a legilimens?" Daphne smirked. "I've always suspected you were." The next day Dumbledore returned and continued trying to help Harry. The first session had produced a noticeable change in him. Harry no longer spoke of strange, nonsensical things. In fact, he did not speak at all. He simply wandered around his room inspecting things as if he were very curious about what they were. Dumbledore seemed to believe this was a good sign, though Madame Pomfrey was not sure what to make of it. "I know," Sirius replied with a smile. "As soon as he's better and I've finished telling him how glad I am he's okay, I am going to have to yell at him for no watching his back and putting us through this. Terribly rude of him. Go easy on him." Daniel laughed. "He is still untrained, though his potential is undeniable. Don't leave his education up to Dumbledore, though. There are things about magic that he will never teach. Like the cruciatus I saw you use on your brother? That, I admit, was an error." Daniel agreed. "I should have just Avada Kedavraed him and been done with it." "It doesn't bother you?" Sirius asked. "Using the unforgivables?" "No, it doesn't," Daniel answered bluntly. "They are tools, nothing more. Whether or not they are evil depends on how they are used." "You don't use them, do you?" "I made a promise to myself to be different than the rest of my family," Sirius explained. "Part of that has been not using the unforgivables. Maybe, as you say, it isn't a bad thing to use them at all. But I never will." Besides, if I need to finish a duel, there are other ways to do that than the killing curse. True, but they're probably more painful. Daniel replied. In a way, the killing curse is quite merciful. Produces instant death. There's no pain, suffering, or false hope that its victim might live. That's a unique way of looking at it. Sirius said with a small grin. I see your point, but I don't think I'll be thanking the Death Eaters for their kindness anytime soon. No, I suppose not, Daniel said. He was about to say something else when they both heard Daphne's voice shouting for Sirius to come into Harry's room. She had been sitting and watching Dumbledore during the past hour or so. Eager as anyone else was to see Harry's condition improve. Sirius and Daniel jumped out of their seats and rushed to the other side of the house where Harry's room was. When they walked in, the first thing they saw was Harry, sitting up in bed looking alert and aware of his surroundings. Sirius, Harry said happily. Sirius immediately ran to Harry's side and gave him a hug. Are you better now? Have you cast the counter curse? Sirius asked hopefully. Not exactly, Dumbledore answered from the other side of the bed. He is becoming more adept at overcoming the turmoil in his mind. What counter curse? Harry asked, unsure of what was happening due to the fact he had just regained the use of his mind. We identified the curse Voldemort used on you, Daphne explained. It's called Loki's Wrath, and the counter to it can only be cast by you or Voldemort. How do I do it? Harry asked eagerly. Actually, Harry, I was hoping you would wait to cast the spell, at least for a few days, Dumbledore said to the shock of all those in the room. Everyone immediately began demanding to know why he would ask such a thing. Harry, by fighting this spell, your mind seems to be teaching itself occlumency, which is the art organizing your thoughts in a way that prevents them from being manipulated by a legilimens. I have never seen anyone make as much progress in the art as quickly as you have in the past few days, and I believe that in a few more you will have mastered it on your own. This would be a valuable skill. Sirius? What should I do? Harry asked uncertainly. It's up to you, kid, Sirius said. I won't lie to you, occlumency is an important thing to learn, especially if there is anything in that head of yours you want to protect. But I don't know that I like this method of you learning it. I can think clearer now, Harry said. It's not as confusing as it was before, but even now I am struggling to keep myself going. I can't keep this up forever. But you're learning to, Dumbledore commented. And that is what is important. I think you should do it, Harry, Daphne said. I hate seeing you like this, but you're getting so much better on your own. I just don't want Voldemort to ever be able to do this to you again. She's correct, Dumbledore said. Once you master occlumency, you will be immune from the effects of the spell. I leave the choice up to you. Previous days and would only get better. He could handle the challenge if he decided to face it, and in the end it was that knowledge which helped him make the decision. Fine, I'll do it, Harry said finally. This should only be for another few days, right? Then I can cast the counter spell and be done with it completely? Precisely, Dumbledore agreed. You're doing a fine job as it is. Just continue doing what you are doing. I'm sure your friends will be happy to sit with you and keep you company as you resist the effects of the spell. I do not believe you need my help anymore, though either myself or Professor Snape may come around to check on your occlumency progress. Snape stays out of this house except for order meetings, Sirius demanded. That is not negotiable. If I see him in here, you will have to find another spy, understand? Dumbledore looked disappointed with Sirius' statement, but did not argue with him. You heard what he said the last time he was here, Sirius replied angrily. I won't stand for that in my own house. Dumbledore shrugged and said nothing more on the subject. I hate to interrupt, but I think I'm about to lose control again, Harry said. Feels so strange, like when Harry's eyes appeared to glaze over and he slumped back in the bed. He slowly looked from person to person, but it was clear that Harry wasn't aware of what was happening anymore. Daphne moved to sit on the bed with him, though Harry continued to ignore her. You guys can go if you want, Daphne said. I'll stay with him. No one was in the mood to argue with her and they began to leave. You've become a very loyal young woman, and I'm proud of you, Daniel said quietly. Are you sure the Sorting Hat didn't mean to put you in Hufflepuff? Quiet, Daphne said in a fake angry voice. You would do the same thing if Mom was in his place. You know me too well. Daniel agreed. Try and make it home for dinner. Okay? Sure, Daphne said. Daniel looked at the young couple one last time before turning and leaving the room. Daphne continued to wait, hoping that Harry would awaken once again and give them the chance to talk like they had before he had been hit with the curse. I just don't think this is a good idea, Sirius said. You haven't even cast the counter spell yet. You're still carrying the curse with you. I think I understand a little about insanity, Harry, Sirius replied, smiling. And you certainly are showing all of the early signs, sad to say. You remind me a bit of myself at your age, to be honest. No, I suppose not, Sirius answered. You're sure about this? Sirius nodded and raised his wand. Harry decided to wait for him to cast the first spell so as to better judge his frame of mind. Sirius hesitated for a moment as if he were also waiting for Harry to cast first. But eventually he sighed and cast a spell. Stupefy, Sirius practically shouted. The spell came out weak and Harry did not even have to move in order to avoid it. His suspicions were confirmed. Sirius was trying to go easy on him. Harry grinned and shook his head. Sirius was going to pay for not taking him seriously. A silent Levi Corpus caught Sirius off guard and hoisted him into the air where he hung upside down. Before he could cancel the spell, Harry had silently cast Aguamenti and was spraying him with a jet of water to the face that, while not painful, was still effective at preventing him from casting the counter to Levi Corpus. After a few moments, Harry got bored with his game and cancelled the spell for his godfather, who tumbled to the ground with a loud thump. When Sirius pushed himself up off the ground, Harry was amused to see an angry glare on his face. Gonna stop playing around now? Harry asked mockingly. You know, Harry, I was trying to be nice, Sirius said as he shook the water out of his hair, much like a dog would do. Yes, playtime is over. Sirius dropped into his dueling stance, this time clearly not treating Harry like a sick child. Sirius' opening spell was a bludgeoning hex aimed at Harry's stomach which, if it had hit, would have completely ruined his day. Harry was expecting something similar, however, and raised a shield that was able to easily absorb it. Sirius growled, obviously unhappy that his opening salvo had been stopped so easily. He then began to let loose a stream of spells at Harry, all of them designed to hurt, slow down, or simply annoy him. Harry avoided almost all of them, the exception being a jelly legs jinx that forced him to the ground and rolling away from Sirius' follow-up spells as he countered the jinx. Within seconds he was back on his feet and ready to take the fight to his godfather. Incendio! Harry yelled, wanting Sirius to know what was coming. A wall of flame sprang from Harry's wand so large that avoiding it was not an option for Sirius. Instead he raised a shield and covered his eyes against the bright flames. While his opponent was distracted, Harry took the time to disillusion himself and move off to Sirius' side. By the time the flames died down, Harry was practically invisible, a fact that Sirius quickly noticed. You can't hide from me, Sirius said as he looked around the room searching for a sign of Harry. Disillusionment spells are particularly effective when cast on non-moving objects, and so there was little chance Sirius would see him unless he moved. Or cast a revealing charm, Hominum Revelio, Sirius said with a wide wave of his wand. Harry's was moving before he even felt the spell taking effect and his disillusionment charm fading out. As he moved behind Sirius, Harry cast a spell that sent hurricane force winds towards him and knocked the man to the ground. The wand was knocked out of Sirius' hand, and before he could crawl to retrieve it, Harry had summoned it. Sirius turned to face Harry and saw that he now had two wands pointed directly at him. Here, Harry said as he threw Sirius' wand back to him. It felt good to once again be using his magic, even if the duel had ended a little too quick for his tastes. Wanna go again? I don't know if that would really help you, Harry, Sirius replied. You need a more able teacher than me now. You just need to be a little less reckless during real fights. That's what got you hurt last time. I know, and it was stupid of me, Harry said. It was weird though, I didn't even mean to chop off Crouch's head. I was just surprised when it happened. That makes sense, I suppose. Just don't do it again, Sirius said. I don't want to have to carry your unconscious body back here again. Thanks for that, by the way, Harry answered, grinning. I do appreciate it. And whoever it was that thought to pick up my firebolt, you can thank Tonks for that one, Sirius told him. I was more concerned with you. So, no more crazy stuff, okay? You know I can't promise that. Harry laughed. Have you seen my life over the past 4 years? Who knows what is going to happen in 5th year? Maybe you will have a quiet year with no one trying to attack you. Sirius said hopefully. Sure, that'd be different. Harry agreed. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat to get their attention. When Harry turned to look, he saw that it was Professor Dumbledore with Mad-Eye Moody right behind him. He had no idea how long they had been there watching. I do believe that Harry wouldn't know what to do in a year without conflict, Dumbledore said, obviously having heard the last part of Harry's conversation. But we shall, as always, strive for that. I hope so, Harry answered with a shrug. What's going on? I have come to test your mental shields, and if they are as strong as I believe them to be, you can cast the counter curse and be done with this Loki's wrath business once and for all, Dumbledore informed him. The professor then conjured a pair of chairs in front of Harry. He sat in one and motioned for Harry to sit in the other. Harry, eager to have to be done with the curse, sat down and waited. Now, you have never tried to prevent an attack from another person, so it may be a bit different. In the end, your goal is the same, to protect the knowledge and feelings that make up who you are. I am going to attempt to take that from you. Are you ready? Could not tell what he was after, but knew he could not stop to find out. Again he fought back against the mental intrusion, but this time it was a little easier because he realized what he needed to do. How'd I do? Harry asked. Marvelously, Dumbledore answered happily. Very impressive work, Harry. You should be proud of yourself. Well then, thanks, Harry replied. So can I get rid of the spell now? It doesn't affect me like it used to, but it is still very annoying. Certainly, Dumbledore smiled. I trust you know the wand movements and incantations? Harry nodded. He had spent long hours committing every detail to memory. Then proceed. Harry gripped his wand and stood up from the chair, careful to give himself enough room. The incantation was in Old Norse, though Harry did not know that. He knew how to pronounce the words and in what order, but not the meaning behind them. If he had, he would have recognized it as a prayer to old gods, begging for mercy. As he spoke, he waved the wand in an elaborate movement, careful not to make any mistake. As he spoke the last syllable and finished the wand movement, he was surrounded by a bright yellow light that flashed and then faded away. Immediately he could tell that the force which had been draining his magic to turn his mind against itself was gone. It worked, Harry said happily. Me again. Nice work, Harry, Sirius said, grinning happily. I knew you could do it. Now, there was one more reason we are here today, Dumbledore said. A request from Sirius, actually. Harry looked at his godfather uncertainly, wondering what was going on. Like I said before, you need a better teacher than me. And we just happen to have one, Sirius said. Mad-Eye? He's all yours. You? Harry said, surprised the old Auror would be willing to train him. Me, Moody said, grinning evilly. Vacation's over. I hope you are ready to go through hell for the next month. Because this isn't school and I'm not your professor anymore. The gloves come off, are you ready for that? Sure, Harry answered uncertainly. Moody had a certain reputation that even the most talented Death Eaters had to respect. The prospect of him tutoring Harry was both exciting and terrifying for him. But there were few better teachers in the world. When do we start? Right now, Mad-Eye answered, whipping out his wand and beginning to attack Harry, who was caught completely off guard. Neither Sirius nor Dumbledore could keep themselves from laughing at the predicament Harry now found himself in. The force of Moody's spell sent Harry spinning to the ground, but he was moving as soon as he hit. Over the past 3 weeks he had learned to never stop moving when facing the old Auror. It was the only way to have any chance of beating him. Harry winced as he sidestepped another spell from Moody before shooting a reducto back at him. Harry's left arm hung limp and useless at his side, and he was fairly certain that it was broken. Additionally, his right leg was bleeding from a long gash just above his knee, and the skin on his right shoulder had been burned off, which made it quite painful to move his arm while casting. His only comfort was that Moody wasn't looking much better than he was. Harry was fairly certain he had broken Moody's ankle on the one good leg he had left early in the fight, and though it had slowed the older man down some, he had refused to give any sign that he was in pain. Perhaps he had cast a numbing charm on it while Harry wasn't looking. That was possible, but it also increased the amount of damage done to the ankle. The skin on Moody's left arm had also been ripped open by a wolf that Harry had transfigured from a marble he had hidden in his pocket. In the beginning, Moody had the advantage in both pure magical power and experience. As a result, Harry ended most days a bloodied and beaten wreck with Moody's laughs and words of advice ringing in his ears. Gradually he began to improve, and although he still ended most days with multiple injuries, he had been able to begin effectively retaliating against his tutor. Moody insisted that the day wasn't over until one of them was not able to continue. Unfortunately for Harry, every day so far had ended because he could go no further. Today, however, was looking promising for him. A jet of blue light erupted from Moody's wand headed for Harry's feet. Harry turned to avoid it, realizing only as the spell hit the ground that Moody had never intended for it to hit him. The floor underneath his feet became soft like a thick mud, and Harry began to sink into it. With great difficulty, Harry was able to pull himself out of the hole, but it had slowed him down enough that he could not avoid Moody's next spell. It was, unsurprisingly, the Cruciatus Curse. At first Harry thought it was odd the old Auror would ever use the spell, but Moody had explained that this training was meant to prepare him to fight Death Eaters, and the average Death Eater only really uses a few spells. The Reducto Curse was one of their favorites, and in the right hands could be deadly. But the two spells used more than that were the Cruciatus and the Avada Kedavra. The pain from the curse was brutal, and Harry knew his teacher wouldn't hold back. His only options were to give up or fight through the pain. Harry chose to fight. It took all of his willpower to focus through the pain, but Harry managed to conjure a brick wall between himself and Moody. The Cruciatus was strong enough to break through the wall, but in the moment that took, Harry was on the move again. The spell he used to counterattack was quite different from normal spells. Instead of a ball of light flying towards its victim, this one produces bolts of electricity that shot from the tip of his wand and struck his victim. Moody had used it on him during their first week of training, and he knew from experience that it was almost as painful as the Cruciatus. A flare of blue light signaled that Moody had been able to raise a Protego shield, which Harry knew was capable of stopping the lightning spell. Harry cancelled the spell and immediately launched a powerful piercing curse at Moody in the hopes it would break through his shield. He saw Moody's Protego evaporate as his curse flew past it, but Moody was not caught off guard like Harry had hoped he would be, and had avoided the spell. As Harry prepared his next move, he couldn't help but notice that Moody is smiling at him, and that is never a good sign. With his wand pointed at his teacher, Harry cast a slicing charm that spread like a wave from his wand at about chest level. It wasn't powerful enough to kill, but he knew it would end the fight if it hit. As the spell left his wand, Harry heard Moody say something, but could not make out what it was. That was odd to begin with. Moody always cast silently unless it was a spell which could not be used silently, and there were very few of those. Harry's jaw dropped in shock as he saw a familiar green light build at the end of Moody's wand and then speed towards him. Harry instinctively dropped to the ground to avoid the spell. Harry was overcome by anger at Moody's carelessness, and as he pushed himself to the ground, Harry felt the rage in him building. He attempted to cast a Stupefy in hopes of ending the duel and finding out just what Moody thought he was doing. But what came out of his wand was like no stunning spell he had ever seen before. Instead of a small sphere of light, an entire wall of red magic erupted from his wand and raced towards Moody. Harry saw his shocked expression and futile attempt to raise a shield before the spell hit him and dropped him to the ground. Harry walked over to his stunned tutor and removed the wand from his hand. With his wand he cast Incarcerus, causing ropes to wrap tightly around Moody. Only then did he enervate the man. Moody's eyes shot open, and he took a moment to consider his situation. Harry was glaring down angrily at him, but Moody's response was to begin laughing madly as if something were very funny. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Harry demanded to know. "You could have killed me." "Calm down, Potter." Moody laughed. "It wasn't really the killing curse, just one that happens to look almost exactly the same. It's good for catching people off guard, just like I did you. And it just so happens that it got exactly the response I was looking for." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "You're more powerful than you think. Far more powerful than I am." Moody explained. "I've known it for a while now. The hard part has been drawing it out of you. Every so often I'll see a flash of something great in you, but then you go and hide it away again. That must end if you're ever going to survive. With a flick of his wrist, Harry vanished the ropes tying Mad-Eye Moody down and helped the man up. Neither of them were in particularly good shape at the moment and were both in need of healing spells and potions. Harry sighed. As bad as he felt today, he knew he had been far worse before. That's when realization finally hit him. "Hey, I beat you," Harry said, smiling. "I finally did it. It's about time too." Moody replied, "If it takes you this long to beat a one-eyed, one-legged senior citizen, you're never going to make it in the real world. You're still one of the best." Harry protested. "Everybody says so. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Doesn't change the fact that if you can't beat me, you certainly can't be Voldemort." Moody said with a grunt. "Still, you're a fun fight, kid. Go get yourself cleaned up. I think we're done for the day. I go back to Hogwarts at the end of the week." Harry reminded him, "I'm going to miss these duels, but not the pain that comes with them, of course. Sure would be nice if you were going to be around this year to keep helping me." "I told you already, I am not teaching at Hogwarts this year," Moody said. "One semester of you kids was enough. I'd rather be dealing with Death Eaters and other criminals. Have it your way." Harry laughed as he slowly walked towards the exit. Now that the duel was over and his adrenaline was wearing off, the pain of his injuries was becoming impossible to ignore. "See you tomorrow, Professor." As Harry closed the door, he could clearly hear Moody insisting that he was not a professor anymore. Harry chuckled and made his way back to his room, where he kept a trunk full of healing potions. After the duel he just finished, he was going to need a lot of them. "Hey Harry, didn't mean to walk in on your polishing your broom," a joking voice said from the doorway. Harry turned and saw that Fred and George Weasley were standing right outside his door, congratulating each other on the joke. Ah, very funny," Harry replied. "It's a good thing you two aren't trying to be stand-up comedians." "Don't say that," Fred protested. "We'd be smash hits." "Sure," Harry said skeptically. "So what are you two doing here?" "Dad's at the order meeting downstairs, and we thought this would be the perfect time to test out our new product," George explained. He then held out a small box which Harry carefully took, uncertain whether it was going to explode or attack him in some way. "What is it?" Harry asked, still not daring to open the box. "Go ahead, look for yourself," Fred replied. "It won't bite." Harry didn't completely trust either of the twins, but decided he might as well get it over with. When he opened the box, he thankfully saw that it had not been a trap as he had feared. Inside was one item, what appeared to be a human ear with a long, flesh-colored string attached. "An ear on a string?" Harry asked. "What's it do?" "You, oh business partner of mine, hold in your hand Weasley's Wizard Wheez's newest creation. Extendable ears," George proudly proclaimed. "With these, no conversation is private." "Maybe that's not the best ad line," Fred said thoughtfully. "But who cares? We'll figure it out. And now, the demonstration. How would you like to listen in to a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix?" George asked. "Once in a lifetime opportunity. Sirius will just tell me what's going on when it is over anyway," Harry said, to the disappointment of the twins. "But let's try them out anyway." The twins smiled and ushered Harry out of his room and to the stairway. From here they could faintly hear voices talking, but it was impossible to make out what they were saying. George put a finger over his mouth, telling the others to be very quiet, as he took an extendable ear out of his pocket. He slowly began lowering the ear downstairs and closer to the meeting itself. Thankfully, none of the order seemed to notice what was going on. When the device had reached its destination, George put the other end of the string in his ear and gave Fred and Harry a thumbs up to let them know it was working. Harry began copying what George had done, and after a bit of effort to get the ear positioned right, he could now hear exactly what was going on at the meeting. "These are great," Harry whispered to Fred, who merely smiled and nodded. Downstairs, the meeting was already in progress, with what sounded like Kingsley Shacklebolt reporting on a team of Aurors taking down a pair of giants the previous night. 2 young Aurors had also apparently died on the mission, but the Ministry still seemed to consider it a success. "Similar missions will be authorized as soon as we have solid information on where the giants are hiding," Shacklebolt continued. To date, we believe we have killed perhaps a quarter of the giants brought to England, but the threat is still very real. The good news is that funding to the ore division has finally been increased, allowing us to update equipment and hire new recruits. The bad news is that we are getting fewer applicants wanting to be orers than we had hoped. A problem you will soon be in a better position to address, I would think. Dumbledore commented. He received no audible response. Sirius. Any news? The Dark Lord is planning something, though no one knows what. A meeting of all Death Eaters has been called for tomorrow at 5. This is a very unusual occurrence. Snape explained. I will bring back what news I can. Where is our next target, then? Sirius asked. We should be planning on attacking as well. Let us wait at least until Sirius has uncovered more information. Dumbledore replied. You can wait then. Sirius said. I'm going to help the Aurors. I have experience fighting giants, and that's what they need right now. Amelia offered me a position as a consultant to the Auror division, and I guess I am going to take it. Harry was surprised by his godfather's statement, as he had not mentioned anything about it to him. He wondered if Sirius had been waiting for him to go back to school before doing this. There are other ways you could be helping the Order, Dumbledore responded. But this is the best way I know how to help the war effort. Sirius said, interrupting him. It's done, Dumbledore. There's no use arguing with me anymore. Very well. Dumbledore said softly. I believe this meeting is at an end. All of you, please be careful in the coming days. If, as Sirius says, Voldemort is planning to launch a new offensive, it could come at any time. There were murmurs of agreement as the meeting broke up and people began to leave or talk to each other about other things. Harry and the twins quickly pulled their extendable ears back so they would not be caught. No one seemed to have noticed them. Quietly they stood up and walked back to Harry's room. Well, that was interesting, George said once they had closed the door. Well, okay, maybe a bit boring. Do you think all of their meetings are like that? That's basically it, Harry said knowingly. They mostly just sit around to talk about what's going on. Why did you two want to know so badly anyway? Thinking of joining the Order? They'd be lucky to have us. Fred insisted. We've got to do something though, don't we? Family tradition and all. These extendable ears work great, Harry said. I bet the Order could use things like this. The truth is that they probably won't let you fight until at least after you graduate. But if you two could keep coming up with useful stuff for them to use, then they would be a lot more likely to let you in. Brother, our business partner makes a good point, Fred replied. I've got it. A new line of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. Zonko would never think of doing something like this. We could corner the market, George said happily. Just be careful who you're giving these things to, okay? Harry said, holding up the extendable ear. It would be bad if they ended up in the wrong hands. Guess that's going to be a small market then, huh, George? Fred asked. No worries. Come on. I've got an idea I'm dying to try out. Let on, George said, raising his hand to point towards the door. The twins waved goodbye before marching out of the room, leaving Harry alone to wonder what they could be up to. After considering it for a moment, he decided it was probably safer not to know and sat back down to finish working on his broom. No, Harry, Daphne replied, smiling. You saw yourself in the mirror before we left. There's no way anyone will recognize either of us. We'll be safe this way, Sirius and my dad both thought so. Harry shrugged in response but made sure he could quickly get to his wand if he needed to. Daphne began pressing bricks on the wall with her wand, and a moment later the bricks began to rearrange themselves into a door, opening the way into Diagon Alley. So, what's first? Harry asked. Quidditch supplies? Did you see that? Harry asked as he took a step towards Nocturne Alley. See what? Daphne asked, clearly unaware of what Harry was talking about. I could swear I just saw Rodolphus Lestrange walk into that pub. Harry explained. He took a few steps towards where he had seen the Death Eater before Daphne put a hand on his arm, stopping him. What are you thinking of doing, Harry? Daphne asked. You can't just go charging into Nocturne Alley and attack Lestrange, who knows what kind of backup he has. I just want to see what he's doing, okay? Harry explained. Maybe I'll get the chance to take him out, maybe not. But I can't just give up and let him go. I knew it was him. Harry smirked as they watched. Hopefully he'll be coming out of there soon. I don't know about that, Daphne said as Lestrange downed another drink. He looks pretty occupied at the moment. Wait, what time is it? Harry asked, remembering something he had heard the previous night. Almost 5. Why? Daphne replied. Because Snape said they had a Death Eater meeting at 5 to discuss something big. All of the big shots are going to be there. Harry explained. I guess we can just wait for him to leave. That won't work, Daphne said. See that door in the back? It leads outside. I've already seen a couple of people leave through it. My guess is that Lestrange will do the same thing when he has to leave. Well then, do you think we should just go in there and drag him out? Harry wondered. I bet I could take him. Too risky. I don't think we're going to be able to stop him, Harry, Daphne said sadly. She was disappointed as well. Lestrange had just been given a new drink, having quickly finished his first 2. The other people in the bar had moved out of the Death Eater's way as if trying to avoid him. So we don't try and stop him, we do something else. Harry suggested. I think I could get a tracking spell on him from here. Those are unpredictable if not done very close to the subject. Daphne replied with a shake of her head. Wait a second. I think I may have an idea. What is it? Harry asked. If it works, we'll have to thank Snape and Malfoy, Daphne said with a grin. She then reached into her bag and pulled out a tiny pouch. When the pouch was opened, Harry saw numerous small containers, each filled with a different potion. I got the idea for this from Professor Snape. He always carries around a few useful potions just in case he needs them. And Malfoy gave me this idea. Daphne held up a vial that held a dark red liquid. Let me guess, the Draft of Rage? Harry asked. Daphne nodded and carefully handed the potion to Harry. Have I told you today how amazing you are? Never hurts to say it again, Daphne replied. Now, how good are your switching spells? Oh, I get it, Harry said as he began to understand Daphne's plan. You want me to switch some of Rodolphus' beer with the potion. Do you think he'll notice? He's drinking pretty fast, so hopefully not. Can you do it? I think so, Harry answered. The hard part is going to be figuring out when to do it. We don't want it to wear off before he gets there. Daphne nodded, and they both turned back to the window trying to decide when to act. Lestrange had just been given another drink and reached out to take it when suddenly he stopped and winced in pain a little. Do you think it worked? Harry asked. Couldn't tell. I think so, Daphne answered, also unsure. I guess the Death Eaters are about to find out. Harry shrugged and happily began to imagine all the chaos they might have caused. He only wished he could be there to see it. Rodolphus Lestrange did not know it, but Harry's spell had indeed worked exactly as he planned it. The Death Eaters were all beginning to arrive at Voldemort's lair in response to the call, but Voldemort himself had not yet arrived. The room into which Lestrange and the others had apparat was dark and cold, with rough stone walls making it appear like the dungeon it was. As Rodolphus Lestrange looked around the room, he scowled in annoyance at the others and the fact that his drinking had been interrupted. His mood did not at all approve when Crabbe and Goyle, 2 of the less intelligent Death Eaters, bumped into him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Lestrange demanded to know as he turned to face them. Already his hand was tightly clutching his wand, just waiting for an excuse to use it. Out of the way, Lestrange, Goyle said, unafraid of the other Death Eater. They attempted to keep walking, but Lestrange grabbed Goyle by the collar of his robe and threw him into the wall. Crabbe and Goyle both looked surprised by his actions, but Lestrange's face was twisted into a look of pure fury. What's wrong with you? He's drunk, Crabbe said, leaning in closer to Lestrange. The smell of alcohol still lingered around him. Lestrange growled at Crabbe, but kept Goyle pinned to the wall with his forearm at Goyle's neck. Stay out of this, you useless moron, Lestrange demanded, before turning back towards his victim. Now you will pay for what you did. You won't do anything to me, Goyle replied, not recognizing the danger he was in. By now the argument had started to draw a crowd of Death Eaters who had been waiting for Voldemort to arrive. Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy both watched, wondering what would happen. Oh really? Crucio, Lestrange roared. Immediately Goyle fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Crabbe, seeing that his friend needed help, charged at Lestrange and knocked him to the ground. Crabbe only had the chance to turn towards his attacker and look at him in shock before the green light struck him in the shoulder and sent him tumbling to the ground. The surrounding Death Eaters gasped in surprise, not expecting the argument to turn deadly. Goyle, seeing his lifelong friend murdered right in front of him, did the first thing that came to his mind. He aimed his wand at Lestrange and cast the killing curse right back at him. Fortunately for Lestrange, he was able to dodge the curse, but a young Death Eater who was standing behind him was not so lucky. As he fell, panic began to spread in the room as Death Eaters tried to get away from Goyle and Lestrange. "Goyle!" Lucius Malfoy yelled. "Put down your wand." Goyle looked at Malfoy for a moment, unsure of what to do. He knew that the Dark Lord would not be happy with what he had done. But Lestrange had killed Crabbe. His brief moment of uncertainty was what Lestrange had been waiting for, and he took advantage of it by firing another killing curse at Goyle. The large man tried to avoid it, but was not able to. He too collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. A moment after the spell had left Rodolphus Lestrange's wand, Bellatrix fired a Expelliarmus at him and sent the wand flying to the ground. Rodolphus screamed in anger and dove for the wand, but was hit by an Incarcerus spell from Lucius Malfoy. The two senior Death Eaters stood over Rodolphus and looked at each other, unsure of what to do now. Around them the Death Eaters all began trying to talk over each other, some yelling for Lestrange to die and some trying to calm the others. "Silence!" the magically amplified voice of Lord Voldemort demanded. Immediately all conversations stopped and the crowd parted so that Voldemort could approach Lestrange. As he stood over the man, the potion in Lestrange's body began to wear off, and his senses came back to him. "Rodolphus, why have you betrayed me?" "No, my lord," Rodolphus pleaded. "I would never betray you, but you have," Voldemort insisted. "3 men lay dead because of you. You know how this must end." "No, please," Rodolphus begged. "I don't know what came over me. Someone set me up. I shall have mercy on you," Voldemort finally answered. "Due to your many years of loyal service, I will not torture you before I kill you. Avada Kedavra." Voldemort spoke the words with no enthusiasm, disappointed that he was being forced to kill one of his most loyal followers. But the man must pay for his actions to ensure that the others understood the consequences of such behavior. Lestrange had no chance of avoiding the spell, and soon he too was dead. Finally, everyone understood that the carnage was over. Voldemort turned to head back to the front of the room, saying as he walked, "Clean this up. We have business to attend to." The newest Death Eaters understood that meant they were to dispose of the bodies, which they obediently began to do. The others just shook their heads and wondered how this could have happened before turning to face the Dark Lord, who would not let that minor inconvenience get in his way. And the summer's drawing to a close. Thanks again for sticking with this story. It means a lot to me when I hear that you're enjoying it. Professor Dumbledore sat at his desk in his office at Hogwarts making final preparations for the coming school year. With his responsibilities as leader of the Order of the Phoenix and in the Wisengamot, it was sometimes easy to become overwhelmed, overlook his day job. But teaching children had been his life's work for most of his life, and he was not willing to give it up. In a few short days, the halls of Hogwarts would once again be filled with children eager to learn how to harness their magical abilities, and it was his task to make sure they had that opportunity. "Yes, I would say so," Snape replied. "Crabbe and Goyle are dead, and the responsibility of informing their families has fallen to me. I had not heard of any attacks today," Dumbledore commented. "How did they die?" "Killed in a pointless brawl by a drunken Rodolphus Lestrange, who was then executed by the Dark Lord as punishment," Snape explained. "There is certainly an increased feeling of tension within the ranks of the Death Eaters now, but fear of the Dark Lord will keep them in line for the most part." "How very odd," Dumbledore said. "But even in these times of war, we must remember that not every death is a result of an enemy attack. Perhaps it will discourage recruitment into the Death Eaters if they begin to fear that they may fall to friendly fire. I would also encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity this presents. With regards to young Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, with their fathers dead, you may be able to offer them advice that would dissuade them from following in their father's footsteps." "I will try," Snape promised, "but I fear that they will turn to the Malfoys for guidance." We can only hope that Draco does not turn out to be like Lucius. True. Dumbledore agreed with a nod. Now, have you learned of Voldemort's plans? An attack is coming on September 1st. Snape replied. Ah, so it is true then. Dumbledore said. An attack on the Hogwarts Express. I had heard rumors. No, those rumors have been spread by the Dark Lord on purpose. Snape answered. The Ministry will waste much of its manpower protecting a target that the Dark Lord has no plans on attacking. Meanwhile, other targets will become vulnerable. So where is the attack going to occur? Dumbledore asked. We must be prepared. Are you to lead one of these groups? Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore said finally. I will inform the rest of the Order and we will be ready when needed. Of course. Snape answered with a small bow of his head. Dumbledore turned back to what he was working on before Snape entered the room. But as the potions professor left, Dumbledore turned a worried eye back towards the door. Snape, he knew, had suffered and sacrificed much over the years in order to atone for his past sins, but the new war was going to be especially tough on him. Dumbledore only hoped that the stress of Snape's situation would not become too much for him to handle. I'm almost done, Harry shouted back as he slammed his trunk closed. He was forced to lean on it with all of his weight to get the lid down far enough for him to latch it shut. When he was finally finished, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not typically like him to wait until the last minute to pack, but he knew from his experiences with the Weasleys that it was not at all uncommon. With a flick of his wand, the trunk rose into the air and followed him out of his room and downstairs where Sirius was waiting. I don't know why you're in such a rush. The train doesn't leave for a half hour. Yeah. And the worst I'll have to deal with is Draco Malfoy making his annual visit to my car on the train to annoy me. Harry griped. And I'm not even allowed to curse him for it. I'll make a marauder out of you yet. Sirius replied proudly. We better get going. Are your friends going to be waiting on you? I'll probably be there before they will be. Harry answered. I'm ready anyway. Sirius nodded and walked over to Harry, placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry made sure he was touching his trunk, and together they apparat away from 12 Grimmauld Place and to the apparition point at King's Cross Station just inside the magical barrier. When they arrived, they saw that the area was already full of people, most of them families saying goodbye to their children for the year. At first glance it appeared to be like any other year, but then Harry's eyes were drawn to the uniformed Aurors walking around and watching everything with a careful eye. They appeared tense and ready for battle. Harry turned to see that Sirius had noticed their behavior as well. Even though they were fairly confident that there would be no attack here, it still made both of them a little nervous. Why do I get the feeling this isn't going to be a good day? Sirius asked as he looked around. Harry nodded in agreement with the statement. For a moment they silently watched the crowds as if waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. I almost forgot. I have something for you, Harry. Really? Harry asked. What is it? Sirius reached into his coat and pulled out what appeared to be a simple mirror. Harry took it and inspected it with a confused look on his face. What's it for? I have another one just like it. Sirius explained. And if you ever need to talk to me, all you have to do is say my name and we'll be able to talk through these. Pretty neat. Huh? It's great, Harry exclaimed. Thanks, Sirius. No problem. Just try and stay out of trouble this year. Okay? I'll try. Harry laughed. Promise. It won't be the same without you around. Sirius said thoughtfully. We'll still be able to talk through the mirrors. Harry replied. And I'll be back for Christmas. Of course you will. Sirius agreed. I better get going. There's no telling when the action is going to start today. Sirius, Harry said uncertainly. He then hugged his godfather and Sirius hugged him back. Thanks again for letting me live with you. This has been the best summer I've ever had. It's good to hear you say that, Harry, Sirius said. Have fun at Hogwarts and do try and learn something. I will, Harry promised. Bye, Sirius. His godfather nodded and turned to leave, and as he did, Harry suspected that the man was feeling quite emotional. Once Sirius had reached the apparition point, he turned and waved at Harry one last time before disappearing. Harry felt sad watching him go, knowing how much his godfather had enjoyed having him live at 12 Grimmauld Place, but it was easier for him because he truly was excited to be going back to Hogwarts. Finally, Harry turned and continued heading for the train. Happily, he saw a familiar face getting on to the train. Neville! Harry yelled, as he quickly walked towards his friend. The other boy was just about to step onto the train when he heard Harry call to him. "Hey, Harry," Neville said, also happy to find a friend. "Want to go find somewhere to sit?" "Sure." Harry agreed as they climbed onto the Hogwarts Express. The first few carriages they looked in already had other students sitting in them, but finally they found one that was empty and stepped inside. "So Neville, happy to be going back to school?" "Definitely," Neville replied with a fierce nod. "I love Gran and all, but it gets boring there in the summers. Hogwarts is always much more exciting." "Dangerous, exciting. Same thing, I suppose," Harry said. "Well, for me at least." "I know," Neville agreed. "Oh yeah. Guess what I got in the mail this week?" "What?" Harry asked. Neville reached into his pocket and pulled out a gleaming badge painted scarlet and gold with a large letter P stamped on the front. "Neville, is that a prefect's badge?" "Yes," Neville happily confirmed. "I've never seen Gran prouder than when I got this." "Congratulations," Harry said, happy for his friend but still a little disappointed he didn't get to be a prefect. "I bet Hermione is the other prefect for Gryffindor." "Probably so," Neville agreed. "So do you know who the defense professor is going to be?" "No, but it won't be Professor Moody," Harry said. "He told me that he prefers the company of criminals to teenagers. I'm starting to believe that position really is cursed. We just can't keep a teacher for more than a year. It's been like that for decades." Neville reminded him. "Nobody really knows why." As Neville finished saying that, the door to their compartment opened and Daphne walked in with a large smile on her face. "Good morning," she said happily as she sat down next to Harry. "I love this time of year. You know, I seem to remember most kids not liking when summer holidays ended." Harry said. "But I feel the same way. Even before Hogwarts it meant I got to get away from Dudley for a few hours out of the day." "Hey, you made prefect!" Daphne exclaimed, seeing the badge on Neville's shirt. "Congrats. What about you?" Harry asked. "I can't think of anyone in Slytherin who deserves it more." But you forget that it doesn't really matter who deserves it in Slytherin," Daphne answered, shaking her head. "Rumor is that Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy are the new prefects." "Great, something else I'll have to listen to him brag about," Harry replied. "Although even I'll admit he wasn't as bad as usual after we saved his life from those Dementors." Daphne nodded in agreement with Harry's statement. Her housemate had indeed bothered her less than usual during the spring semester of the previous year. While she was thankful for the change, she also wondered how long it would last. "So did you hear if our little trick with Lestrange did anything?" Daphne asked Harry. Neville looked on curiously, so she explained to him what they had done. "Sirius wasn't at the last order meeting, so if something did happen he hasn't heard about to tell me," Harry explained. "And I didn't actually tell him about what we did either. He'd just gripe at me for not calling in help when we spotted Rodolphus. Plus, the fewer people who know about it, the more likely it is to work again." "Very true," Daphne agreed. "I did tell my dad though. He commends on a job well done." A moment later Hermione walked in the door with her Gryffindor prefect badge proudly pinned to her robes. When Harry saw it he stood up and began applauding her, causing Hermione's cheeks to redden at the attention. "Sit down, Harry," Hermione said. "That's an order from a prefect. First day and you're already abusing the privileges." Harry replied. "What will the other prefects say?" Everyone laughed as Hermione sat down on the bench next to Neville. The four friends began talking about all the things they were excited to do in the new year. A few minutes later, the last warning that the train was about to leave was given, and shortly after the Hogwarts Express left the station and they were on their way back to school. The train had only been moving for a few minutes when the door to their compartment once again opened and Draco Malfoy took a step inside. A frown crept over his face, which he quickly changed into a sneer. He had been looking for a place to sit, but this was obviously not it. "Hey Malfoy," Harry said, stopping him. "Where are your goons, Crabbe and Goyle? Or did they finally fail out?" Draco looked at Harry suspiciously, wondering if Harry was trying to set him up for something. Crabbe and Goyle were both at the funerals for their fathers and would not make it to Hogwarts until the following day. A fact that Draco knew but Harry clearly did not. "That's none of your business, Potter," Draco finally replied before leaving the compartment and its inhabitants wondering what was going on. Draco had heard how Crabbe and Goyle's fathers had died from his own father the night it had happened. Although Lucius Malfoy blamed the entire incident on Lestrange's stupidity and Crabbe and Goyle's carelessness, Draco had to wonder just what kind of group the Death Eaters really were. His own father constantly ridiculed the people he worked with, and yet he never questioned his own place among them. Draco knew full well that someday he would be expected to follow in his father's footsteps, but not for the first time he wondered if that was truly the best choice for him and the Malfoy family. Until recently, Draco had always been in awe of his father, but that was changing. What if the elder Malfoy was mistaken in his gamble, which making yourself a servant of the Dark Lord obviously was? Draco sighed, not really knowing the answers to his questions or even why he was worrying about them to begin with. The trip to Hogwarts was, as expected, rather uneventful. The large group of Aurors commanded to protect the Hogwarts Express did their job as well as could be asked, but the attack the believed to be coming never materialized. The real battles were being fought elsewhere. Reducto, Bellatrix Lestrange happily yelled as she continued to break down the walls of Amelia Bones' house. She and her group had been tasked with attacking the home of the Minister of Magic and capturing her if possible. Fortunately, Minister Bones had not been home when the attack took place and Lestrange had to settle with destroying the large house. Bellatrix, the Aurors are on their way, Wormtail cautiously warned. It was a bad idea to get into Bellatrix Lestrange's way when she was casting curses. Oh fine, you pathetic waste of flesh. Bellatrix sighed. Tell everyone we're leaving. But first, Fiendfire, the magical, and almost uncontrollable, flames leapt from her wand and continued to grow as it fed on what was left of the house. Though she did not know it, and probably would not have cared if she had, one of her fellow Death Eaters was still inside the house and perished as a result of her spell. That was the only casualty her team would suffer. As the flames continued to rise and engulf the surrounding area, Bellatrix cheered and laughed. There were few things she liked more than causing chaos. Wormtail and the others operated away, most afraid of the fire, the approaching Aurors, and the insane woman who had been appointed to lead their team. Walden McNair and his group of Death Eaters were not ordered to fight at all that day. Instead, they had spent the morning gathering together a group of 12 giants and convincing them to attack the village of Godric's Hollow. Voldemort had picked the target himself, enjoying the idea of not only destroying the childhood home of Albus Dumbledore but also the town in which he had been temporarily defeated so many years ago by an infant Harry Potter. After many hours of work, the giants were finally ready and the Death Eaters commanded them to attack. Within moments, panic began to spread in the village. The giants knocked down the walls of houses and business, picked up and threw cars as if they were children's toys, and attempted to stomp on any person that got in their way. The Death Eaters stood at the top of a nearby hill and watched Godric's Hollow be torn apart. Fortunately, a magical member of the community was able to tell the Ministry of Magic about the attack, and they sent their giant fighting squad there as soon as possible. Luckily, the giants were not very intelligent and did not catch on to the Aurors' plans. Slowly, the number of giants began to fall until there were only 2 left standing. They, however, were also the 2 biggest and seemed reluctant to separate. We're going to have to take them both at once, Sirius yelled. By this point, he, like the rest of his team, was exhausted. It had taken them almost 2 hours to get to this point, and by the end of the first hour it had become clear to all of them that they were no longer fighting to protect the village. Godric's Hollow had been utterly destroyed. Every building in sight had sustained some damage, and in one of the rare calm moments of the day, Sirius had stopped to wonder how the Aurors were going to explain this to the Muggles. The Aurors had taken losses as well. 2 had been killed by the giants and 3 injured severely enough that they were forced to leave. That left 15 of them to fight the 2 biggest giants. When he was sure allies were ready, Sirius led them towards the giants. Blind them, Sirius commanded, casting a conjunctivus curse towards the eyes of one of the giants. The others obeyed his command and followed suit. Many of their spells either missed or were not strong enough to have an effect, but thankfully by the end of their barrage both giants could no longer see due to their eyes being swollen shut. The giants reacted to the situation by panicking and swinging their fists wildly. One of the giants began clumsily walking towards them, and an Auror, fearing the giant was about to attack, fired a blasting curse towards it. This, of course, only angered the giant, and it lunged towards the source of the attack and crashed down on the unfortunate Auror, instantly killing him. "No!" Sirius yelled angrily. "Attack on my command. Now!" This time a variety of curses hit the giants from all sides, and the combined efforts of the 14 remaining wizards was enough to knock the huge creature unconscious and leave it bleeding to death in the middle of the street. "Only one more," one of the Aurors said as they turned to face the last giant. It was rubbing its eyes and blinking constantly while the team got in position around it. Suddenly the giant lowered its hands at it. Was clear the blinding spell had worn off. The giant let out a huge roar and began running towards Sirius. Sirius knew that there was no chance he could outrun an angry giant, and did the one thing he knew it would not be expecting: running towards the giant. Spells rained down on the giant, but without any obvious effect. It continued stomping towards Sirius, and the gap between them was closing quickly. As they approached each other, the giant leaned forward to grab Sirius, but missed him as Sirius ran under the giant's legs. The giant kept trying to reach through his legs, but the awkwardness of the position and his forward momentum caused him to tumble forward and crash hard on the ground. "Confringo!" Sirius yelled as the giant attempted to get up. The spell hit the giant in the forehead and caused a huge wound to open up. Moments later, spells from the other Aurors rained down on the creature and finally ended the battle. "Pity it's over," McNair said to the other Death Eaters as they watched the Aurors regroup. "And that's 12 less giants. What about the Aurors?" a junior Death Eater asked, eager to prove himself. "Should we attack?" "That's not what we were told to do, so no," McNair informed him. "We're through here. Let's go." "Names and destinations, please," the guard asked, not even bothering to look up from his clipboard. "Severus Snape," Professor Snape said. "Department of Mysteries." "And you, sir?" the guard asked, finally looking up. "Thomas Riddle, also to the Department of Mysteries," Lord Voldemort replied with a smile. It had been so long since he had walked among the people in disguise that the whole situation greatly amused him. The guard waved them through, and the two men continued on into the ministry towards the Department of Mysteries. "How do you like my glamour, Severus?" "Flawless, my lord," Snape answered. "No one could tell it was a glamour at all." "I do not doubt the quality of my work. I was speaking of my appearance," Voldemort replied. "This is what I once looked like so many years and so many rituals ago. Of course I am more than human now. It is only fitting I no longer look like you mere mortals." "Of course, sir," Snape agreed. "Where in the Department of Mysteries are we going?" "The Hall of Prophecy, of course," Voldemort answered. "You attempted to bring me the prophecy once before. It is appropriate that you are with me today when I finally hear it for myself. Dumbledore and his foolish order would never expect me to simply walk through the front door and ask to hear it, as is my right." "No, my lord," Snape said. "They expected you to fight for it. While entertaining, that would be unnecessary," Voldemort replied. They had finally reached the Hall of Prophecy, which was guarded only by the fact that touching a prophecy ball that did not belong to a person would drive them insane. After a few minutes of searching, Voldemort found the glowing ball containing the prophecy concerning him and Harry Potter. Neither he nor Snape had ever heard the complete prophecy. "Shall we?" Voldemort asked as he activated the ball. The light inside flashed, and a ghostly voice began speaking from inside it. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches." The voice began, confirming to Snape and Voldemort they had found the right one. "Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." "Very interesting," Voldemort said as the light in the ball dimmed. His brow furrowed in thought as he considered the meaning of the prophecy. Likewise, Snape was attempting to determine what it could possibly mean. "Come, Severus. Our work here is done." The Dark Lord and Snape left the Ministry of Magic, having completed their mission without needing to use a single offensive spell. Lots of great comments on the last chapter, which I definitely appreciate. The good guys are trying to fight a smarter war, which means using their enemies' weaknesses against them. And now we're finally back at Hogwarts, where who knows what this year will bring. As Hogwarts finally came into view, Harry couldn't help but smile and squeeze Daphne's hand. She laughed at her boyfriend's obvious excitement, but was actually happy for him. It was good to see him this way. They, along with Hermione and Neville, were riding in Thestral-pulled carriages towards Hogwarts while the first years took their boat ride to the castle. All of their group had witnessed death in the preceding months and were now able to see the strange creatures. Hermione knew from reading Hogwarts, a history, that the Thestrals had always been there, but it was still unnerving to see the skeletal horse-like animal. They're really kind of beautiful in a way, Daphne commented as she stared at the pair of Thestrals pulling their carriage. Not cute like a newborn Krupp or anything, but still they have a certain elegance that you don't see in many other animals. I don't know, Neville said uncertainly. I'll just stick with my frog Trevor. He doesn't have to worry about being replaced by a Thestral. Neville then began feeling through his pockets and looking through his bags. Oh bollocks, I've lost Trevor again. Or you could just summon him back to you, Harry suggested. It should work. You think so? Neville asked. At Harry's nod, he stood up in the carriage, took out his wand, and said, Accio Trevor. For a moment nothing happened, but then Neville was struck in the back by his summoned frog, who then landed with a loud thump in the floor of the carriage. Sorry Trevor, are you okay? Neville asked the clearly startled amphibian. Trevor croaked angrily at his owner before leaping into Neville's pocket to rest. I wish we would have known that spell in first year, Hermione said as she laughed at the scene in front of her. Sure, but if you had you wouldn't have met me on the train that day, Harry reminded her. And then who knows what else could have changed. You're right, you know, Daphne agreed. Little changes can have profound and far-reaching consequences. The future remains unwritten. Just like that transfiguration essay I was supposed to do, Neville said. You better get on that before Hermione here decides to make you a schedule telling you exactly what you are supposed to be studying every hour of the day. Harry replied. Not that I don't appreciate your schedules, Hermione. You're just lucky I bother to waste my time trying to help you, Hermione said jokingly before turning to Daphne, as if preparing to relate some secret to her. He would have failed all 4 years of history of magic if it weren't for my notes. They never told me that, Hermione said. And I certainly haven't gotten paid for any of my work either. Maybe I shouldn't have told you then, Harry replied. The others in the cart broke out into laughs which only ended when they realized their trip was over and they were finally back at Hogwarts. The centuries-old castle towered above them with light pouring out of the windows into the dark night. Harry could remember how awed he had been when he had first seen the castle so many years ago, and even now the sight made his heart leap for joy. Truly felt more than any other place he had lived, like home. Together the 4 returning students walked into the castle and towards the Great Hall. Once there Harry kissed Daphne before they parted ways. He headed towards the Gryffindor table and she towards the Slytherin table. As the students continued to fill the Great Hall, Harry noticed that the teacher's table was still mostly empty. Still no word on who the defense teacher is going to be? Harry asked Hermione as they took their seats. No. Whoever it is, they didn't ride the train in, Hermione answered. The rumor is that Professor Dumbledore had some problems trying to find a replacement for Professor Moody, but I'm sure he found somebody decent. Don't be so sure, Harry replied. Remember Lockhart? Or Quirrell? As the flow of students into the hall began to decrease, the teachers began arriving. All of them were familiar faces though, giving them no clue on who the new teacher would be. As the last students finally took their seats, a door in the back opened and Professor Dumbledore walked out with Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt and Professor Snape at his side. Dumbledore looked as calm as ever, but Shacklebolt and Snape were clearly unhappy about something. All 3 then took a seat at the teacher's table. It's Shacklebolt, Harry said happily. I should have known. Dumbledore did say something about him having a chance to encourage more people to become Aurors at that meeting we listened to. This must be how. I wonder what they were talking about that had him and Snape so upset. Hermione wondered. They, of course, had not heard anything about the numerous Death Eater attacks of the day. Harry shrugged in response, not knowing the answer to her question either. Their conversation was then interrupted by the new first-year students being ushered in to the Great Hall. Harry marveled at how small they looked but knew he had once been in their position. The Sorting Hat sang a song encouraging school unity in these troubled times before beginning to sort the new students. They seemed to be split fairly evenly across the 4 houses, as was usually the case. Each house cheered in turn as another member was added to their ranks. When the sorting ceremony was finally over, the opening feast magically appeared on the table and conversation seemed to cease as the hungry students began to eat. A few seats down on the table, Harry noticed that Ron's eating habits had not changed at all over the summer, even if his attitude had slightly improved. Tension. Professor Dumbledore called from the front of the room. All eyes turned to him as he stood to address the students. Welcome, everyone, to another exciting year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I encourage all of you to take full advantage of the opportunity you are provided to educate yourselves, which is especially important during these difficult times. As you may know, Lord Voldemort has returned and our wood is once more at war. Even today, several battles were fought against his forces. You, dear children, are the future of our world. And someday soon the burden of deciding its fate will rest on your shoulders. Forbidden, and Mr. Filch has an updated list of banned items on his door for those of you who are interested. Now, the music, please. With that, everyone began singing in a variety of different ways to many different tunes. Dumbledore happily waved his wand as if he were conducting a symphony through the entire thing, while beside him even some of the teachers seemed to be mildly annoyed by the annual event. Eventually the song ended, and with it the feast did as well. Hermione and Neville, as new prefects, had to rush out of their seats to help escort the first years to the Gryffindor dorms. The rest of the students were free to mingle. Harry began to get up from his seat when he saw Daphne rushing towards him. Is something wrong? He asked once she had made her way through the crowds to him. She shook her head no and sat down beside him close enough so that no one could hear what they were talking about. I found out why Crabbe and Goyle weren't on the train, Daphne said. From the look on her face, Harry could tell the reason was good news. Well, why? Harry asked. Malfoy was explaining all of this to Nott, and I just happened to overhear him, Daphne explained. Anyway, Crabbe and Goyle's fathers were killed at a Death Eater meeting in a fight with Rodolphus Lestrange. The draft of rage, it must have worked, Harry realized. Exactly, Daphne agreed. But none of them seemed to know that Malfoy thought that Lestrange was just drunk. The best part is what happened after that. Voldemort killed Lestrange as punishment for his actions. Brilliant, Harry said happily. So we took him and 2 others out without putting ourselves in any danger at all. If only it could always be that simple. I know, Daphne replied. Now only Bellatrix is left of the Lestranges. We're one step closer to getting that Horcrux. She still wants to kill me and Sirius, Harry reminded her. She'll be coming at us eventually, don't doubt that. We'll just have to be ready. So what about Crabbe and Goyle? I guess they will be coming back? Unfortunately so, Daphne confirmed. Probably by tomorrow, in fact. But it might not matter so much. Malfoy seems different this year. Still a jerk, of course, but quieter. Something is going on with him, but I can't tell what it is. He's still potentially dangerous, Daphne, Harry reminded her. Don't expect him to ever have a change of heart. Daphne nodded and was about to say something when they realized they were being watched. They looked up from the table to see Professor Snape standing over them looking annoyed. As usual. Dumbledore wishes to speak with you, Potter, Snape informed Harry. Now, Harry, so good of you to come. Dumbledore began, motioning for Harry to sit down. Snape took the other empty chair in front of Dumbledore's desk. I'm afraid there isn't much good news to share with you. What's wrong? Harry demanded to know. Is Sirius okay? What? Harry asked, relieved to know that his godfather was okay. His forces struck at a variety of targets. But I was unaware of his true goals until Severus returned shortly before the opening feast. Dumbledore began. With a heavy sigh, he continued explaining. Voldemort has learned the full contents of the prophecy. That was his goal all along. The rest was merely a distraction. But how? Harry asked. Who told him? No one did. Snape answered. He simply walked into the Hall of Prophecy and listened to it, as was his right as one of the people it described. And no one in the ministry tried to stop him? Harry asked disbelievingly. Why not? He wore a glamour, Dumbledore said. and when asked for his name he simply gave it. The Ministry is apparently on guard against Lord Voldemort but not Tom Riddle. A mistake I am as shocked as you to hear about. Certainly it is not common knowledge that Riddle became Voldemort, but enough know that it should have been caught. Why don't more people know? Harry asked. Wouldn't it help if people knew that Voldemort was really a half-blood? The Daily Prophet would never print such allegations, even though they are true. Dumbledore answered sadly. But perhaps it would be wise to make that knowledge more available to the general public. Though it may simply anger Voldemort. The Death Eaters would never believe you, Snape commented. Even the older ones who knew him as Tom Riddle first would never believe that the heir of Slytherin, which the Dark Lord certainly is, could be anything but a pureblood. It would be a waste of effort. I don't believe you, Harry replied. I think it's worth it and I'm going to try. Snape shrugged as if Harry's commitment made no difference to him. As of now, we do not know how Voldemort has interpreted the prophecy, or what he plans on doing with this new knowledge. Dumbledore explained. This is a situation which I had hoped we could avoid. Why? Harry wondered. It doesn't really tell him anything he didn't already know. Did it? The only new thing in there is that now he knows one of us is going to have to kill the other one. And I bet you he already planned on killing me himself. This is true. Snape confirmed to Dumbledore's chagrin. Standing orders are to capture you and bring you to the Dark Lord if the opportunity presents itself. I, of course, am exempt from that command because I am far more valuable here spying on the Order of the Phoenix. You know, sometimes I still wonder if you're loyal to anyone but yourself. Harry said. Snape once again shrugged, not at all interested in what Harry believed. I fear that Voldemort may see you as more of a threat now than he did before, Harry. Dumbledore said. Before his anger towards you was solely because of your role in his downfall, but now he knows that one day you will be able to challenge him as an equal. He will not want to allow that to happen. So what do I do now? Harry asked. I've been working as hard as I can on dueling and learning more powerful magic, but I know it's still not enough to beat Voldemort. Plus, he's still not mortal. I am working on that, Dumbledore explained. Now that it has been confirmed his snake Nagini is indeed a Horcrux, we have been working on destroying it. Unfortunately, the beast rarely leaves Voldemort's presence. I am working on ways to draw it out, perhaps then we can strike. Good, Harry said, glad to know that Dumbledore was at least working on the problem. I thought you might also want to know why you were not picked as prefect, Dumbledore said. Harry was surprised by the comment. Although he did think he deserved it, he also believed that it was a good thing that Neville got it. He hoped the recognition would increase his friend's confidence. Clearly you would make a fine prefect, but I did not wish to burden you with any other additional responsibilities. I suspect you will be busy enough as it is this year. What exactly do you mean by that? Harry asked nervously. Have you ever had a calm year at Hogwarts? Dumbledore replied. Harry had to admit Dumbledore had a point, but he wondered what else was going on. I know of no specific threats concerning you, but as always I would advise you to be on guard. Other than that, I hope you have a good year. You may return to your dorm. Okay, Professor, Harry said as he stood and left the room. Snape stayed behind to talk to Dumbledore alone, but they waiting until Harry was downstairs and could no longer hear anything to begin. I got a letter from Alastair Moody this morning about you, Shacklebolt informed him. He says that you two have spent the last month beating the hell out of each other and that he now considers you a wizard of decent skill and intelligence. Don't be fooled. From Mad-Eye Moody, that is high praise indeed. That's very nice of him, Harry replied. He was a great teacher. I only wish he enjoyed teaching more. Then perhaps he would be here instead of me, Shacklebolt said with a sigh. But there are certainly worse jobs. Now, Moody requested that I pick up on your training where he left off. Are you interested? Yes, Harry answered happily, eager to test his skills against another opponent. So will it be like my lessons with Professor Moody? No, probably not, Shacklebolt replied. Alastair is a far better dueler than I am, Harry. And if you can come close to beating him, then there is little use in us spending all of our time dueling. What I aim to teach you is a better sense of control and efficient use of your magic. I have not been gifted with an excess of magical power like Moody or Dumbledore, but I have one where others have lost because I make the most out of what strength I do have. How do you do that? Harry asked. Part of our time will be spent going over wand movements and incantations, making sure that you are casting spells in the most efficient way possible. Shacklebolt explained. That's the physical side of it, but most of the training is mental. Your frame of mind when you are performing a spell can have a powerful impact on how well the spell works. Alastair mentioned he noticed some inconsistencies with the strength behind your spells. He says they're more powerful when I'm angry. Harry agreed. Sometimes it's like I lose control and am just fighting on instinct. That's not always a bad thing, Harry. Shacklebolt commented. Especially once you have honed your instincts to respond how you would if given the time to think your actions through. Don't worry about it too much, we'll find a way to bring out your full potential. Let me know when you have your schedule set and know when we can work on this. I will, Harry promised. Thanks, Professor Shacklebolt. Daring him to eat a pound of doxy eggs the day before tryouts had already been suggested. It was easy to forget that outside the castle walls a war was being fought that involved many of their friends and family members on both sides. No major news had been reported in that first week other than the events of September 1st, and although the war was still often discussed, many found it easier to just ignore the topic. Harry had expected to hear more taunts and insults from Slytherin, but with Draco Malfoy reluctant to take up the leadership role for that, what trouble there was from Slytherin was far less serious than it could have been. Daphne reported to him that the Slytherin common room had become an odd place, with almost no one sure where the others' loyalties lay. Crabbe and Goyle had returned, as expected, and immediately been taken under the wing of Professor Snape. The Slytherins weren't very surprised by this. It was common knowledge that Snape would take care of them as well as he could, and with their fathers dead, they would need extra help. Meanwhile, the war continued, although the Daily Prophet refused to acknowledge that fact. As in the First War, disappearances were commonplace. Many of those were simply people escaping the war, but others were casualties of it. The major offensive for the light side was the fight against the giants, now being unquestionably led by Sirius Black. Over half of the huge, destructive creatures had been killed since their arrival in England, with more falling daily. Despite Voldemort and the Death Eater's efforts to control them, it was simply not in their nature to sit around and wait for orders. And so at the first opportunity they were given, they would run free, happily crushing everything in sight and bringing the attention of Sirius's team of giant fighters down on them. Their numbers were dwindling, and it was hoped that the giant threat could be eliminated by the end of the year. But, unfortunately, the Dark Lord's forces were also striking back. Every day their numbers grew, sadly due to the fact that their views were supported by a large portion of the public. And so the war continued, with neither side seeming to be closer to victory than the other. The Dark Lord Voldemort sat in his throne room contemplating the prophecy, as he had been doing for the past several days. Like Dumbledore, he believed in the power of prophecy without question and felt confident this was a legitimate one. And unfortunately, this prophecy held little good news for him. Parts of it were familiar to him. The Potters and the Longbottoms had both fit the description of having a child as the 7th month died and defying him 3 times. And though he had been certain before that the prophecy referred to Harry Potter, the line about marking him had left no doubt. No, his focus on the Potter boy was absolutely correct. The next line, however, did worry him. In what ways was Potter his equal? And what power did the boy possess that he knew not? Was it even possible for him to learn of that hidden power, or did the prophecy negate that possibility? It would be foolish of him not to attempt to learn it. The next line was perhaps the most interesting one. And either must die at the hand of the other. It meant not only that one of them would eventually kill the other, a seemingly inevitable event, but until that happened they both enjoyed some measure of invincibility. No wonder the boy had such incredible luck. Nothing other than the Dark Lord himself could kill him. True, it also suggested that Potter might be able to kill him as well, but he had taken measures to prevent that from happening, hadn't he? No, the only logical way to interpret the prophecy was as a guarantee that Harry Potter would eventually die by his hand. Of course, after that happened the prophecy would be fulfilled, and then anyone could potentially slay him, but the fact that he was immortal prevented that from happening. All things considered, Voldemort believed the prophecy to be slightly underwhelming. However, it did tell him the Harry Potter held an unknown power, and perhaps that could be taken from him and added to his own. Yes, Voldemort could envision it now. Potter's death would set about a chain of events that resulted in his unrivaled domination of the Muggle and magical worlds. But first he must learn of this hidden power, and to do that Voldemort would need to watch Harry even closer. Another method would be to task the children of one of his Death Eaters to spy on Potter, but Voldemort did not really consider that idea viable. He disliked children and did not think they were truly capable of following orders. The son of Malfoy would have been an obvious choice, but he and Potter were rivals, which would hamper his ability to gather information on the target. This was not the job for a child. That left him with few good options. Voldemort had no choice but to give this task to the only person he truly trusted, himself. Or, to be more precise, a part of himself he held full control over. Revealed, and then his short, pathetic life would end. And then, with any luck, the rest of the world would fall right behind him. Don't look so upset, Shacklebolt said to Harry's surprise. Shacklebolt still had his eyes closed, and Harry wondered how his teacher had seen the expression on his face. His occlumency shields were still firmly in place, so he knew it could not have been that. Sit down, Harry, we have much to discuss. What were you doing? Harry asked as he sat down on the empty mat across from Shacklebolt. Harry attempted to mimic the position his teacher was sitting in, but found it to be quite uncomfortable. It's a technique that helps me focus. I find that it provides me with a greater connection to the magic within me. Shacklebolt explained. We'll get to that, but not tonight. Soon perhaps. For now, I want you to think about a few things. Where do you think the magic you use comes from? I was born with it, Harry replied after thinking about it for a few moments. I don't think anyone knows why some people are magical and some aren't. Hermione thinks it is genetic, and that's why magical parents are more likely to have magical children. Squibs and Muggleborns are the exceptions, I guess. But that is an answer to the question of why you can use magic, not where it comes from. Shacklebolt said, do you think your body produces the magic itself, or does your body absorb the magic from the world around you? I'm not sure, Harry answered truthfully. It's a little of both, actually, Shacklebolt replied. In a way, you are not only just surrounded by magic, but it is also a part of you. Think back to when you cast a spell. Do you feel the pull on your magic? Where? It feels like it is flowing through my hand to my wand, Harry said after thinking about the question briefly. Although the discussion was interesting, he wondered how it was going to help him. I see, Shacklebolt replied. Let's do an experiment. Take out your wand and concentrate on the connection between it and you. Feel the magic that dwells in all parts of you, not just your hand. Now cast Lumos. Lumos, Harry said softly. The tip of his wand immediately lit up so brightly that Harry and Shacklebolt were forced to turn their heads away from it. Harry cancelled the spell and then looked curiously at his wand. That came out a lot stronger than I meant for it to. And that's the lesson I wanted you to learn tonight, Shacklebolt said happily. There is more to casting a spell than simply saying the words and waving your wand. The importance of concentration and frame of mind are not to be ignored. Think about that as you practice. Remember that every spell is different, and the approach that produces the best results for one spell might not work for others. How so? Harry asked. Think about the Patronus charm, Shacklebolt suggested. Your emotions and frame of mind are vital to its success. But if you tried to cast the Cruciatus Curse like that, it would work at all. You'll see for yourself, though. You're going to want me to use the Cruciatus? Harry said in surprise. Yes, I am, Shacklebolt confirmed. It's important for you to know and feel the difference. That's all for tonight, though. You did just fine, Harry. Harry got up from his seat and put his wand away. He realized he had been wrong to doubt that the lessons with Shacklebolt would be as helpful as the ones with Moody. The two men were very different and therefore had different ways of teaching, but in the end they were both powerful wizards who wished to see him improve. He owed it to both of them to give it his all. Thank you, Professor Shacklebolt, Harry said as he walked towards the door. I won't let you down. I know you won't, Harry. Shacklebolt laughed. Have a good night. Harry nodded and left the room, still thinking about what his tutor had said and eager to practice what he had learned. A problem the living Horcrux faced was that although she could usually track her prey, she was frequently having difficulty listening in on his conversations, which was what Lord Voldemort was really interested in. To be able to listen in on what Harry was saying, Nagini had to actually be in the room, and that often exposed her to the danger of being caught. That, her master had stressed, must not happen. So far no one suspected that she had taken up residence in the walls and hidden spaces of Hogwarts, and for now her orders were to do nothing more. And so, she waited and hoped that soon she would be allowed to hunt. Hours later Harry sat alone in the Gryffindor common room reading his potions textbook, hoping that Snape would go a little easier on him this year, but knowing it was unlikely to happen. In their first lesson earlier in the week, Snape had cornered Neville and demanded to know what he had done to improve so much. Neville's answer, that Harry had helped him study, had enraged the potions professor and led to him insulting Harry for attempting to do his job. That Neville had improved was obviously not important to Snape. The sound of the door opening caught Harry's attention and caused him to look up from his work. It was well after curfew, and he expected it to be Neville and Hermione who were out making the rounds as part of the prefect duties. But instead it turned out to be Ron and Ginny, both looking exhausted. "What are you two doing?" Harry asked curiously. "Going to bed." Ginny answered with a yawn. "Good night." The youngest Weasley walked up the stairs to the girls' dorms and into her room, leaving Harry and Ron alone in the room. Ron waved at his sister as she left before crashing down on the couch in front of the fireplace. "So, why were you out after curfew?" Harry asked again. "You're not going to tell Hermione and Neville, are you?" Ron asked worriedly. "I doubt either of them would go easy on me." "No, I'm not a prefect after all," Harry replied. "Besides, you know how often I go out after curfew." Ron laughed and nodded as he remembered their adventures from previous years. "Well, I heard that the tryouts for the keeper spot on the Quidditch team are coming up this weekend." Ron began explaining. "And I thought that I might have a shot at it, so I asked Ginny to help me practice. When we play at home, she's usually a chaser and is pretty good. She'll probably make the team next year when there is an opening. I always play keeper anyway, and I don't think I'm too bad. You've seen us play, what do you think? You have as good a chance of making it as anybody." Harry answered with a shrug. "In fact, you probably know better than I do who your competition is going to be. A bunch of younger kids are saying they want to try out, but none of them are supposed to be any good." Ron said. "But that 6th-year Cormac whatever is apparently an amazing keeper. Or at least that's what he's telling everybody. I know Fred and George can't stand him though, so hopefully that will help me out a little." "Why don't they like him anyway?" Harry asked. "Neither of them would give me a real answer. On the train this year he said something pretty nasty to Katie Bell." Ron said. "They didn't tell me what either." Harry said, wondering what it could have been to upset the twins so much. He did, however, know that Fred and George were just about the last people in the world you wanted angry at you. It almost made him feel bad for the guy. But then again, Katie was his friend too, and anyone who hurt her deserved what they got. If that's the case, then there's no way he will ever make it on the team, even if he is the best keeper out there. "That's what I thought, but you never know." Ron replied. "Hopefully I won't need the help. I don't want to be the only Weasley other than Percy not to make the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "Good luck then," Harry said. He and Ron had not spoken to each other much in the past year. In fact, this had been one of the longer conversations they had recently had. Perhaps he thought Ron was growing up. He suspected a year ago Ron probably would have just shown up at tryouts and hoped he made the team, but at least this year he was putting some effort into it. "I'll be cheering for you to make it. Thanks, Harry," Ron said as he sat up on the couch. "I appreciate it." Harry nodded and returned his attention back to the book. Ron remained sitting there for a few more minutes before yawning and walking up the dorms. A half-hour later, after finally reaching the point where he could not stand the thought of reading any more about potions, Harry also left the common room and headed for bed. Another peaceful day at Hogwarts ended, but peace did not extend everywhere, and even there it was bound to end. "Over here, Sirius," Daniel called out from a nearby bench. Sirius walked towards him cautiously. Something was going to happen tonight, and he wanted to know what. "It's okay, we're safe for now." "What's this all about, Daniel?" Sirius asked. He didn't enjoy being left in the dark more than anyone else. "Tonight we can strike a major blow to Voldemort," Daniel announced. "It will take a bit of daring, but it will be worth it." "Explain," Sirius demanded. "There are about a half-dozen Death Eaters that control the financing for Voldemort's war. most notably Malfoy, but there are others almost as important. Daniel replied. Tonight I discovered that one of them has been a bit careless about guarding information and has put himself in a very vulnerable position. Who? Sirius asked. Nott. Daniel said. Snape mentioned a week ago that Nott had been tasked with reaching out to the vampires to fill the gap left in the Dark Lord's ranks now that the werewolves and dementors are gone. Don't forget the giants either. Sirius added. We think he only has 20 to 25 left. Excellent. Daniel said with a nod. For the most part the vampires want nothing to do with Voldemort, but Nott is hoping that with enough money he can buy their support. A goblin at Gringotts who enjoys the extra galleons I often give him informed me today that Nott made a huge withdrawal from the bank. Such large withdrawals are very uncommon, and Gringotts usually does whatever they can to slow the process down so they can learn more about where the money is going. Nott seemed to know that and insisted that they give him the money immediately. He also let it slip that if he didn't have the money by tomorrow there would be hell to pay. He got his money a day earlier than he needed it. So you think he's going to meet with the vampires tomorrow and give them the bribe? Sirius asked. Precisely. Daniel confirmed. Meanwhile Nott and the money are waiting at his house. What do you want to do then? Sirius asked. Break in and steal the money? For starters, yes. Daniel agreed. But we can do much more than that. Especially since I intercepted Nott's owl to the vampires and replaced his note saying he had the money with one saying that he had the money and they should send their emissary tonight to come get it and negotiate the deal. Very sneaky of you, Sirius said. How is it that you know about all of this and Dumbledore doesn't? I couldn't have done it without the information I gathered from the Order of the Phoenix. Daniel replied. But I also have my own sources of information, many of them not as noble as the great Albus Dumbledore would like. You're sure we're not walking into a trap then? Sirius asked warily. As sure as I can be, Daniel said. Nott should be the only one in the house. His son is at school and his wife died a few years ago. Getting in undetected will be the hardest part. I don't know what kind of defenses he has. Okay then, lead the way, Sirius finally said. Daniel nodded and placed his hand on the other man's shoulder. A moment later they apparat away and appeared in front of a large home that actually looked more like a mansion. The Notts were quite wealthy and had been since Voldemort's first rise to power. It was that wealth that enabled Nott, like Malfoy, to avoid prison by paying a few well-placed bribes. The home did not seem to have any obvious protections. I'm not good with wards, Sirius warned. Can you check them? Yes. Daniel confirmed. He then cast a diagnostic spell toward the house. When it hit, the light split off into a couple of different pieces, each a different color, that ended in strange symbols that Sirius did not recognize. As he studied them, Daniel began laughing. What's so funny? Sirius asked. Nott is an arrogant fool. Daniel laughed. All he has on his house are wards to keep muggles away and a perimeter ward to let him know when someone steps onto his property. Sure, but it works to our advantage, so I won't complain too much. Daniel said with a grin. I can't cancel the perimeter ward, and really I wouldn't even want to, but I can get us through without setting it off. Hold on a second. Daniel once again began casting a spell, but this one seemed to be much more complex than the diagnostic spell he had performed earlier. When it was finally over, the tip of Daniel's wand glowed blue for a moment before fading away. Let's go. The two men walked up the path leading to the house as quietly as they could. None of the lights inside the house were on, so they felt pretty confident that Nott was still asleep. A simple Alohomora was enough to open the door and allow them into the house itself. Neither of them had been there before and so were unsure exactly where the master bedroom would be. After a few minutes of searching, they finally came to an elaborate door that they both suspected led to the room they were looking for. How do you want to do this? Sirius asked quietly. Leave it to me. Just be ready to disarm him if he reaches for his wand. Daniel said. But if we do this right, he won't have time. Ready? Let's get this over with. Sirius answered. Daniel turned his attention back to the door. As quietly as possible he turned the knob and pushed the door open. Nott was inside, asleep and snoring loudly on his bed. He was completely unaware that his house had been broken into. Daniel crossed the distance between them without a sound and only moments later was standing over the Death Eater. Imperio, Daniel said forcefully. At the noise, Nott's eyes flashed open and he attempted to sit up, but then the spell hit him and he was still again. Show me the money you were planning on giving to the vampires. Nott obediently got out of bed and reached into a drawer on his bedside table. He pulled out a small, plain pouch and presented it to Daniel, who took it from him and tossed it to Sirius. Check it, make sure that's everything. Sirius nodded and looked inside the pouch. It had been magically expanded and had a weightless charm cast on it so that it was able to hold the vast amount of gold. It looks like this is all of it. Sirius confirmed. Good. Now for step 2. Daniel replied. Stupefy. The red spell hit Nott and his unconscious body fell to the ground. A stunner? Sirius asked incredulously. Really? Just wait, you'll see. Daniel said. He then cast 2 piercing hexes at the man's neck, which opened up 2 identical wounds which were small and circular. I've never tried this on a person before, but I don't see why if it works on an animal it wouldn't work on a person. Abiakruer. As the spell hit Nott, his skin began to pale, starting at where the spell hit him and continuing out as Daniel held the spell. After about a minute, Daniel finally released the spell. What was that? Sirius asked. Is he dead? Yes, he is. Daniel confirmed. That was a spell used by butchers to drain animals of blood. It takes too long to be of any use in a duel, but it suited our purposes just fine, I think. Sirius took a closer look at Nott and his condition. With his blood removed and the 2 wounds on his neck, it did indeed look like he had been attacked by a vampire. Finally, the realization of what Daniel was attempting to do hit him. You want to turn Voldemort against the vampires, Sirius said. Instead of an ally, he gets another enemy. That's right, but it won't work unless the vampires think they've been betrayed too. Daniel replied. They should be here soon, but not expecting an attack. We need to hurry to have everything set up. Nott, please, think about what you're doing, he yelled. Sirius and Daniel approached him, and it was only when they took off their masks that the vampire realized he was not talking to the Death Eater he had been expecting. Who are you? What are you doing here? I really don't think that's your concern anymore. Daniel replied before flicking his wand in a slashing movement across the vampire's neck. The cutting curse severed the undead monster's head from its body, and by the time the head struck the ground it had already begun to crumble into ashes. Are we done here? Sirius asked as he stared at the pile of ashes. Definitely, Sirius agreed. But don't you think they'll eventually figure out what happened? Honestly, no, I don't. Daniel answered with a shake of his head. Voldemort won't bother to gather information. He'll just attack. And by the time either of them figures out what really happened, they'll already be at each other's throats. And the money? Sirius asked. I'm sure we can find something to spend it on. Daniel laughed. We should leave. It would ruin everything if someone saw us here. There's no apparition wards, so I'm going to leave from here. Good work tonight, Sirius. I feel like I was just along for the ride. Sirius replied. Next time you have to give me more information on what's going on. If there is a next time. Actually, I've been thinking about a way to solve one of your problems, Daniel said. And what would that be? Sirius asked. Come over tomorrow, we'll discuss it then. Daniel answered. Sirius nodded in agreement and then apparat away. Daniel did the same a moment later. It would be 2 days until anyone noticed that Nott was missing. Eventually Lucius Malfoy was sent to check on him and discovered Nott's rotting corpse in the master bedroom of his home. Malfoy, who knew of the plan to buy the vampire's allegiance, accepted without question the idea that his old friend had been murdered by the vampires who Malfoy did not like to begin with. This was later reported to Voldemort as fact, and luckily for Sirius and Daniel, Voldemort did not bother to verify the accusation. Their own prejudices against the vampires and belief that none of their other enemies would dare attack them in this way worked against them. As Daniel had hoped, the alliance between the 2 groups died before it could even really begin, and Voldemort's enemies had struck another blow against him without him even realizing it. Harry, she said once she realized who it was. You shouldn't sneak up on me, I might hex you. I'd like to think I'd be able to defend myself. Harry replied. I trained with Moody for too long, and if I had snuck up on him like that he would have hexed me. Thankfully I'm not Professor Moody. Daphne commented. I completely agree, Harry said, adding a kiss to help make his point. You've got a free period now, right? Good. Let's go outside for a bit. I need to tell you something. I had something to tell you anyway. Daphne replied. Let's go. Harry took Daphne's hand and together they made their way through the hallway and out the doors of the castle leading to the lake. Many other students were also outside enjoying the warm day, so Harry and Daphne had to walk quite a far distance before they were sure they would not be overheard. So the new gossip in Slytherin in that Theodore Nott's father was just murdered by a vampire. Daphne announced as they sat down on a rock facing the lake. He's leaving this weekend for the funeral. So you heard about that already then? Harry asked. That's sort of what I wanted to talk to you about. Sirius called me last night and apparently it wasn't a vampire that took out Nott. It was him and your dad. Really? Daphne asked in surprise. I haven't heard from him since it happened. But that isn't the kind of thing you put in a letter anyway. Did Sirius say why, apart from the obvious reason of not being a Death Eater? Voldemort was working on trying to get help from the vampires. Harry explained. That won't be happening now. No, I guess it won't. Daphne said. I wonder how much of this has just been planned and how much has just been luck. What are you talking about? Harry asked. During the last war, one of the reasons Voldemort was so feared was because of the legions of dark creatures under his command. Daphne began. But after you killed Greyback, he lost control of the werewolves and it will be years before they stop fighting each other and pick a new leader. Then you and the Order attacked Azkaban and took out most of the Dementors and scared the rest away. That was a bigger accomplishment than I think you realized at the time, Harry. People lived in constant fear of them last time. I can see why. Harry replied. I hate those bloody things. Voldemort has also brought over the giants, but the fact is that their population never really got the chance to rebuild since the last war. Daphne explained. Even though they have caused a lot of damage, Sirius seems to think that they will be killed or driven away by the end of the year. Sirius is pretty proud of what he has been able to accomplish with the Aurors and Minister Bones' help. Harry agreed. The vampires and Voldemort were supposed to have never trusted each other. Daphne said. That he would even consider reaching out to them is a sign of desperation. And the best part is that it didn't even work. Pretty much all he has left now are his Death Eaters. True, but they were always the most dangerous part of his army anyway. Harry reminded her. It'd be a mistake to think that we are even on the verge of beating him. We still have 2 more Horcruxes and Voldemort himself to deal with after all. You're right, Daphne agreed. But we are closer now than we've ever been. I just wish we could do more while we were here at Hogwarts. I know what you mean, Harry said. But for now we'll just keep learning as much as we can. Just remember to be careful, too. Careful about anything in particular? Daphne asked. No. I'm probably just imagining things anyway, Harry said skeptically. Just be careful in general. First tell me what you think you're imagining. Daphne demanded. I keep getting the feeling that somebody's watching me, Harry explained. But no one is ever there when I look. And the Marauders map hasn't been any help either. Maybe it's just Moody's paranoia wearing off on me. Thanks, Harry said with a smile. So do you need to get back inside? Can wait. Daphne replied before scooting closer to Harry and kissing him. Harry was happy to return the kiss and the young couple happily spent the rest of their time not thinking about the war or any threats they might be facing. At precisely 1:15 p.m. Sirius Black arrived at the apparition point in Diagon Alley and began walking towards the Leaky Cauldron for lunch exactly like he had done the 2 days before. The popular magical shopping area was bustling with activity, but Sirius appeared to pay little attention to any of it. He simply looked straight ahead and quickly made his way to his destination. His route briefly took him past the entrance to Nocturne Alley. However, he did not stop there or even bother looking at it. Sirius, I think you just picked up an admirer, Tonks said through an identical pair of communications devices. She was on the street walking around, careful to always keep Sirius within view. Her abilities as a metamorphmagus especially came in handy for this task. Today she appeared to be a middle-aged witch with long, graying hair. Yesterday she had looked like a younger, slightly overweight witch, and tomorrow she was toying with the idea of disguising herself as a wizard. Tonks was confident she could pull it off. Where is he, Tonks? Daniel asked as he began searching the area around Sirius. I recognize this guy, Daniel, Tonks said as she closed the distance between her and the target. He was here yesterday. I didn't think anything of it at the time. No one would have. Daniel replied. He used the omniocular zoom function to get a better look at the man following Sirius. Unfortunately, he did not look familiar. You're right though, he's definitely following Sirius. Sirius, I need you to just keep going on as we have before. This guy may be a Death Eater, but he isn't the one we want. Sirius did not respond, but simply continued on to the leaky cauldron. Once he reached it, he went inside and sat down at a table near the window as he had also done the 2 previous days. The man following him stopped in front of the building but did not enter. I'm backing off, Daniel, Tonks announced. We don't want him to get suspicious. That's fine. I've got him in my sights. Daniel replied. Their target still stood in front of the leaky cauldron, looking unsure of what he wanted to do. Inside, Sirius had already ordered his lunch and was waiting patiently for it to arrive. After a few more minutes, the man turned around and began to leave the area. He's on the move. Looks like he's heading back towards Nocturne. And what do you want me to do? Sirius asked quietly over the magical communications link. Enjoy your meal. Daniel answered. We've got this under control for now. Today is about setting the trap, not springing it. Daniel could hear Sirius grunt with dissatisfaction about that, but he did not. He just went into Borgin and Burke's. Tonks reported. Think I should follow? No, it's too risky. Daniel replied. Just wait there and watch for him to leave. After a half hour of waiting, their target had still not come out of Borgin and Burke's, and it was time for Sirius to leave the leaky cauldron if he wanted to stay on schedule. Sirius was unhappy that his part was over but left anyway in the hopes that their plan would be better off if he did. After an additional half hour, Daniel and Tonks agreed that the person they were following had likely left Nocturne Alley either through the flue inside the store or from a back exit they couldn't see from their positions. I think we've seen all there is to see today. Tonks whispered into the bracelet on her wrist, which enabled her to talk to the others. Same time tomorrow? No, tomorrow's Saturday. We'll stick to doing this on just weekdays. Hopefully that won't look suspicious. Daniel replied. That'll give me time to try and identify whoever it was following Sirius. Okay. Tonks agreed. In that case, I'm leaving. Daniel nodded and turned his attention back to Diagon Alley. It was still busy, but he could not spot anything out of the ordinary. Reluctantly, he had to agree with Tonks that there wasn't much left for them to do here, so he gathered his things and operated back home. He and the others could only hope that their real target would fall for the bait. Harry, Fred, and George stood on the sidelines of the Quidditch pitch watching closely as the 3 Gryffindor chasers tested the potential keepers. About a dozen students had eagerly signed up, hoping to be on the team that had been so successful in recent years. About half of them had absolutely no hope of making the team, but the rest had at least some skills. A 7th year that Harry barely knew was currently attempting to keep Angelina Johnson from scoring. Her arm shot forward to the far right goal and the potential keeper rushed to block the shot, only realizing at the last moment that the quaffle had never left her hand. The fake left the other goals wide open and Angelina easily scored. That's the 5th one he's missed. Fred commented with a shake of his head. Out of 6. George added. Obviously he's not our guy. But who is? The best anyone's done so far is block 6 out of 10. Harry said. The other 2 shrugged, each hoping that someone better would show up. I noticed Cormac McLagan didn't show up. Either of you know why? Who? Us. George replied. Nope, not a clue. Fred said. Maybe he's feeling a little under the weather. Harry didn't miss the small smiles that accompanied this statement from both of the twins. Sure, Harry said. And neither of you would know anything about that, huh? It sounds like we're being accused of something. Fred answered with a laugh. You know us, Harry, we'd never do anything to hurt the team. Of course, keeping that wanker off the team is also for the best. George muttered softly, but Fred nodded in agreement. I'll handle that. Fred answered before running off to where the rest of the people trying out for keeper were waiting. Is there a Ron Weasley here? Ron Weasley. What a silly name. Ron's face turned red as he made his way to the pitch and Fred continued teasing him. Hello there, little one. You do know that first years aren't normally allowed on the house team, don't you? Fred said as Ron approached. Knock it off, Fred. Ron said angrily. I need to concentrate. Quit stressing yourself out. Fred advised. That won't help. Ron nodded and stepped onto his broom before flying off towards the goals. For the next few minutes he simply flew around them, getting comfortable with the layout of the field. Meanwhile Fred walked back to where Harry and George were standing. "How do you think he'll do?" George asked. "Fine, if he can get over his nervousness," Harry replied, knowing that would be Ron's biggest problem. "'Cause it to bounce off the goal post instead of going through the hoop." As the quaffle fell, Fred and George began cheering on the close save, and as Ron returned back to his starting position, a large smile crossed his face. "I knew he wouldn't mess it up," Fred commented with a smile of his own. "Just 9 more to go," George replied uncertainly. Ron was able to prevent the chasers from scoring on the next 2 attempts, but on the following shot he made a poor decision and left the far right goal completely open, which allowed Alicia to easily score. Angry at himself, Ron also missed the next one and it looked like his success was at an end. But he blocked the next shot and the relief on his face was clear to all who were watching. After that his confidence seemed to return and he was able to prevent the chasers from scoring any more goals. Having blocked 8 out of 10 shots, Ron was the clear front-runner for the keeper position. After another hour of tryouts, no one else had been able to block as many shots as he had. The team met at the middle of the pitch to discuss what to do next. "All right, everybody," Angelina said. "I know I'm the captain, but this is a team decision. You all saw the tryouts, so who is our next keeper?" "I vote for Ron," Fred replied, with George nodding beside him. "Everyone knows you can never have too many Weasleys." "Right on that one, Fred," George added. "He did block the most shots," Katie commented. "Ron's got my vote, too. And mine," Alicia said. "Ron was the best out there." Harry agreed. "Then it's unanimous," Angelina said with a smile. "I'll let you two tell him." Fred and George ran off to tell their little brother the good news, and Harry could hear them yelling excitedly from completely across the pitch. Ron jumped onto his broom and flew around in large, looping circles as he pumped his fist into the air. His brother soon joined him, as did Ginny, who had been watching the tryouts from the sidelines. Deciding not to join them, Harry instead headed inside with the rest of the team and the disappointed group of students who had tried out but not gotten the position. Daphne, he knew, was busy working on an ancient runes project, so he thought it would be for the best to not bother her during that. So he decided to herd back to the Gryffindor common room and see if any of his friends were around. He was happy to see Hermione sitting on one of the couches writing a letter. What surprised him, however, was the fact that she was writing with pen and paper instead of quill and parchment. "Hey Hermione, what are you doing?" Harry asked as he sat down next to her. "Writing a letter to my parents," she replied. "I wish I had a pair of mirrors like the ones you and Sirius have, but this will have to do." "But why are you writing with those?" Harry said. "I don't think I've ever seen anyone use a pen or paper at Hogwarts." "I never knew that," Harry replied. "Do you think you'll live more like a witch or muggle once we've graduated and moved on?" "Why can't I do both?" Hermione asked. "I don't want to give up either. Both worlds have things they could teach the other, and it's a shame that wizards try so desperately to ignore muggles." "That's true, but I just can't see myself living in the muggle world after knowing about the magical one. Your experiences with the muggle world are mainly based on your time with the Dursleys, and that isn't a fair representation," Hermione said. "Most people are a lot nicer than them. On the bright side, I doubt I'll ever have to see them again," Harry replied. "If they followed my advice, they should be out of the house and far from here by now." "Where do you think they'll go?" "I don't really care," Harry answered. "I'll just be happy as long as I never have to see for Privet Drive ever again. I have a much better home now. I'm glad it turned out like it did," Hermione said with a smile towards her friend. She truly was glad that Harry was able to escape the Dursleys and go to somewhere he was actually wanted. "So, Ron made the Quidditch team," Harry said, changing subjects. "He must have been practicing." "Good for him," Hermione answered. They continued to talk for the next few minutes about the Quidditch team and school and various other unimportant topics, but unknown to them, the important part of their conversation had already been overheard. Nagini sat completely still in a part of the wall high above Harry and Hermione, but their voices could still be clearly heard. The information the snake gathered was immediately available to Lord Voldemort, who pondered what he could do with this new piece of data. Harry forcefully closed his eyes and tried to clear his mind of all distractions while Professor Shacklebolt sat and watched his pupil attempt to meditate. They had found, much to their disappointment, that while Harry had impressive occlumency shields, his method of obtaining them had not taught him the skills necessary to immediately grasp this new technique. Still, they were making progress, and that was the important thing. Good, Harry. Now concentrate on the flow of magic running through you, Shacklebolt instructed. If you can direct it towards one of your hands. Harry nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the words and attempted to do as his tutor asked. It was far more difficult than he had anticipated, however. Without the benefit of his wand, the task of forcing his magic into a specific spot was entirely up to him. At first he felt as if he was trying to divert a river with nothing more than his hands, but eventually he could feel the difference he was making. The magic seemed to finally acknowledge Harry as its master and do as he commanded. He was so focused, he almost missed what Shacklebolt said. Open your eyes. Harry did as asked and was shocked to see a tiny flame hovering above his outstretched hand. He could feel the warmth of the small flame, but it did not burn him. That's amazing, Harry gasped. It's wandless magic, isn't it? A form of it, yes, Shacklebolt agreed. Now try to bring the flame back within you and push it through your other hand. Harry closed his eyes again, began pulling back on his magic. He could feel the small gust of cool air hit his hand when the flame was extinguished, but even so it felt as if the warmth had somehow been transferred into his arm. The warmth traveled all the way up his arm, then across his shoulders and into the other arm. A few moments later he felt a familiar feeling in his other hand and opened his eyes. Another small flame was hovering just above his hand. I did it, Harry said proudly. Yes, you did, Shacklebolt said. But we always knew you could do it, Harry. You've done similar things before without realizing it, often in moments of extreme stress or emotion. It is important you learn to do it without those requirements. Continue meditating for another half hour or so and keep practicing what you learned tonight. Are you leaving? Harry asked. Unfortunately, Shacklebolt sighed. Apparently one of the requirements of being a teacher is grading papers. Dumbledore failed to mention how much of that there was when he was trying to convince me to take the job. Good work tonight, Harry. Thanks, Professor. Harry replied. See you Monday. Shacklebolt nodded his head in agreement before gathering his things and leaving the room. Harry was alone once again and still determined to master the skills his tutor was trying to teach him. He had grown much more powerful over the past few months, especially after learning how his power increases were different from that of other wizards and witches. Although it had been a long time since he had measured his magical power, he suspected that he was roughly twice as strong now as he was in the spring. Not bad, he thought, for a few months' work, including a lot of time that had been lost to either the Dursleys or recovering from Voldemort's spell. He's weak, Master. The strange and very faint voice surprised Harry. His eyes flew open and he began scanning the room for any threats that might be coming, but saw none. An idea struck him and he began to concentrate on feeling the magic around him, as Shacklebolt had shown him was possible. The sensation was confusing and Harry wasn't quite sure what he was looking for to begin with, but he continues to search. Finally he felt something that was out of place, and yet somehow very familiar. It wasn't coming from inside the room, he realized, but from the next room over. It was strange that he would be hearing things from other rooms unless they were talking very loud. Harry's suspicion that he was being watched grew, and he could not think of any other explanation for it. He was about to run into the next room when suddenly the odd magical presence he had been focusing on vanished and he could no longer feel any sign of it. He looked in the other room anyway, but there was nothing there. Harry frowned and felt that he was somehow missing something very important, but he couldn't determine what that was. Harry left the room in frustration and knew he wouldn't be able to meditate any more that night. His time would be much better spent teaching himself new spells in the room of requirement. It was another beautiful day at Hogwarts and Harry and Daphne were spending it outside, away from the noise and distractions of life inside the castle. Dobby had been kind enough to bring them some food for a picnic, although as usual he brought far too much. One of the reasons they had spent so much time outside recently was because while their Harry did not get the overwhelming feeling of being watched like he did while inside. Daphne sat and listened as Harry finished telling her what had happened the previous night. So you think that Voldemort sent someone to spy on you? Daphne asked while her mind considered the problem. I can't think of any other explanation. Harry replied. The only thing I can't figure out is who. Somebody hiding under an invisibility cloak, maybe? Daphne suggested. I don't think so. Harry answered with a shake of his head. They aren't showing up on the Marauders map, and that is able to see through invisibility cloaks. So maybe it isn't a person at all, or if it is, it might not be a living one. Daphne said. You think Voldemort sent a ghost to spy on me? Harry asked. I hadn't heard of any working for him. It's possible, but unlikely. Daphne replied. The other ghosts in the castle would have noticed and brought it to someone's attention. We should still ask around, though. What about a house elf? That's a good suggestion. Harry agreed. We know they can move around the castle freely, and the protections against apparition don't seem to work on them. Elves have a different kind of magic than we do. Daphne said. We should tell Dobby to keep an eye out for any house elves in the castle who don't belong here. I just have this feeling that I'm missing something. Harry said. But I can't figure out what it could be. Just keep thinking about it. Daphne advised. Harry nodded in agreement and leaned against the tree he was standing next to. He already had the sinking suspicion that he would be kicking himself when he realized what it was he was overlooking. Daphne watched her boyfriend worry about his problems inside. She wished there was more she could do to help, but she was already doing everything she knew to. Harry had closed his eyes to think and remained that way for several minutes. Daphne didn't say anything, knowing it would be better to just let him do it himself. Suddenly Harry's eyes popped open and a horrified expression crossed his face. What is it, Harry? Did you remember something? No, this is worse. Harry replied. His hand dropped into his pants pocket and pulled out a small metal disc. It was slightly glowing and had become hot to the touch. It's the Dursleys. I gave the other one of these to Aunt Petunia and told her to only use it if she were in extreme danger. I've got to go. Where are we going? Daphne asked, implying that Harry would not be leaving without her. According to this, they're still at home. Harry said, but I need you to go back into the castle and get my mirror. Tell Sirius what is going on, hopefully he'll be able to bring back up. Harry, I don't like this. Daphne protested. I should be there with you. I know, but you'll be helping me more by doing this than by coming with me. Harry explained. Sirius is a better dueler than you. Plus, he might have someone else with him that could help. Please do this for me. Fine. Daphne said unhappily. Where's your mirror? Wait, Daphne shouted, grabbing onto his shirt as he was turning to leave. She pulled him close to her and kissed him before reluctantly letting him go. I love you. Be careful. And vanish. The only thing she could do to help him now was to send Sirius after him. I greatly apologize for the delay in posting new chapters. Some personal issues came up and sorry guys, but my family is way more important than this story. Anyhow, the story is probably 34's done at this point and I've already mapped out the rest of the big plot points. I want to make sure that all of the loose ends get tied up appropriately, but I think I've got most of them covered. Thanks for reading and being patient. As always, I appreciate all of you who have taken the time to read and comment on this story. And for my part, one promise, it will be completed. Harry approached the house carefully, not wanting to announce his presence just yet. As he drew near to the house, he could not see or hear anything that would indicate the Dursleys were in danger. Then he stepped closer to the house and all at once the sounds of people screaming overwhelmed him. They must have used a silencing charm, Harry realized. Using his training from Shacklebolt and Moody, Harry checked the status of the wards surrounding the house. They were too weak to be of any use, but had not completely collapsed yet. That could happen at any moment. Another scream brought his attention back to what was going on inside the house. One of the screams was clearly his Aunt Petunia, begging someone to stop what they were doing. There was only fear in her voice though, not pain. The voice yelling in pain was male and Harry suspected it belonged to his cousin Dudley. Slowly, Harry moved around the house so that he could look through the window. Dudley's screams had ended and by the time Harry was able to look inside, he was laying on the ground with Petunia kneeling over him crying. Uncle Vernon had been paralyzed and magically stuck to the wall. There was nothing he could do to prevent the attacks on his family. not even scream for help. There were 3 Death Eaters inside the house that Harry could see. The first lurked quietly in corner and simply watched what was going on. His bright, silver hand identified him immediately as Wormtail. Wormtail seemed nervous and eager to leave the house, but said nothing to his fellow Death Eaters. "Please, leave us alone," Petunia begged. "Potter isn't here." "Of course not," Gabriel replied. "He's at Hogwarts, where he's supposed to be." "Then why are you doing this?" Petunia sobbed. "I can't tell you anything. He doesn't even like us." "Yes, we've heard how poorly you filthy muggles treated him." Malfoy sneered. "Potter is worthless, but at least he isn't muggle filth like you. We can't allow muggles to think they're better than us, now can we? And we have heard Potter doesn't care for you. But the Dark Lord think that if your deaths can cause him even the slightest amount of pain, it is well worth doing." Petunia shrieked again on hearing the admission that they planned on killing her and her family. Outside, Harry was considering his options. He knew his skills and power had vastly improved over the past few months, but he was still reluctant to rush into battle with 3 senior Death Eaters without bringing some kind of advantage with him. As it was his greatest advantage was the element of surprise. Perhaps if he could take out one of his opponents in the first few seconds of the clash, he would be able to save all the Dursleys and get out of the situation unharmed. "Sirius, you've got to help him," Daphne pleaded. The mirror trembled slightly in her hand, a combination of her worry for Harry and from loss of breath after running across the castle grounds to the Gryffindor common room. She had not even bothered to respond to the shouts from the Gryffindors telling her she wasn't allowed in. "I'm going now," Sirius replied. "Your dad's here, Daphne. Together we should be able to keep Harry safe." "Thank you," Daphne said earnestly. Sirius nodded, and then his image seemed to fade away as the mirror shut off. "Daphne?" An uncertain voice asked from the doorway. Daphne turned to see Hermione looking in on her worriedly. "What's wrong?" "Harry's gone to rescue the Dursleys," Daphne explained. "Sirius and my dad are going to help. I just hope they aren't going to be too late." "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "None of the Death Eaters can win against him, and it sounds like Harry can use the help." Malfoy's spell was a powerful shield that covered him but left Gabriel vulnerable. He knew his partner would choose an offensive spell to use against Potter, and he did not survive this long by dueling stupidly. No matter what happened, he knew he would be safe from this round of spells. Harry's spell created a fireball which sped towards Gabriel, searing the flesh it impacted and causing his robes to burst into flames. Gabriel's spell was a reducto curse that hit Harry squarely in the chest and sent him flying back out the open front door. Fortunately for Harry, Gabriel had been caught by surprise and not able to put the full extent of his power behind the curse. "What a pleasant surprise," Malfoy laughed as he stepped outside. Harry was scrambling to pick himself up, get ready to defend himself. "Crucio!" Malfoy yelled, casting one of his favorite spells. Harry was able to roll out of the way of the dark red spell. Where it hit the sidewalk, it broke the top of the concrete and left a black mark on the point of impact. Inside, Wormtail had finally gotten to his feet and was walking outside as well while Gabriel attempted to extinguish the flames on his robes. Meanwhile, Petunia and Dudley were desperately trying to pull Vernon down from the wall, but the sticking charm that had placed him there held strong. After dodging another Crucio, Harry was able to make it to his feet and retaliate against Malfoy. Bright blue bolts of electricity leapt from the tip of his wand and began striking Malfoy as the elder man screamed in pain. He was forced to cancel the spell, however, when he noticed Wormtail preparing to join the fight. With a flick of his wrist, Harry cast a strong cutting curse aimed not at his magical hand, but at the arm it was attached to. A moment later, another piece of Wormtail's arm fell to the ground, taking the magical hand with it, and he began to scream in pain. Now disconnected from his body, the magic holding the hand together vanished, leaving only a stump behind. "You have to get out of here," Harry commanded. He picked up a piece of junk from the ground, a silly-looking ceramic cat that had somehow survived the fight, and turned it into a port key to take them to a nearby hospital. It was the best he could do for them at the moment. "Take this. Run to the end of the block, and when you're both holding on to it, say, 'Escape.' It will get you out of here, you'll be safe." "But Vernon," Petunia sobbed. "You can't run this time, Wormtail." Sirius shouted with his wand pointed at the fleeing traitor's back. A blast of light erupted from Sirius' wand and sped towards Wormtail. Harry had the time to recognize it as an overpowered piercing hex before it struck its target. The spell punched a 2-inch diameter hole all the way through Wormtail's chest, and he immediately tumbled to the ground and did not move again. Sirius had finally gotten his revenge on Peter Pettigrew. For a moment, Harry thought the situation was almost under control. An instant later, everything changed. Harry felt Voldemort's presence before he actually saw the Dark Lord. His training with Shacklebolt had helped him develop his ability to sense the magic around him, and what he felt now was equally powerful and evil. Harry turned and looked down towards the end of the street where he had operated in only a few minutes before. "I see that one of you has killed Wormtail," Voldemort said, although there was no hint of sadness in his voice. "Who could have done that? You, Harry? No, I think now. It must have been Pettigrew's old friend Sirius Black." "What did it feel like to kill a friend, Black?" "He was a traitor," Sirius yelled in response. "He stopped being my friend when he joined you. He's just playing with you, Sirius," Daniel whispered, trying to calm him down. "Don't fall for it. We're all here. To think, when I started the day, all I wanted to do was to kill some muggles. This is going to be much more fun." "What are we going to do?" Sirius asked. "Run or fight?" Voldemort put up an anti-apparition ward around the whole place when he got here. Harry replied with a shake of his head. "It extends for at least a mile. I don't think we have a choice but to fight." "Harry's right," Daniel agreed sadly. "Voldemort's the main threat here, which is why you have to leave him to me." Harry interrupted. "I am better than you, and you both know that. Take out Malfoy and Gabriel as quick as you can and come help me. I don't know if I can beat him, but I don't have to today. Daphne should be on her way to tell Dumbledore right now, and with his help we can send Voldemort running." "In that case, I'll take my brother," Daniel replied. "Which means I've got Malfoy," Sirius said. Both of them shifted where their wands were pointed to reflect their new targets. For a few seconds nothing happened. All 6 wizards stood perfectly still with their wands pointed at each other. Harry saw movement in one of the houses on Privet Drive, and when he glanced over saw 2 small children looking out the window with the eyes wide open. Their reactions to seeing real wizards preparing to fight each other with magic would have made Harry laugh in any other situation. But there was no time for it now. In the end, it was Lucius Malfoy who cast the first spell and started the battle. "Avada Kedavra," Malfoy yelled, casting the killing curse at Sirius. Sirius stepped to the side and sent a reducto back at his attacker, but Malfoy was able to shield against the spell and quickly return fire. Their duel drifted off to one side of the street until they were fighting on the lawns and sidewalks instead of the actual road. The need for Voldemort began with a volley of crucios that he cast in rapid succession. Faster than Harry had ever seen anyone cast the unforgivable before. Harry knew Voldemort expected him to run or jump to avoid the curses, but Harry was eager to surprise the Dark Lord with how powerful he had become. A wave of Harry's wand caused the concrete the street was made of to peel up and form a wall in front of him. Voldemort's curses smashed into the concrete and broke pieces of it off, but none of the spells were able to break completely through and reach Harry. Instead of just dropping the concrete back to where it was, Harry kept folding it over until the top curled down on itself. Soon that piece of the road had been formed into a hollow concrete cylinder that Harry sent rolling towards the Dark Lord. He put as much power into pushing it as he could, and the object accelerated rapidly. Unfortunately, right before it reached its target, Voldemort magically lifted the ground in front of him into a ramp, and the concrete cylinder flew harmlessly over his head and down the street where it crushed several cars. "Impressive, Potter," Voldemort said as he waved his wand again, lowering the ground in front of him so that he could keep approaching Harry. "Let's see how you handle this." Voldemort began waving his wand, frequently jabbing it into the air above his head, but Harry could not tell what the spell was doing. But then he followed Voldemort's gaze and looked into the sky above him. High in the air, he could see a number of tiny orange-red dots. Whatever they were, Harry knew they were bad news. Suddenly one of the speck appeared to be getting larger, and Harry realized the objects were not tiny at all, just very high up in the air, and one of them was falling quickly. As it grew closer, Harry could finally see it clearly and recognize it for what it was. a large, burning chunk of rock falling to the ground like a meteorite. Harry sent a strong banishing curse towards the rock and was just able to hit it and knock it off course. Even so, the boulder smashed into the ground about 20 feet from him and shook the ground like an earthquake. The impact had even formed a small crater and kicked up a cloud of dust that covered the area. Harry looked up to see that the rest of the burning rocks were now also beginning to fall, and they were all headed towards him. Harry knew that he couldn't simply divert all of these magically created meteorites like he had done previously. There were just too many of them for that. Time was running out for him to come up with a solution. With only moments left until the next one struck, Harry created a huge magical dome around himself and hoped it would be able to stop them. When Voldemort saw this, a cruel smile formed on his face. The rocks began crashing into Harry's shield one after another. When they finally stopped, the area was covered with dust and debris, and where Harry once stood was nothing but a pile of smoldering rubble. Voldemort cackled gleefully, certain that he had finally destroyed the boy who lived. His joy was short-lived, however, because only seconds later the pile began to shake. The rubble was then thrown in every direction away from the pile, and when it was clear once again, Voldemort saw that Harry was standing in the middle of the crater, still alive and well. Voldemort, angry that his attack had not worked, began angrily walking towards Harry, throwing another barrage of curses. Harry returned fire with his own curses, but both of them were surprised when their wands once again began to connect. A similar event had occurred at their last fight in the graveyard, but still neither one of them knew what it meant. A magical dome formed around them as Harry and Voldemort fought for control of the connection. After a few moments of fighting, Harry knew that Voldemort was still vastly more powerful than he was, and that he could not hold the connection for much longer. With a final push, Harry broke the connection between their wands and rolled to the side. As he did, he cast a strong cutting curse which caught Voldemort off guard. The spell caused a long, bloody gash to open up on the Dark Lord's chest as he roared in pain and fury. Crucio! Voldemort yelled in his rage. Harry dodged the spell and responded with the acid spell he had stolen from Barty Crouch Jr. Unfortunately, it bounced harmlessly off of a shield that Voldemort had wandlessly produced. The two powerful wizards continued to trade spells until Voldemort was finally able to catch Harry off guard with a bit of wandless animation. Behind Harry, a large hand made of rock had been created and brought to life by Voldemort. Harry was completely unaware of its existence until its finger wrapped around him and began crushing him. Harry could not even move his wand because it was trapped at his side. He was defenseless before Lord Voldemort. "Finally, I have you where I want you," Voldemort said. Around them, Sirius and Daniel were still dueling with Lucius and Gabriel and therefore unable to help Harry. "You're hiding something from me, Potter, and now I am going to find out what this power I know not really is." Legilimens. While Harry and Voldemort were struggling in their mental battle, neither Sirius or Daniel had been able to end the fight against their opponents. Malfoy had always been one of the most talented Death Eaters, and Gabriel had clearly fully recovered from his stay in Azkaban and returned to his full potential. All four men had suffered a variety of minor injuries, but nothing that would stop them from continuing their duels. "Very well, Potter," Voldemort shouted as he lowered his shield. "If you won't give me the information I want, I'll just kill you." "I don't think so, Tom," a familiar voice said from behind the Dark Lord. Voldemort scowled in recognition as he turned to face Dumbledore. Sirius and Daniel were standing next to him, looking battered from their duels but still healthy. "Your minions have fled, leaving you here alone. Between the four of us that remain, I think we might even be able to beat you once and for all. You don't have any idea how powerful I have become, old man," Voldemort retorted. "I promise you this, Dumbledore, you will die by my hand. And soon. I had hoped that time would dull your arrogance, Tom. But it seems that hope was in vain," Dumbledore replied. His wand was in his hand but not pointed at Voldemort. He suspected that there would be no more fighting on this day. "Go, Tom, we will finish this another day." "No!" Harry yelled, raising his own anti-apparition ward just as Voldemort lowered his. Unfortunately, though, it took a large portion of his power and concentration to maintain it. "We can take him. It seems the boy still wants to play, Dumbledore." Voldemort laughed, raising his wand back towards Harry. "Perhaps we shouldn't disappoint him. Let it go, Harry." Dumbledore commanded. You aren't ready for this. We can't just let him go. Harry pleaded. You fool. Voldemort shouted back. You don't have the power to keep me here. With that, Voldemort apparat away, tearing through Harry's ward as if it wasn't even there. The resulting backlash knocked Harry onto his back. He quickly got back to his feet and looked for Voldemort, but the Dark Lord was gone. Damn it! Harry swore angrily. He stalked over to where Dumbledore was standing and let his temper flare. You could have stopped him. Why did you let him go? We might not have been able to permanently kill him, but at least we could destroy his body. Even if that is so, and I don't believe it is, what then, Harry? Dumbledore sighed. He would lived on and found a way to return. What's worse is he would be more likely to check on his Horcruxes and find that several of them have been destroyed. Until Hufflepuff's cup and the snake are destroyed, attempting to finish him off would be a mistake. At Dumbledore's mention of Nagini, Harry blinked hard as the piece of the puzzle he had been missing finally fell into place. He was so angry at himself he almost forgot the argument he had been having with Dumbledore. The snake, Harry said. How could I have been so stupid? It was right in front of me all along. Harry, what are you talking about? Sirius asked curiously. He knew his godson was on to something. It all makes sense now. That's how Voldemort knew where the Dursleys lived. Plus, it's probably how he figured out I had come to help them today. Harry rambled on, not making sense to anyone around him. When he saw their confused faces, he knew he had to explain. For weeks now I felt like someone has been watching me, but I couldn't figure out who it was. They didn't show up on the Marauders map either, so Daphne and I thought maybe it was a house elf. But it wasn't. It was Nagini all along. Are you saying that Voldemort sent his Horcrux snake into Hogwarts just to spy on you? Daniel asked. That's an awfully big risk. Tom would not think so. Dumbledore disagreed. In his arrogance, he would not even consider that his plan could possibly go wrong. Also, he doesn't yet realize that we even know of his Horcruxes. He might think the same thing when we kill Bellatrix. Daniel reminded him. We're gonna have to coordinate it and try to take out both at once. Catching him by surprise is our best hope. Harry, Albus, now that you know Nagini is somewhere in the castle, can you track it down? So when do we do this? Harry asked eagerly. I don't like being watched, and there's no telling what else the snake is up to. We have to wait for Bellatrix to fall for our trap. Sirius smiled. Neither Harry nor Dumbledore knew anything about his and Daniel's plan up to that point. We're probably a week away, if that. Sirius, what are you up to? Dumbledore asked with a worried expression on his face. I did not approve this action, and we weren't going to win this war sitting around for your okay. Daniel replied. Don't worry about our end of it, Dumbledore. Sirius and I can handle it. You and Harry just take care of the snake. I don't like it, but very well. Dumbledore said. Harry, you must speak of this to no one when we return. Not even your closest friends. The consequences of our plans being discovered are too great. You must also try not to change your habits in any way so as not to arouse suspicion. Fine. Harry said reluctantly. He didn't like the idea of keeping something this big from his friends, and especially not Daphne. It shouldn't be for too long, right? We hope not. Sirius answered. A smile then crossed his face, and he wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder proudly. Excellent work out there today, Harry. You actually fought that loser to a draw. Thanks, Sirius, but you're wrong about it being a draw. Harry replied. He was never fighting at his full power. He was just toying with me, testing me to see how strong I really was. The only time he really tried was when he using legilimency, and for the most part one was able to fight him off then because I was lucky. Next time he won't be holding back. Don't get so down on yourself, you did very well. Daniel reminded him. Next time you'll be better too. Yeah. Harry agreed uncertainly. Hey, did anyone see where the Dursleys went to? He looked around, but there was no sign of them. They portkeyed out before the fighting really started. Sirius informed him. Was that your doing? Yes. Harry confirmed. At least they made it. I couldn't save Vernon though. Sorry, kiddo. Sirius replied. You did your best. Yes, you did. And there is still much for the rest of us to do. Dumbledore said. The three of us will stay behind and attempt to clean up this mess. And I suspect there are quite a few muggles in need of obliviation. In that case, I really should be going, Harry said, smiling. You guys have fun with that though. I think the rest of the street is at the bottom of the hill if you were wondering. Bye. Harry apparat away before Sirius or Daniel could argue that he needed to stay behind and help. Sirius laughed heartily at Harry's attitude. Just like James, he thought to himself between chuckles. The three of them would spend several hours repairing what only a few minutes of chaos had caused. But by the end of the day, there were no physical signs indicating a battle had taken place on Privet Drive, and none of the residents could seem to remember anything out of the ordinary happening that day. Yep, Voldemort just cast Mateo on Harry. Well, at least I thought it was funny. Thanks again for sticking with this story. Updates should be coming much more regularly from now on. Enjoy and please review. What's going on, Harry? Daphne demanded to know. They were sitting in the library where they had agreed to work on some homework together earlier in the day. Harry, true to his word, had not told anyone about the planned attack on Voldemort's 2 remaining Horcruxes. He thought that he had also not acted suspiciously, but obviously Daphne now suspected something was up that she was not privy to. What do you mean? Harry asked uncomfortably. He could vaguely feel a dark sensation coming from the ceiling above him, evidence that Nagini was listening in on their conversation. As much as he wanted to be honest with Daphne, who knew that he simply could not right now. You know exactly what I mean, Daphne said as loud as she could get away with in the library. You've been acting strange ever since you got back from the Dursleys. Did something happen there you aren't telling me? I'm fine, Daphne, really, Harry insisted. Yes, it was a bad situation and I wish it had not have happened, but it's over now. I just don't see why you think something is so wrong with me. Besides the attitude, you've been forgetful, Daphne explained. Forgetful? Harry asked, genuinely confused. How? What's today? Daphne asked. Wednesday. Harry answered, still not understanding where she was going with this line of questioning. The date, Harry. What's the date? I don't know, Harry replied. October something. October the 11th. Daphne reminded him. And do you remember why that day might be important? Crap, Harry said, finally realizing his error. I forgot your birthday. Yeah, you did, Daphne replied angrily. I thought that maybe you were just trying to get me to the library to surprise me with something. But obviously not. Daphne, I'm so sorry, Harry pleaded. I've had a lot on my mind lately, but still that isn't a good excuse. No, it's not, Daphne agreed. I'm gonna make this up to you, I swear, Harry said. Can you forgive me? Yes, but you owe me, Daphne replied. I expect something sufficiently impressive. Duly noted, Harry said with a nod of his head. Any hints? You can start with telling me what is on your mind, Daphne suggested. I've just been busy, that's all, Harry lied. But as he did, he raised his hand to his mouth and covered it while shaking his head back and forth. He gestured towards the ceiling. Daphne had no idea what was going on, but understood that for whatever reason Harry was trying to say he couldn't talk about it. That, however, was not really the answer she wanted to hear. Fine, Daphne said. Well then, I actually already did my homework when I thought we might have other plans for tonight. I'll just leave you to finish yours. Good night, Harry. With that, Daphne stood up, grabbed her things, and walked out of the library. Harry silently debated about whether or not to go after her, but decided not to when he realized there was no way he could explain what was going on, especially not with Nagini listening. He just hoped that when all of this was over she would understand why he couldn't talk about it. Forgetting her birthday, on the other hand, was completely his fault, and he knew he would have to do something impressive to make up for it. Bellatrix laid on a couch in the Malfoys' living room, boredly twirling a dagger in her hand and listening to her sister ramble on about some fancy party she had attended a year prior and how interesting it had been. In truth, Bellatrix wasn't paying any attention to Narcissa, but there was nothing better for her to do than pretend to listen. Bellatrix had never cared for social functions that the elite purebloods held and attended. She would much rather be out causing chaos amongst the mudbloods and muggles. But of course the Parkinsons are fools if they think we'd ever allow our dear Draco to marry their whore daughter. Narcissa continued, apparently on a new subject that Bellatrix had also not been listening to. You'd agree if you heard the way Draco says she acts at school. Narcissa, shut up, Bellatrix finally said. I don't care. She did not even bother to look as her sister sighed in annoyance and left the room. Deep down Bellatrix knew it was not wise to anger her sister like that, especially not now since there were so few other places for her to go. But in the end her desire to provoke people won out. She didn't consider it to be her fault, however. What else could they expect after keeping her trapped in this house for weeks on end? More than anything she wanted to be out in the world fighting for her master and seeking revenge on her enemies. That was the good life. "Excuse me, Mrs. Lestrange?" A new voice asked from the entrance to the living room. Bellatrix tilted her head slightly to see who it was, frowning when she didn't recognize the young man. "What do you want?" she asked, her annoyance evident in her tone of voice. Her wand was already in her hand, just in case. "I had heard you were looking for information on Sirius Black," he explained. "I have something that might be interesting to you." "Well, what is it?" Bellatrix demanded as she rose to her feet. "Actually, I was wondering if there was some kind of reward, if the information helps, of course." The young Death Eater said hopefully. "How about this for a reward? You tell me everything you know and I won't cut out your intestines and feed them to you." Bellatrix replied, waving the dagger in her non-wand hand. "Does that work for you?" "Yes, ma'am." The man agreed nervously. "I first saw him last week, but I thought it was just a random thing. But he's come back every day since then, except for on the weekends. Slow down and start making sense," Bellatrix demanded. The Death Eater nodded and continued. "Sirius Black shows up in Diagon Alley every day a little after 1 in the afternoon. He explained. He usually goes straight to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. There was a girl that I didn't recognize with him once, but most times he is alone. After he's finished eating, he spends an hour or so walking around Diagon Alley going different places. Today he spent about a half hour in Gringotts for some reason." "That is interesting," Bellatrix said with an evil smile. "Poor cousin Sirius will have to be taught not to have such predictable habits. Will you need help?" the young Death Eater asked, silently hoping to be told no. "You just get in the way," Bellatrix said dismissively, eliciting a sigh of relief from her guest. "Speak of this to no one else. Sirius Black dies by my hand and no one else's. Is that clear?" "Yes, of course," the man agreed. "Now leave," Bellatrix commanded happily. "I have a family murder to plan." The Death Eater quickly did as she asked, and as he left the house, he could clearly hear the Demented Witch laughing gleefully. He swore at that moment never to return to the house. Later that night Harry opened the door to Dumbledore's office wondering what the headmaster could want from him. He had been delivered a note just before curfew requesting a meeting. He suspected it had something to do with their search for Nagini, which they had not spoken of since leaving the Dursleys. Even so, Harry had carefully monitored the movements of the snake in the hopes that he could discover an easy way to catch it. "Thank you for coming, Harry," Dumbledore said as Harry entered the room. "Take a seat, we have much to discuss." "Okay, Professor," Harry replied as he sat down in a chair across from Dumbledore. "What's going on?" "I have spent most of this week tracking down the snake, sir," Harry yelled, worried that their conversation could be overheard. "Sorry," Harry replied. "I guess I should have known it was something like that. When is the best time to get to it then?" Harry asked. "I do not believe it will be hard to capture, and that can probably be done whenever it is needed. However, I do worry about what types of protections Voldemort will have placed on the snake," Dumbledore explained. "I was hoping you might have some insight on that aspect. I think I know most of what to expect, but if Voldemort has made any recent additions to Nagini's defenses, I won't know about those," Harry said. "First off, it is extremely spell-resistant, about as much so as a dragon in fact. It's still possible to kill it with a curse, but very difficult. It's also very strong and fast with near-human intelligence. One advantage we have is that it doesn't actually have any way to magically attack us or escape." "How interesting," Dumbledore remarked. "If not magic, then perhaps a physical attack of some kind. Your basilisk fong. Perhaps that would work, but I already gave it to Sirius to destroy Hufflepuff's cup with," Harry replied. "I'm pretty sure Fiendfire would kill it. Fiendfire is notoriously difficult to control, even for powerful wizards such as ourselves." Dumbledore objected. "I would prefer another option. I still have some basilisk venom, Maybe we could just pour it on a weapon and use that against Nagini. Harry suggested. At that moment a new thought entered his mind and he knew exactly what to do. We don't need to make a new weapon at all. We can just use Gryffindor's sword. Precisely, Dumbledore said happily. I was wondering how long it would take you to consider that. What was this, a test? Harry asked, uncertain what Dumbledore was up to. Why, so can I have the sword now? Harry asked. He was eager to have the legendary weapon back in his hands. I was the last one to use it after all. I think I will keep it until it is needed, though I agree you are probably the one most likely to use it. Dumbledore said. Stay vigilant, Harry. Sirius believes the time to strike could come very soon. I will. Harry promised. Anything else, Professor? I do not believe so. Dumbledore answered, although he sounded like there was more on his mind that he wasn't saying. You may go. Harry nodded and left the room, wondering what Dumbledore was really thinking. It was hard for him to understand the thought processes of the headmaster though, even after fighting with and helping him over the past year. Things had changed so much since then that it almost seemed like a lifetime ago that his name had come out of the Goblet of Fire and set so many things into action. Bellatrix was presently leaning against the wall of one of the shops lining Diagon Alley watching the apparition point. She had decided to disguise herself so as to better be able to track and capture her traitorous cousin, and as of yet no one had seemed to notice her. She had not moved from her spot since she arrived there a half hour ago, but that did not bother her. She had to be sure that she was there when Sirius arrived. If the information she had received was correct, he should appear at the apparition point in a few more minutes, but the younger Death Eaters were notoriously unreliable. The thought made her growl in disgust. Such fools were not worthy to serve her master. Her impatience had begun building to a crescendo as the time that Sirius was supposed to arrive neared. When it was finally 1:15 p.m., she angrily grasped her wand and wanted to curse something because Sirius was not there. But then, just as she was imagining how she would punish the idiot who gave her false information, Sirius apparat into Diagon Alley and began walking towards the leaky cauldron. Bellatrix followed behind him close enough so that she would not lose him but far enough back that he would not suspect he was being followed. Luckily for her, Sirius never once looked back over his shoulder or made a single move to detect potential threats. Bellatrix couldn't help but laugh at his mistake, but she failed to notice that with all of her focus on Sirius, she was making the exact same one. Sirius made it to the leaky cauldron before Bellatrix could make her move against him. Disappointed, Bellatrix sat on a bench across the street watching the front window and waiting for Sirius to leave. Yet again she was frustrated with the delay, but at least this time she had her target in her sights. She paid no attention to the people on the Tonks, of course, looked nothing like what her Aunt Bellatrix would expect her to look like. Her hair was long and blonde to go with her bright blue eyes, all copied from a model on the cover of a Muggle magazine that she had seen earlier in the day. She had arrived at Diagon Alley 15 minutes before Sirius, as usual, and was immediately informed by Daniel that he had spotted a witch taking an unusual interest in the apparition point. Upon inspection, Tonks agreed with Daniel, and the feeling that this was finally the day the caught Bellatrix Lestrange began to grow. Damn, I don't think she's even blinked in the last 10 minutes. Tonks whispered over their magical communications link. On the other end, she heard Daniel chuckling at her observation. Is everything ready? Yes. Daniel confirmed. I'll be getting into position once Sirius finishes lunch. You just keep trailing Bellatrix. No one was more surprised about this than Bellatrix. She almost cackled in glee when she saw where he was going because the darker shopping district would make it much easier to capture Sirius with minimum fuss. It was looking to be a very good day for her indeed, she thought. She continued following him and noticed he seemed a bit more tense in Nocturne Alley than he did Diagon Alley. Perhaps, she wondered, her cousin was doing something he didn't want to get caught doing. That just made the chase all the more interesting. Suddenly Sirius turned down an alley and for a moment Bellatrix lost sight of her target. She ran towards where she had seen him go, desperate to not let him get away. The alley Sirius had entered was only about 30 feet long and ended in a brick wall. There was, however, another alley connected to it leading to the left from the end of the alley. When Bellatrix entered the alley, Sirius had already exited the other way, but this only encouraged Bellatrix. She knew this part of town very well and was certain that this alley ended in a dead end. Sirius and whoever he was likely meeting would be trapped. She hoped that by the end of the day she would have killed her annoying cousin and perhaps captured a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Slowing down so she wouldn't be heard, Bellatrix drew her wand and prepared to ambush Sirius. The moment she turned the corner she knew something had gone horribly wrong. Sirius was nowhere to be seen, and she could sense an anti-apparition ward being cast on the entire area. Bellatrix slowly walked to the end of the alley, hoping for some clue as to what was going on. "Looking for me, Bella?" Sirius asked from the entrance of the alley, causing Bellatrix to spin in his direction with her wand pointed at him. The deadly smile returned to her face. "Well, here I am." "Good, I was afraid you had run," Bellatrix replied. "Now we can finish this." "I didn't come to fight fair," Sirius informed her. A woman stepped into the alley beside Sirius and smirked at her. Bellatrix was a little confused by this because she didn't recognize the woman, and the Death Eaters felt they had good information on who was in the Order of the Phoenix. "Oops, I forgot to take off my disguise, didn't I?" Tonks asked. A moment later her face and hair returned to normal as she revealed herself. "Long time no see, Aunt Bellatrix. You're that blood traitor Andromeda's daughter, Nymphadora." Bellatrix realized. "It's a family reunion. Don't call me Nymphadora," Tonks demanded, raising her wand and pointing it at her aunt's head. "Or else I'll get angry." "How cute," Bellatrix commented. "The two of you really think you can beat me, the Dark Lord's best soldier?" "No, Bella," Sirius said. "The three of us do. So what now, cousin?" Bellatrix asked. "Going to hand me over to that old fool Dumbledore?" "No, Bella," Sirius answered with a shake of his head. "We brought you here to kill you, so there is still some black blood in your veins." Bellatrix laughed. "But do you really have it in you to cast Avada Kedavra?" The killing curse burst from her wand and streaked towards Sirius. "Good work, Daniel," Sirius said as he brushed himself off and stood back up. Meanwhile Daniel was climbing down from his perch to join the others. "Have anything to say, Bella?" Bellatrix's eyes, the only part of her body she could really move, flared angrily, but she was unable to say anything in response. Tonks took the chance to steal the wand out of her aunt's hand and placed it in her back pocket, leaving the Death Eater completely defenseless. "You know, Bella, you were right," Sirius said as he walked up to his cousin. "I've never cast the killing curse before and I never will. Maybe I just don't have it in me. But I can cast this one. Lacero." The cutting curse ripped through Bellatrix's neck as if it wasn't even there. As her head was separated from her body, and she died, the spell holding her in place was cancelled, allowing her body to fall to the ground in a graceless pile. Tonks turned and coughed, trying not to vomit at the gruesome sight. "What about the body?" Sirius asked. "I'll take care of that," Daniel replied. He then transfigured Bellatrix's body into a trash can and her head into the lid. Sirius couldn't help but laugh at his cousin's fate. "That should last for a week or so, more than enough time than we need. Hopefully nobody will be looking for her anytime soon." "I'm headed to Gringotts now," Sirius nodded. "Her vault's records will have already recorded her death. From there it should be fairly simple to get in and destroy Hufflepuff's cup. Harry gave me his basilisk fong. Speaking of Harry, you need to let him know that it's time to strike against the snake," Daniel replied. "He needs to do it soon. Our window of opportunity could be very small." "I'll tell him now," Sirius said. With that, he pulled the charmed mirror out of his cloak and activated it. "Sirius," Harry said when he saw the face of his godfather in the mirror. "Hey Harry," Sirius said. "I just wanted to let you know that thing I promised I'd do for you is almost done. Actually, it will be in an hour or so." Sirius was purposefully being vague so that no one would be able to learn what they were up to by overhearing the conversation. "That's great," Harry said. "Thanks for that, Sirius." "No problem," Sirius replied. "I guess I'll talk to you later. I'm sure you have lots to do." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "Bye, Sirius." Harry put the mirror away and smiled to himself. Voldemort was closer to being defeated than he had ever been, and the best part was that he didn't even know it. "It's time," Harry yelled as he burst through the doors. Dumbledore was inside speaking with Professor McGonagall, and upon seeing Harry, Dumbledore looked amused while McGonagall looked upset. "Mr. Potter, You are supposed to be in potions with Professor Snape right now. McGonagall scolded him. Go now and hope he isn't in a bad mood. Professor McGonagall could sense that she was being dismissed, and with a frustrated huff she left the office and closed the door behind her. Dumbledore chuckled at her behavior as she left. I do believe we have upset Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore commented, though I suspect she would be thrilled if she knew what we were up to. It's safe to talk here, Harry. What has happened? Sirius just told me that their part of the plan has been completed, or will be soon, which I guess means they took out Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry informed the headmaster. Dumbledore did not approve of his apparent joy at hearing of another person's death, but understood the reasoning behind it. Now it's up to us to finish this, and for that we need the sword. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. He subtly motioned to a case on the wall where the Gryffindor's sword was proudly displayed, which Harry took as an indication that he should take it out. Very carefully he lifted the weapon from its holder and felt for the first time in years the power it contained. It seemed almost warm in his hand, as if there was where it truly belonged. Harry could not help but grin in satisfaction as he held it. I have also prepared a room in which to trap Nagini. If we can lure it there, the snake will have no chance to escape. Brilliant! Harry exclaimed. Let's go. Here we are. Now we wait, Dumbledore explained. And he was right, Harry realized. He could not sense Nagini's presence nearby, despite the fact that the snake had been following him earlier. He suspected that Nagini was having difficulty navigating into this part of the castle. Perhaps not even Voldemort knew it existed. His thoughts were interrupted shortly later when he felt the familiar presence of Nagini nearby. Harry noticed a small grin on Dumbledore's face. He had obviously noticed it as well. The door slammed shut and locked instantly. Harry could hear other changes going on around the room that he couldn't see, but he suspected their effect was that Nagini was trapped where it was. Harry's instincts were far too good, however, and he was able to sidestep the best and bring the sword down on it in one fluid motion. In one swing the snake was cut in half and left writhing in pain on the ground. Finish it, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and approached the snake's head, which turned to look at its destroyer. In the moment before Harry brought the blade down on Nagini and ended its life, the snake looked up at Harry with a look of pure hatred. Harry felt absolutely certain in that moment Voldemort was seeing him through his Horcrux's eyes. Then, in a flash, it was all over. One more of Voldemort's Horcruxes was destroyed. They would find out shortly afterwards that Sirius' mission at Gringotts had also been a total success with no problems at all. For the first time in decades, Lord Voldemort was once again mortal, but Harry knew this would not make him any less dangerous. The real battle against the Dark Lord was just about to begin. By the time Lord Voldemort left the small shack, the Gaunt family once lived in the flames had already consumed much of it, and the pitiful structure was beginning to collapse. The Dark Lord's rage was not quenched by this small act, however, and would not be until he shed the blood of his enemies. They would pay for their crimes against him. Watching the last moments of Nagini's life through the snake's own eyes had been a truly shocking event for Voldemort. Another one of his precious anchors to this world had somehow been destroyed without him ever even realizing it was in danger. To his knowledge, that meant his supply of Horcruxes had been reduced from 5 to 4. Malfoy had suffered once for losing the diary Voldemort had placed in his care, and on that day he would suffer for it again, despite not knowing why he was being punished. It was not until the next day, however, that a measure of doubt regarding the safety of his remaining Horcruxes began to form in his mind. Surely the others were safe, he reasoned, because no one else knew of their existence and they were all hidden. It was the strange disappearance of Bellatrix Lestrange that finally prompted him to check on his Horcruxes. One Horcrux being destroyed on the same day that the protector of another vanished was just too much of a coincidence to be believed. Having made up his mind, Voldemort decided to start with the Horcrux he believed to be the safest, Slytherin's locket. Unfounded. No one could possibly know of this place. The very idea was ridiculous. His confidence only increased the fury he felt when he realized that his Horcrux was gone, stolen decades ago by the traitor Regulus Black. It suddenly became clear to him how Black had known of the cave. It was after all his house elf that Voldemort had used to place it there. He immediately killed the house elf he had brought along, even though it did him little good since his Horcrux was already gone. His next stop was the Gaunt Shack, where he found that Horcrux 2 was also missing and presumed destroyed. Someone, somehow, had learned his most precious secret and used it against him. So you see, I couldn't tell you what we were doing because we were afraid Nagini might overhear. Harry explained, hoping his girlfriend would understand. They were sitting in the Great Hall eating lunch while Harry told his side of the story. Although there was no one nearby except for Hermione and Neville, who were having their own conversation about a prefect's meeting the night before, Harry was still careful to describe things in vague terms and speak quietly so only Daphne could hear. I wanted to tell you. I don't know, Harry. Daphne replied skeptically. Didn't you say you could sense when the snake was nearby? Most of the time, Harry confirmed. But what if I made a mistake? It would have ruined everything. All right, I'll forgive you. Daphne sighed. But only because it was for a really good reason and you've already promised to make it up to me. How are you going to do that? Well, Harry stammered, clearly not prepared to answer the question. This is a Hogsmeade weekend. We could do something there. Hogsmeade? Daphne laughed. Come on, Harry. We would have gone there anyway. You better come up with something good. Hermione interjected. I mean, you even remembered my birthday. I think that's probably the smart thing to do, Harry. Neville replied, nodding. There's 2 of them and just 1 of you. Harry shrugged. Knowing this was one battle he stood no chance of winning. But, all things considered, he was having a very good week. He fully understood the magnitude of what they had been able to accomplish. Now Voldemort was nothing more than a dark wizard, albeit an incredibly powerful one with many loyal followers. He could finally be killed and peace would return to the world once again. Perhaps, as Dumbledore believed, it truly would be his fate to strike the killing blow against the Dark Lord. As his last encounter showed, he was clearly not ready for that. But every day he improved and Harry knew that he would eventually be Voldemort's equal. He only hoped that day would come soon. All of the Death Eaters in Voldemort's base froze when they heard their master's angry roar. No one was quite sure what he had been doing for the past few days, and despite their curiosity they were smart enough to know not to ask. Still, they understood that whatever was happening, it did not make the Dark Lord happy. Many of them decided that now would be a good time to find something to do far away from Voldemort. The Dark Lord had sequestered himself in a room that none of his Death Eaters had ever dared enter. But it was far from empty. On a stone table in the center of the room, a female Muggle teenager was screaming hysterically and thrashing against the bonds that held her in place. Voldemort, however, showed no signs of listening to her pleas and proceeded with the preparations of the ritual he was seeking to complete. It should have been a simple task for him, and yet he was facing complications. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort said finally, casting the killing curse and ending the young girl's screams. He waited a moment before casting a diagnostic spell to verify his plan had worked. Unfortunately for him, though, the results came out negative, just like his previous attempts that day. Voldemort growled angrily before banishing the girl's remains off of the table and into a corner of the room where it collided with the bodies of several other Muggles who had died similarly before her. For the first time in many hours, the room was completely quiet. Voldemort had no idea why his attempts to create a new Horcrux were not working, but suspected it had to do with how little of his soul he had left. Over the years he had abused and attacked it until his humanity was for all intents and purposes gone. He considered bringing in more victims to continue trying, but somehow knew that would be pointless. That path to immortality was now closed to him forever, but there were rumors of other paths that one could take to achieve the same result. He had never needed them before, but now, he knew he would have to search for new magic to ensure his eternal dominance among all wizards. But now it was time to punish his enemies for their crimes. Despite his anger, that thought made him smile. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Neville chatted happily as their carriage made its way from Hogwarts to the nearby village of Hogsmeade. It was a bright, sunny day, but also one of the coldest of the fall so far. Harry was looking forward to the day more than the others because he had finally come up with a way to surprise his girlfriend. He only hoped that she would like it. He had not told anyone but Neville what he was going to do, but was happy that Neville at least seemed to think it was a winning plan. Settle down, Hermione. Harry laughed. You'll have time for all of that. But Daphne and I won't be joining you. We won't? Daphne asked curiously. Where will we be? That's the surprise. Harry replied. You'll just have to wait and see. Can I ask a big favor of you two? Harry asked, looking back and forth between Neville and Hermione. Cover for us? Hermione was about to ask him what he meant, but without warning Harry grabbed Daphne's hand and the two of them vanished. Neville merely laughed at the sight while Hermione looked angry and confused. Harry James Potter, what do you think you're doing? Hermione yelled to the spot where her friend stood only moments before. And you Neville, you're a prefect. You know that's against the rules. So where did he apparate to? They should be in London by now. Neville answered, hoping to avoid Hermione's wrath. Why? Hermione asked. Are they going to Diagon Alley? No, not Diagon Alley. Muggle London. Neville explained. Harry thought Daphne would enjoy seeing it. Besides, he deserves to have a little fun, doesn't he? I suppose. I just wish he had warned me first. Hermione said. She took one last look at where her friends had been before shrugging and turning towards the village. So what are you going to do, Neville? Great. Hermione said. Happy to have someone to enjoy the day with. Let's go. Hermione began walking towards the village and Neville fell in to step beside her. For the next few hours they explored the village and enjoyed their day. Meanwhile Harry was, as Neville had told Hermione, attempting to impress his girlfriend with fun and new things to do in the Muggle world. Few purebloods ever ventured into the other part of London, so he knew he could at least show her things she had not seen before. Once Daphne had gotten over the shock of being side along Apparat all the way to London, she fully enjoyed herself. Over the next few hours Hogsmeade became filled with Hogwarts students as it usually did on Hogsmeade weekends. The streets and shops were full of happy teens spending their money and wasting their time. But their peaceful day was fated to come to an end. Unseen by anyone in Hogsmeade, Lord Voldemort had Apparat to a hill overlooking the village and spent the morning watching it and waiting for the right moment. His plans were known only to a small group of Death Eaters who were currently tasked with finding the remaining giants and bringing them to this location. When he was ready, he would summon the rest of the Death Eaters and begin their attack. As he watched, Voldemort considered the peaceful village and the chaos he planned on bringing to it. He enjoyed knowing he had the power to make such radical changes and no one had the power to stop him. My lord, the giants are in place as you asked. A Death Eater he had no interest in recognizing said as Voldemort continued to observe the village. I understand why so many described this place as beautiful. Voldemort said to himself. Lord? The Death Eater asked in confusion. Now I shall destroy it. Voldemort continued with a smirk on his face. By the end of the day I want this place wiped off the face of the earth. As you wish. The servant agreed. Give me your arm. Voldemort demanded. The Death Eater complied and Voldemort pressed his wand to the dark mark. Sending out a signal to the Death Eaters, he wanted there that their master required them. Over the next few minutes they began appearing and soon nearly 24 Death Eaters were huddled on the hill, hidden by tall trees from being seen from the village. Voldemort specifically did not call Severus Snape, not because he distrusted the man but because Dumbledore would surely notice the man he thought was his spy suddenly leaving the castle. On my order we will destroy Hogsmeade. Voldemort informed them. Leave no building standing. My lord, Lucius Malfoy said, surprising the others. We were not warned of this attack. Some of us have children down there. Then try not to kill them. Voldemort said, unconcerned with Malfoy's complaint. Lucius looked nervous and unhappy, but said nothing else. Now release the giants. Their handlers quickly went about their work. Getting a giant to perform a specific task is never easy, and the job is made exponentially more difficult when dealing with a large group of them. But these men had years of experience behind them and knew just how to properly motivate the giants. In a few short minutes, the huge creatures went from lazily sitting in a clearing on the other side of the mountain to angrily roaring and climbing the hills towards Hogsmeade as quickly as they could. There were 8 of them in total, more than enough to reduce a village like Hogsmeade to rubble. The roars the giants made were the first indication to those in Hogsmeade that something was very wrong. When they started, people stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes towards the noises, wondering what in the world they could be. Then they could see movement in the trees, but there was still no panic because no one knew what was happening. Giants! Someone shouted suddenly. That was all it took to cause chaos in the village as frightened students and townsfolk ran for their lives. Many foolishly ran inside, hoping that the buildings would protect them. The smarter ones knew that buildings made of wood and bricks stood no chance of stopping an angry giant. They began running back up the path towards Hogwarts, praying that they would be able to make it before the attack truly started. Luckily for those in Hogsmeade, the giant's attack was not at all well organized. Two of them had collided with each other on the way to. A few students tried to fight back against the giants, but their weak stupefies and reductos did little to slow their huge opponents. More often than not, all their actions did was bring them to the attention of the giants, forcing them to then run as fast as they could in an effort to avoid the giant's wrath. Some of them would be able to avoid their pursuers, others would not be so fortunate. Those around him quickly followed suit while George tried his best to guide everyone in the store to the secret exit. Due to their efforts, not a single person in Honeydukes died when the building was smashed to pieces a few minutes later. According to Hogwarts rules, at least 2 professors must be at Hogsmeade during student visits at any given time. This day was no exception. The duty of watching the students on this day had fallen to Professor Flitwick and Hagrid, both of whom immediately leapt into action as soon as the attack began. Hagrid, being a half-giant, was not nearly big enough or strong enough to take a fully grown Neville. Hermione cried from just outside the 3 broomsticks. "We have to do something." All around them the chaos was continuing to spread. Despite the resistance offered up by a few individuals, the town of Hogsmeade was quickly being overrun and demolished by the giants. Several buildings were already collapsing, and the screams of those still trapped inside could be heard from even far away. "What?" Neville asked. "I can't fight a giant." "Don't worry about that, just try to protect me," Hermione replied, the determination evident on her face. "We need to get out of here," Neville pleaded. "What are you doing?" "Calling in some help," Hermione answered. For a moment nothing happened other than Hermione closing her eyes and looking like she was deep in concentration. But then she began to move her arms in a strange pattern, exactly as Neville had seen once before. Hermione had long ago disillusioned the thin, silver ritual bracelets she wore, but now that she was beginning the spell they began to glow and became visible once again. Neville nervously watched with his wand held out in front of him, ready to cast his strongest shield to protect them, but worried it would not be enough. "Death Eaters! Attack!" Voldemort roared. His minions followed his command without question, operating down into the town to continue in its destruction. Voldemort sat back for a few moments, considering what he had just seen. Somehow, he reasoned, Dumbledore had found someone capable of breaking through the wall that separated Earth from the underworld and unleashed some sort of hell beast on his giants. He had always considered this to be impossible, but the proof he was wrong lay right in front of him. Voldemort grew envious of the power he did not possess and vowed to claim it for himself through whatever means necessary. The Dark Lord pulled a potion vial out of his robes and gazed at it with a look of disgust. He both despised and craved the strengthening potion that enabled him to fight at full strength, but he also worried its effects were clouding his judgment. With a shake of his head, he downed the potion and threw the vial to the ground. In the village itself, very few of the Death Eaters were actually casting spells designed to kill. Too many of them had children somewhere in Hogsmeade and were reluctant to endanger them. Voldemort, eager to not have his plans discovered, had not given his followers time to warn their families to avoid Hogsmeade, and as a result had reduced their effectiveness. Even so, the slaughter continued and none of Hogwarts' houses were spared, not even Slytherin. Strangely, the first reinforcements to arrive were not from Hogwarts but Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. The owner of Dervish and Banges would later report that he had been making a fluke call to his brother that worked in the ministry when the attack started and was immediately able to request help. The Aurors, however, provided the Death Eaters with a target they were happy to attack, and all focus turned towards them as the battle continued. Voldemort finally operated into Hogsmeade, intent on tracking down whoever had summoned the beast, slaughtering his giants and determining how they were doing it. The Dark Lord could feel where the power was coming from and followed the sensation until he found Hermione, with Neville still bravely guarding her. Neither of them had yet realized that the Dark Lord's attention was focused on them, but another person who could recognize the power Hermione held had. "Leave her alone, Voldemort," Voldemort turned at the request, curious who would dare defy him, and laughed at what he found. Aberforth, Voldemort said cheerily, the lesser Dumbledore. You don't know how happy I am to see that you've come out to play. Aberforth Dumbledore knew he stood no chance against Voldemort, but refused to back down either. Surely his brother was on his way, Aberforth reasoned, and if he could just delay things a bit, he might even survive the day. I won't let you hurt them, Aberforth said bravely. You mean you won't be able to stop me? Voldemort corrected. Why do you think you're still alive, Aberforth? It's because that is the way I wanted it. No, you have always been afraid of Albus. Aberforth replied. You didn't dare kill me. I have never feared that old fool. Voldemort yelled in response. You don't even like your brother. What caused your feud is still a mystery to me, though I suspect it has something to do with the death of your sister. Quiet, Aberforth said angrily, raising his wand in the process. Reducto. The spell flew towards Voldemort, who seemed to laugh at his opponent's feeble attack. Just before it reached him, the Dark Lord swatted the spell away with his hand as if it was some mere annoyance. Aberforth's jaw dropped open in surprise. He had never seen anyone do that before, not even his powerful brother. You were a fool to challenge me, Voldemort said with a shake of his head. Avada Kedavra. Aberforth tried to move out of the way of the spell, but it was coming too quickly and he was far too slow. His body fell gracelessly to the ground where it landed with a dull thump. Voldemort stared at the body for a moment before casting another spell, but nothing seemed to happen when it hit the corpse. The Dark Lord's attention now turned back to Hermione. Who are you? Voldemort demanded to know. How did you open a gate to the underworld? Tell me how to control the beasts of hell. Voldemort stepped back out into the street with Hermione's body being levitated behind him. The scene before him was one of pure chaos. The Aurors did not have the numbers or the magical power to overcome his Death Eaters, but the giants had not been able to inflict the damage on the village he had hoped for. Even so, nearly half of the buildings in Hogsmeade were either near collapse or had already fallen. He expected the death count to be quite large when the carnage finally ended. Voldemort noticed that the Order of the Phoenix had finally arrived to take up the battle with the Aurors. His forces no longer held the numerical advantage. I think you've done enough, Tom. The voice of Albus Dumbledore said, moments after apparating to a spot directly in front of Voldemort. Perhaps it's time we end this. Dumbledore, took you long enough to show up. Voldemort taunted. Think of all the poor students who died while you did nothing. Speaking of students, where is Potter? I expected him to be here, safe from you. Dumbledore answered simply. In truth, he didn't know where Harry was either. This is your last chance, Tom. Leave or I will destroy you. If you honestly believed that you could beat me, you already would have tried. Voldemort said dismissively. But we've both heard the prophecy. You cannot win against me. I, however, can beat you. Harry will land the final blow, but meanwhile I can weaken you and make his task easier. Dumbledore replied, not arguing with Voldemort's view of the prophecy. The two wizards began circling each other, each knowing a duel was imminent. They continued as before, but each was looking for an opening. We'll see about that, Voldemort said. A small, evil smile then crept onto his face. I do have a surprise for you, Dumbledore. I'd like you to say hello to your brother. Albus turned slightly towards where Voldemort had gestured and gasped. His brother Aberforth was obviously dead, but his body had been turned into an Inferius and was now lumbering towards a group of children trying to escape the village. Dumbledore knew that if his brother's animated corpse caught the children, it would rip them to shreds, and he had no choice about what must be done. The flames shot from the tip of Dumbledore's wand and began consuming the body of his dead brother. The newly created Inferius screamed in pain and rage before turning and trying to run towards its attacker, but only made it a few steps before falling over and moving no more. Dumbledore's momentary lapse in focus was all Voldemort needed to strike. A flurry of dark spells sped towards Dumbledore, who belatedly attempted to avoid and block them, but he was only partially successful. One of the spells that hit Dumbledore caused the skin on his arm to blacken and shrivel up as if dead. The entire left side of his body now felt stiff and weak, and even more worrisome than that, Dumbledore wasn't sure what spell his foe had cast or how to counter it. Not so confident anymore, are you, Dumbledore? Voldemort asked as he approached his opponent. Dumbledore didn't bother responding, but instead animated a nearby tree to pull itself out of the ground and attempt to attack Voldemort. The Dark Lord expected some kind of counter-offensive though and easily destroyed the tree before it could do any damage. Dumbledore was not giving up so easily though and sent a powerful blasting curse towards Voldemort's legs. But to his surprise the Dark Lord avoided this by flying into the air and hovering a few feet above the ground. Clever trick, Tom. Dumbledore commented as Voldemort lowered himself to the ground. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had attempted to counter the curse that had struck him with mildly positive results. He could now move normally, although with a great deal of pain. And I'm growing tired of this. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort replied. The killing curse raced towards Dumbledore, but before it could reach its target, crashed into a stone slab that Dumbledore had conjured to intercept it. Voldemort was not surprised by this. Tactics like that had never worked against Dumbledore. But the killing curse was really just a distraction. The spell he followed it with was a bludgeoning curse that knocked Dumbledore to the ground. You've grown weak. And they said I feared you. After today, no one will be foolish enough to claim that. Dumbledore rolled to his side and began to get up. But while Voldemort was gloating, the old professor took the opportunity to wandlessly enervate Hermione. He didn't know why Voldemort wanted her, but it was always a wise idea to keep things he wanted away from him. Hermione's eyes shot open as she began to realize where she was. She knew the most important thing was that she escaped and kept the secrets she possessed away from Voldemort. The Dark Lord's back was to her, so she took the risk of jumping to her feet and running as fast as she could in the other direction. Voldemort immediately sensed what was happening and turned to recapture Hermione. In doing so, he left his back open to attack, and Dumbledore was able to send a powerful piercing curse at Voldemort's stomach, which ripped a hole straight through him, allowing Hermione the time she needed to escape. Voldemort screamed in pain before turning and yelling Avada Kedavra, sending another killing curse towards Dumbledore. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, he was not prepared for the quick counterattack and knew he could not avoid the curse. Then, an instant before the spell would have hit him, Dumbledore disappeared in a burst of flames. His Phoenix Fox had saved his life. Voldemort immediately realized that the spell Dumbledore had used was not a simply piercing curse. The wound felt all wrong, and he could sense the strength rapidly leaving him. He had no choice but to retreat. His only comfort was that his mission had largely been a success. Hogsmeade would never be the same. Death Eaters, we're leaving, Voldemort yelled before apparating away. His troops followed his order, and a few seconds later the fighting in Hogsmeade was over. All of the town's buildings had been damaged and half of them were no longer standing. Immediately efforts began to rescue people still trapped in the ruins. The dead and injured alike were taken to Hogwarts, and the scale of the losses slowly became clear. Over 50 people had died that day, and of those more than 30 were Hogwarts students. They came from all houses and years, including Dean Thomas of Gryffindor, Tracy Davis of Slytherin, Cho Chang of Ravenclaw, and Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff. One of the most critically injured was Neville Longbottom. As he was taken back to Hogwarts with his friend Hermione at his side, no one could say for sure whether he would live or not. Only time would tell. This was the scene that Harry and Daphne found when they finally made it back a half hour after the battle had ended. With tears of grief and anger flowing from their eyes, the two teens rushed back to Hogwarts to be with their friends. Harry immediately realized this was retribution from Voldemort for the destruction of his Horcruxes, and in a small way he felt guilty for that and for not being there to try and stop him. As he and Daphne re-entered the castle, he swore that he would never let anything like this happen again. "Look, there's Hermione," Harry said, the relief evident in his voice. He ran towards her and wrapped his friend up in a hug, which Hermione gratefully returned. She was crying, as she had been since she made it out of Hogsmeade. "Are you okay?" Harry asked. "Are you hurt?" "It's not me, Harry. It's Neville," Hermione sobbed. Daphne had made her way to them after unsuccessfully looking for some of her other friends. Though she still worried about them, she could see that Hermione was clearly in need of support. "Is he alive?" Daphne asked softly. Hermione nodded yes in between sobs, eliciting sighs of relief from Harry and Daphne. Voldemort was there. He saw my summon a creature to fight his giants and he wanted to take me. Hermione began to explain. Neville tried to protect me, but he couldn't. Voldemort hit him with some spell and then stunned me. Dumbledore was able to free me, but then he was almost killed by Voldemort. Fawkes saved him. Dumbledore lost? Harry asked, slightly stunned. Hermione just nodded yes at the questions. So where's Neville? Madame Pomfrey took him. I haven't seen him since. Hermione answered. Harry, he didn't look good.
I'm worried.
I know, so am I. Harry replied. He looked around the great hall and sighed in frustration, wishing there was something he could do to help. I'm going to Dumbledore's office. I bet that's where Fawkes took him. Why? Daphne asked. It doesn't sound like he is going to be in any shape to help right now. To find out how all this happened. Harry said. Besides, he might need some help too. Can you two watch out for each other while I'm gone? Go. Hermione answered. We'll be okay. Harry looked to Daphne, who nodded in agreement. He gave Hermione a hug and Daphne a quick kiss before leaving the great hall to search for the headmaster. Harry gave the room one last sad look as he left. But he wasn't aware that someone else was watching him leave. The one thought that he kept coming back to was, why was he not warned this was coming? The only logical answer was that his father did not know. But what did that mean? Was his father losing his standing with the Dark Lord? Perhaps, but it did not appear that any of the Death Eaters he knew of had been able to warn their children to avoid Hogsmeade either. That had to mean that the Dark Lord had not told anyone the attack was coming, and that he didn't care if it resulted in the deaths of his followers' children. Draco knew for certain that he could not ever follow in his father's footsteps. But he wondered, what should he do now? Draco wasn't certain, but he would figure it out eventually. That he was sure of. Professor Dumbledore was laying on large couch and barely moving. Fawkes was perched above him singing a comforting song, but it did not appear to be helping Dumbledore very much. The Phoenix's tears were falling on Dumbledore's blackened arm, but it was not healing. That worried Harry more than ever. He knew for a fact that those tears could heal the damage done by basilisk venom, one of the deadliest substances that wizards knew of, and yet this was worse than even that. Professor? Harry said uncertainly. Dumbledore slightly turned towards him, and Harry could see from the expression on his face that it pained him to do. Can I do something? I don't believe so. Dumbledore said in a whisper. Fawkes, you can stop as well. I believe Tom anticipated you would attempt to heal me and designed his spell specifically to counter that. You'll be okay, won't you? Harry asked. Perhaps. Dumbledore replied with a weak smile. But I fear my health will not be returning anytime soon. Voldemort will know that I am weakened, and I fear that he will take this opportunity to strike again. I should have been there today. Harry said regretfully. Maybe that would have made a difference. Harry grabbed one of the chairs and pulled it towards the couch. Dumbledore began to cough violently as Harry sat back down, and he wished that there was something he could do to help, but unfortunately could not think of anything. Healing had never been his specialty. After a few minutes, the cough died down and Dumbledore was able to continue speaking. Do you really think they'll follow me over you? Harry asked skeptically. His first reaction was a powerful dislike of the idea. He saw himself as a soldier in the war, not an officer in charge of others. Even so, he understood Dumbledore's point of view. Release the contents of the prophecy if you have to, Dumbledore told him. Give them the chance to realize what I already know. You are the chosen one. You will defeat Voldemort once and for all. Harry said nothing for a moment, contemplating Dumbledore's advice and what he planned on doing with it. He suddenly rose from his chair and began to pace back and forth around the office. Reasons for why he shouldn't accept the responsibility raced through his head. It was ridiculous for Dumbledore to think it would work, he told himself. A mere Hogwarts student leading the fight against the most powerful dark wizard the world had ever known? Preposterous. Harry turned back to Dumbledore to give him the bad news. But when he did, he found that Dumbledore was smiling at him, and the twinkle in his eye had returned. In that moment he remembered that he would not be alone in this task. His friends would always be there for him. Plus he had some good allies. With a great sigh, Harry sat back down and looked reluctantly at Professor Dumbledore. Okay, I'll do it, Harry said finally. I just hope this works. Wait, There's one more thing I need to do, Dumbledore said. Harry turned back towards him to find Dumbledore offering him his wand. Harry looked at him with a look of great confusion on his face. This is a powerful wand, Harry, but its powers are only truly available to its master. I became its master after defeating Grindelwald so many years ago, but after today it has a new one. Voldemort, exactly, Dumbledore replied. One day you will defeat him, and on that day this wand will belong to you. Guard it carefully, Harry. Hide its existence if you can. Once you gain control of it, this wand will serve you well. You will accomplish great things with it one day, of that I am quite sure. Thank you, Harry answered gratefully as he took the wand. I promise to take care of it. I know you will, Dumbledore said with a smile. Good luck, Harry. With that, the old professor laid back on the couch and appeared to fall asleep. Fawkes began crying on her owner once again, aware that it wasn't doing much good, but still determined to do something. Harry left the office and slowly descended the stairs, all the while fretting about what he was about to do and what it would mean. At the bottom of the staircase he stopped completely and sat on the floor, hoping that a little more time would help him get a better hold on what was happening. He knew that in the Great Hall there were hundreds of people looking for someone to tell them everything was going to be okay. But the reality was that nothing would be the same after today. How was he supposed to deal with that? After several minutes no answers seemed to be coming. So Harry got up and decided to just hope for the best. As Harry neared the Great Hall, he could hear the sound of people talking and crying, just as they had been doing when he left. No one seemed to notice his return, giving him the chance to take a good look at the scene in front of him. The most unusual thing he saw was that the barriers between the houses had largely broken down. All anybody cared about was mourning their fallen friends and making sure the others were okay. Even Slytherin, who might normally be shunned, was included in this because they had lost just as many people as the other houses. Gathering his courage, Harry began walking towards the stage at the front of the room where the teacher's table was. He could hear people begin to question what he was doing as he took his place in front of them. Professor McGonagall was as confused as the rest and approached him to find out what was going on. Mr. Potter, can I help you? Professor McGonagall asked kindly. No, ma'am. I have something to say, Harry explained. I've seen Professor Dumbledore, he approved of this. Very well then, Professor McGonagall said finally. With that she turned and went back to what she was doing. By that point almost all of the students in the Great Hall had turned to watch him and were eagerly waiting to see what he was going to do. Sonorous, Harry whispered with his wand pointed at his throat. I've just spoken to Professor Dumbledore. He's in his office recovering. He should be fine, eventually. Harry began. He hadn't figured out what he wanted to say beforehand and they weren't coming to him now. I wasn't there, Harry said sadly. I had already left by the time the attack started. I didn't know anything was wrong until I got back. I wish I was there, that I could have done something. We've all lost friends today and I am as upset as you are. But this isn't over. Voldemort, a chorus of screams rang out at the mention of the name. Harry waited a moment for it to quiet down before continuing. Voldemort, Harry shouted. It's just a name. Letting yourself be terrified of it only gives him more power. He will attack again. You and your friends and your families will be in danger as long as he is alive. I'm not trying to scare you, but you have to realize what is going on. No one is safe anymore. And what are we supposed to do? A different voice called out. The rest of the crowd seemed to be wondering the same thing. Learn. Harry answered simply. You must become capable of protecting yourselves and those you care about. If all those who opposed him were brave enough to stand up against Voldemort, he would have no chance of defeating us. You don't have to be worried about not being more powerful than he is, because ultimately dealing with him is my responsibility. Harry's admission caused an immediate uproar and he found it difficult to tell what was being shouted at him. He did see Daphne walking towards him with a shocked look on her face. She of course knew the prophecy but had no warning he planned on making it public. Before I was born a prophecy was made. Harry explained to the stunned group in front of him. It said that either I will kill Voldemort or he will kill me. That is why he killed my parents and tried to kill me. But I lived, just like I've done every time he's faced me. The forces of good will need all of your help. I will need you help. I cannot win this war alone. Our only chance is if we all stand together and face our common enemy. After tonight there can be no doubt that Voldemort does not care about anyone, not even the families of those who follow him. Together we will make it through this. Thank you. Harry cancelled the sonorous charm and walked off the stage where Daphne was waiting for him. She instantly pulled him into a hug and began dragging him off to somewhere they could discuss what he had just done privately. Harry worried that she would be upset with him, but when they began talking he saw that she was more concerned for him than anything else. The fact that she was standing by him, like he expected her and all his friends to do, was greatly comforting. After Harry explained what had happened in his chat with Dumbledore, Daphne began explaining to him how bad the attack had been. Nobody knew for sure how many had died in Hogsmeade, but the final count was expected to be over 24 people. Included in that number was one of her oldest friends, Tracy Davis. The thought made Daphne break down into tears while Harry attempted to comfort her. The two girls had drifted apart a bit over the last year, but were still close. Eventually they decided to return to the Great Hall and rejoin the others, but on their way they ran into Hermione, who was sprinting through the hallway. "Hermione, what's going on?" Harry yelled out to her. Hermione reluctantly slowed down to talk to her friends, though it was obvious to Harry and Daphne she wanted to leave. "They've moved Neville to the infirmary," Hermione explained. "Madame Pomfrey says that he is stable and she expects him to make it, but that he will most likely never fully recover." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "She wouldn't say." Hermione sobbed. "I'm going to see him now. We'll come with you," Daphne said, eliciting a thankful nod from Hermione. Together they headed towards the infirmary, which they found to be bustling with activity. The patients brought here were suffering from a variety of injuries, but none were as serious as those sent to St. Mungo's. Others, like Neville, had little more that could be done for him except to wait and see how they responded to treatment. "There," Harry said softly as he pointed to a bed in the far corner of the room. Neville was covered in bandages and completely unresponsive, but they hoped he was aware of their presence. "They put him into a magically induced coma," Hermione commented as she sat down on stool next to the bed. "So he doesn't move around and reopen the wounds." "I'm sure the healers know what they're doing, Hermione," Daphne said. "If they say he is going to make it, he will." "I know." Hermione nodded. "You'd think after being friends with Harry for 5 years I'd be used to seeing my friends in here." "Hey, I'm not that bad, am I?" Harry said with a small laugh. It was easy to see that Hermione was trying to cheer them, and herself up a little. "Well, actually you might have a point. We'll stay until they kick us out," Daphne said. "Neville would do the same for any of us." The others nodded in agreement. It was an hour later until a Moody, which finally came around and forced them to leave the room. They, like many others that night, would go to bed still worried about their friends and still searching for answers on what to do next. Deep within Hogwarts dungeons, Professor Severus Snape was busy watching over a dozen different cauldrons, all containing a different potion desperately needed in the infirmary. The sheer number of hurt students had resulted in Hogwarts' large supply of healing potions being completely used up in record time. The task was difficult, but Severus Snape was confident in his skills as a potions master and was able to keep everything going exactly as it should be. A sharp pain struck him just as he was adding another batch of lacewing flies to a large cauldron full of green boiling liquid. He sighed in annoyance, knowing exactly what the pain in his arm meant. The Dark Lord was calling for him, and he could not say no. With an elaborate flick of his wand and a silent incantation, the cauldrons were placed in protective state that would let him resume his brewing at a later time, as if the delay had not happened at all. The spell was one he created during his 7th year at Hogwarts and was one of his proudest creations and most closely guarded secrets. Luckily for him, neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort considered this odd. Potions masters were notoriously sensitive about sharing their methods. Several minutes later, Snape finally made it to the edge of the wards and apparat away with a small pop. He arrived deep within the Dark Lord's hideout, as he had done countless times before, and began making his way towards Voldemort's chamber. Voldemort was alone, sitting on a throne-like chair with a pained expression on his face. "You're late, Severus," Voldemort said angrily. "My apologies, my lord," Snape replied with a bow. He knew full well that he had come as quickly as he could, but it was not wise to argue with the Dark Lord. How can I be of service? I have been unable to heal the wound left by Dumbledore's spell, Voldemort said, pulling back his robes a little to expose a wound that was still bleeding. Did he tell you what he attacked me with? He did not. Snape answered honestly. Perhaps I will be able to recognize it from the effect, if you would permit. Proceed, Voldemort said in an annoyed tone. Snape approached and took a closer look at the wound. He knew it could not be the result of a dark spell since it had been cast by Dumbledore, and that helped narrow down the possibilities considerably. After a few minutes Snape felt confident he had determined the cause, and the cure. I believe the only way to seal the wound is to cauterize it. This, however, will not work if done magically, Snape said finally. He knew that will not be necessary, Voldemort replied. He would never do something that made him look weak if he had any other options. Tell me of Dumbledore's condition. Neither he nor I recognized the spell you used against him, or how to reverse its effects. Snape began. Voldemort meanwhile had conjured a piece of flat metal with a wooden handle and was busy heating it up with conjured flames. He remains weak and bedridden. He estimates it will be weeks, perhaps longer, before he regains full strength. Good, Voldemort said, though his focus was not on Snape but on the hot metal he had just placed on his wound. The smell of burnt flesh began filling the air, but Voldemort made no sound to indicate his discomfort. After a few more seconds Voldemort removed the object to see that Snape's solution had indeed worked. How have the students reacted? Fear, sadness, anger, Snape replied. To tell the truth, he had a hard time understanding how teenage minds worked, but he knew that statement was at least true. Without Dumbledore, things will soon descend into chaos. Excellent. Interesting, Voldemort replied. Foolish but interesting. It will never work, of course. Dumbledore was once a great wizard, powerful enough to defeat Grindelwald. Potter is but a child that will soon be crushed under my heel. Dumbledore has, in effect, forfeited the war to me. Excellent. As you say, Master. Snape agreed, but internally he doubted Voldemort's criticism. He disliked Potter but could clearly see the young man's leadership potential and popularity with the wizarding public. Voldemort was once again underestimating his opponent, a fact Snape decided not to point out. Well, if Potter wants to be a leader, then let him. Voldemort sneered. In fact, I think I should do something to congratulate him on his promotion. That will be all, Severus. Send Lucius to me before you return to Hogwarts. Yes, Lord. Snape answered with a small bow before leaving the room. Once far enough away that Voldemort could no longer see or hear him, Snape let out a sigh of relief that he had made it through the meeting without being subjected to the Cruciatus curse. There were very few places in the base where Death Eaters could relax, and most of them were only accessible to the inner circle. Snape suspected that is where he would find Lucius Malfoy. That suspicion was confirmed when he spotted a nervous-looking Malfoy pacing back and forth across the room. Severus, Malfoy said with a sound of relief. I haven't been able to leave here since we got back. Tell me, is Draco alive? Thank you, my friend, Malfoy replied. You'll keep looking out for him, won't you? Of course, Snape said as if it was a silly question. The Dark Lord requires your presence. I would not make him wait too long if I were you. He's not angry, is he? Malfoy asked nervously. No more than is normal, Snape answered with a shrug. Malfoy nodded and left the way Snape had come from. Malfoy's sudden interest in the well-being of his only son struck Snape as very out of the ordinary. Typically the man only worried that Draco was not doing anything to disgrace the family name. But it had been a strange and stressful day for all involved. Finally Snape remembered the work waiting for him back at Hogwarts and chided himself for not moving faster. Within a few minutes he was back inside the dungeon, hard at work and focused on doing his part to heal the injured students. The next day's issue of the Daily Prophet was dedicated to reporting what had happened in Hogsmeade the previous day. Its pages were full of pictures detailing the devastation and first-hand reports from those that had survived it. The wizarding public was outraged as never before. Families that had previously tried to remain neutral were now realizing that neutrality was impossible. Voldemort's victory was having consequences he never intended it to have. One such consequence was a sudden surge in interest in young wizards wanting to join the Auror Corps. For the first time in years, the ministry had an eager pool of applicants and the funding to accept them all. It was now becoming next to impossible for any of Voldemort's supporters to successfully argue that the wizarding world would be better off with their master in control. But even so, Voldemort did not immediately grasp the magnitude of his mistake. That would only come much later when there was very little he could do to fix it. No, this story has not been forgotten. Part of it was getting this chapter to a point that I was happy with it. For some reason this one was more difficult than others. This story will be completed. It's come way too far for me to abandon it with only a few chapters left to go. Thanks again to all of you who have continued to read. Gibbon and Jugson had never been considered Lord Voldemort's best Death Eaters, but with the recent deaths of so many of his top troops, they were now being given the chance to prove themselves. If they succeeded, then they would finally be counted as part of the inner circle and not just merely expendable foot soldiers. And make no mistake, this mission was very important. What time is it? Gibbon asked his partner. Gibbon was a large man whose intelligence and physical strength mostly made up for his relatively weak magical power in comparison with the other high-ranking Death Eaters. Voldemort had tasked him to come up with a plan to eliminate the threat, and Gibbon had performed admirably enough to be allowed to lead the team that attempted to implement the plan. 5 minutes till midnight. Jugson replied eagerly. Almost time. Jugson was tall, thin, and quite powerful. He would have risen faster through the ranks of Death Eaters if he had only been able to follow orders a little better. As it was, Voldemort frequently punished Jugson with the Cruciatus Curse for failing to do as he was told. This had not had a positive effect on the man's already loose grasp on sanity. Make sure the others are ready, Gibbon ordered. Jugson said nothing response but simply twirled his wand in his hand and stared at the house that was their target. Now Jugson. That finally got the other man moving, much to Gibbon's relief. They had a group of 10 younger Death Eaters also ready to prove their worth with them, more than enough in Gibbon's mind to be successful. What are you here for? Gibbon asked, clearly annoyed with the other man's presence. I didn't ask for any additional help. I am simply here to observe. Gabriel replied. The Dark Lord would most displeased if this attack failed. I know, and it won't, Gibbon said. Tell me again what your plan is? Gabriel asked, though Gibbon could tell it was more of a command than a question. We have a man inside the flu department at the Ministry of Magic. At midnight he will be turning off the flu connection to the house and sabotaging the equipment that allows the ministry to repair broken connections or establish new ones. Gibbon explained. That will, unfortunately, blow his cover within the ministry. However, he has already placed his likely replacement under the Imperious Curse, and so we do not expect to lose any influence. 2 of my men will remain outside casting anti-portkey and anti-apparition spells over the house, effectively trapping everyone inside the house. And how do you expect to overcome the guards? Gabriel asked. Now, if you don't mind, I have work to do, Gibbon said. With that, he stood and walked over to where the rest of his team was waiting. Jugson had, thankfully, done as told and gathered them together in preparation for the attack. Strike team, as we discussed earlier, 4 of you will be with me and 4 will be with Jugson. You 2 remain here and make sure no one but us gets out of here. Now get it place, we move on my signal. The groups separated as ordered. Gibbon was happy with his team, satisfied that he had been able to gather up a better group than Jugson had been. Jugson, meanwhile, was eagerly looking toward Gibbon and waiting for the signal. With one last look to make sure everything was ready, Gibbon waved his hand forward and began leading his group to the door. Damn it, Jugson, Gibbon said as he watched his partner's group sprint ahead of his, completely ignoring the plan they had agreed on previously. There was nothing he could do about, however, except for rush behind and make sure they accomplished all of their goals. The moment before they stepped onto the property, they felt a defensive shield go up around the house and their own anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards go into place. Tear through the shield. Reducto. 10 flashes of red light flew through the dark night sky and impacted with loud bangs against a powerful shield protecting the house. Break down the door, Jugson yelled, leading his men forward once again. An instant later, the door was broken into pieces from the force of half a dozen spells. The guards inside were waiting for them, however, and as soon as the door was out of the way, a pair of reducto curses flew through the door at the Death Eaters. One missed completely, but the other clipped one of Jugson's men in the shoulder and sent him spinning to the ground, writhing in pain. Push through, Gibbon commanded as he led the Death Eaters inside, all firing killing curses. The Death Eaters did not wait to see if their curses struck. They simply rushed into the house and continued the fight. When Gibbon made it inside, he saw that there had only been 2 guards in the entranceway and that they had survived the first volley of spells, but they would not last long against so many enemies. Check upstairs, Gibbon yelled to Jugson. Careful, Scrimgeour has 2 guards with him. Gibbon didn't have to add that the head of the ore department was a skilled fighter in his own right either. This mission had always been risky, but the reward was well worth it. Without Scrimgeour, there would be no one in charge of the Ores and no clear consensus on who should replace him. It was even possible that one of their own people within the ministry could take his spot. Jugson and his men climbed the stairs into the 2nd floor of the room while his own men searched the 1st floor. The sounds of fighting from upstairs let him know that the other guards had indeed been found. That fight ended shortly thereafter, and then there was silence. Gibbon was about to go check on them when Jugson ran down the stairs. He's not up here, Jugson said angrily. We haven't found him either. Gibbon replied. Wait, I think I know where he is. Gibbon rushed outside to get a better look at the house. He saw nothing out of the ordinary on the front, so he ran around to check the back. It was there that he saw Rufus Scrimgeour climbing down from the 2nd floor in an attempt to escape. Go ahead, you pathetic excuse for a wizard. Scrimgeour spat at him. Tell your master I'll see him in hell. You first. Gibbon replied. Avada Kedavra. In a flash, the head of the Orus was dead, and the last major obstacle between him and the inner circle of Death Eaters was cleared. With one last triumphant cry, Gibbon raised his wand above his head and placed the dark mark over the home. The Death Eaters had won another battle. Harry looked around the infirmary and smiled. It seemed like half of Gryffindor had shown up for this, though he couldn't blame them. They all needed some good news these days, and this was as good as any. The funerals had begun the day before, and it seemed like they would never end. So many had died it made them take special notice of any and all happy events. Quiet everyone, Madame Pomfrey demanded. I am sure Mr. Longbottom would not appreciate his first waking moments to be reacting in shock to you yelling at him. She turned back to her work with a smile on her face. He patient had made remarkable progress, and she expected him to have very few lasting problems from the injury. Certainly he would walk with a limp for the rest of his life, and his hearing may never be what it once was, but it was not nearly as bad as it could have been. He came very close to losing the leg completely. Finally satisfied that all her work was complete, Madame Pomfrey walked over to Neville's bed and cast the spell to end the magical coma. Is he okay? Hermione asked eagerly from the chair beside Neville's bed. I still need to wake him, dear, Madame Pomfrey replied. But yes, he will be fine. She began casting the spells to wake him and return some of his energy to him. They took effect almost immediately, and only moments later his eyes were blinking open. What happened? Neville asked wearily, drawing a round of applause from the gathered crowd that startled him just like Madame Pomfrey had predicted. But after he had gotten over the initial shock, Neville smiled happily at his friends and housemates. Hi, he said simply with a small wave. We were worried about you, Harry said. We all were. Daphne agreed. I think I'm okay. Neville replied. Do I have to stay here? For another day, Madame Pomfrey told him. But after that you should be almost back to normal. Now try not to let this get-together get out of hand. I'll be back in a little bit. With that, Madame Pomfrey left, but not before noticing the mischievous looks on the faces of the Weasley twins, and knowing she was probably making a mistake by leaving. Neville nodded and turned back to his friends. Before he could say anything, Fred Weasley was rolling out a keg of butterbeer that seemed to have come from nowhere, while his brother George was pulling bottles of fire whiskey out of his robes one after another. It wouldn't be an actual party without drinks, would it? Fred asked. You deserve it, Neville, George added. And everyone just remember, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes has all your party needs. Well, if it's going to be a party. Dobby, Harry said. Immediately the house elf appeared. Could you possibly bring us some food? Yes, Master Harry. Dobby said enthusiastically before popping away. A few minutes later he began returning with plates full of food, much to the enjoyment of the students celebrating Neville's recovery. Everything seemed to be going well, and Harry thought it was the happiest he had seen them since the Hogsmeade attacks. He wished these happy moments would last a little longer, but unfortunately he knew the world would not let that happen. "What's bothering you?" Daphne asked him. She had noticed the troubled look on his face. "I just wish we had something happier to be celebrating than a friend surviving an attack by Voldemort." Harry sighed. "How am I supposed to lead people, Daphne? I wouldn't even follow me." "That's because you haven't been paying attention to how things have changed," Daphne replied. "People aren't just afraid anymore, they're angry too. Father says that the attacks caused many of the families to rethink their attitudes towards Voldemort. They are abandoning him because it is pretty obvious that not even his allies are safe from his wrath. Sure, he's still strong, but he's lost his army." "Not all of it." Harry disagreed. "There are still Death Eaters loyal to him, and the ones that have stayed are the worst of the bunch. We may be closer to winning than ever before, but he is still capable of doing a lot of damage before he goes." "I'm glad you're so confident," Harry replied with a smile. "Someone needs to be." "Just look around you, Harry," Daphne said. "This is who we're fighting for." Harry looked and could not help but smile at the scene in front of him. Lee Jordan and Seamus Finnegan were standing next to Neville's bed discussing something that had made them all laugh, though Hermione, who had not left Neville's side, appeared as if she did not approve of what was being said. Across the room, Fred and George had somehow gotten their sister Ginny to eat a canary cream and were now desperately trying to avoid bat bogey hexes from an oversized bird. Elsewhere, Lavender Brown had cornered Ron Weasley and appeared to be shamelessly flirting with him, even though Ron did not look like he had any idea how to respond to it. All the while, the Creevy brothers were busy taking pictures of everything going on. "I do love Hogwarts," Harry commented with a smile. "Come on," Daphne replied happily. "We should be mingling." And yet, somehow, a mere child had gained knowledge of magic he did not possess. He would not have believed it had he not seen it with his own eyes, but he did and could not deny its truth. That little girl had summoned and controlled beasts not of this world with ease in a move that nearly turned the tide of the battle against him. He would not let this humiliation go unchallenged. And so the day after the battle he was back in his own private library, searching for a possible explanation on how such powers might be obtained. Unfortunately, he had read all of these books before and knew the answer did not lay within them. On his orders, the Death Eaters had begun bringing in their most rare and treasured books, something he had never asked them to do before. The old families guarded their private libraries fiercely, especially when they knew that the books they owned were rare or one of a kind. Despite that, none of them dared disobey Lord Voldemort's demands. Already he had seen many topics that interested him and vowed to return to at a later date, but his focus was on the power he had so recently seen wielded. He knew that summoning creatures from other worlds had been attempted before and almost always ended up failing in disastrous fashion. Those few that had been successful were almost instantly murdered by the beasts they had unleashed, and yet he now knew success was possible. He had never attempted such a thing before, believing it not to be worth the risk, but now, Voldemort closed his book and began to consider his situation. His army was not coming together as he had hoped. First, that fool Greyback got himself killed and started a civil war between the werewolf clans. They were now too busy killing each other to be of any use to him. Then his Dementors had either died or fled in the face of a new type Patronus charm that could actually kill them. The giants he had so painstakingly imported had been killed one by one over the past few months until now he had very few remaining. He had gone against his own better judgment and tried to form an alliance with the vampires, but even that had not worked out how he hoped. The greatest failure of all had been the deaths among his inner circle of Death Eaters. So many loyal witches and wizards had fallen in the past few months, and their replacements were unfortunately nowhere nearly as talented. His power alone was the only thing preventing the total collapse of all he had built and worked for. Back together. And rule over, of course. Yes, this was the best course of action. A week after he had begun searching, Voldemort finally found what he was looking for. It lay in journal of a dark wizard known as Canward the Wise, who had lived sometime in the 700s AD. Voldemort immediately recognized the importance of the journal because it had been one of Canward's apprentices that had trained his great ancestor Salazar Slytherin. In his day, Canward was feared throughout the land not for things he had done, but for what everyone knew he was capable of doing. Their fears, however, were misplaced because Canward was much more interested in exploring the dark arts than using them against others to gain power. The Dark Wizard's journal said that he had at some point come into possession of a vast magical library that had originally been written by a Babylonian wizard. Something in this library had begun his interest in what other unseen worlds may exist and how one would create a path between them. It became an obsession that he worked on for decades until finally he was convinced he had found the key. However, was convinced that the flaw lay not with his plans but with his own power and that of the location he had chosen. He never again attempted the ritual but maintained until the end that it could work. Voldemort did not doubt his own power. He could succeed where others had failed. It would take some time to gather the necessary materials if he wished to try the ritual on the winter solstice, which was only 2 months away, but he was confident he could be ready by then. The only question remaining was where to attempt it. The location would have to contain immense magical power. Voldemort almost laughed when the obvious answer to his question came to him. Hogwarts. Even if his plan failed like it did for Canward and Hogwarts was destroyed, he would still emerge the victor. Yes, Voldemort thought, this is what I have been waiting for. I will rule this world or see it destroyed. His victorious laugh could be heard throughout his hideout and sent a cold chill through all that heard it. And now we get to the other reason I introduced Hermione's ritual. I know some of you wondered at the time, but I didn't want to give everything away. Thanks again to all of you who have stuck with the story for this long. It is greatly appreciated. People have asked if I have written or will write anything else. I currently have another story started but not posted, which will be much shorter than this one. I would describe it as a Harry Potter story that fans of Ken Grimwood will immediately recognize and hopefully enjoy. And that's all I'll say about it until at least after this story is finished. Thanks again, Professor. Hermione finally said, you wanted to see me? If it's about today's potion, I think you'll see that I did it exactly how the instructions told us to. Of that I have no doubt, Ms. Granger. Professor Snape replied. Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. Follow me. Jump in surprise. Hermione's eyes were drawn to Professor Dumbledore, who was calmly sitting at his desk smiling back at her. His arm was still black and disturbing to look at, but Dumbledore made no sign that would indicate it was bothering him. Please come in. See, Dumbledore said warmly. Hermione nodded and did as asked while Snape sat down in the other chair across the desk from Dumbledore. Lemon drop? No thank you, sir. I don't particularly like that kind of sweets. We never really had them in my house growing up. My parents are dentists. Hermione rambled. Dumbledore's smile just grew and his eyes twinkled at Hermione's explanation. Oh, dentists are a type of muggle doctor. They work with teeth. But I'm sure you knew that. Splendid. I've always found muggle approaches to common problems to be fascinating. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? Dumbledore asked. Snape merely snorted in reply, showing how little interest he had in the subject. Now, I would like to talk to you about the Hogsmeade attack, if that wouldn't be too traumatic for you. No, sir. Hermione replied nervously, that will be fine. It must have been very frightening for you. Dumbledore stated. Yes, but Neville was with me. Hermione said. I didn't know he had it in him to be so brave. Mr. Longbottom certainly does deserve to be commended for his efforts. He has shown himself to be a true Gryffindor. Dumbledore agreed. I was hoping you might be able to enlighten us as to what brought you to Voldemort's attention in the first place. Kidnapping random school children has never really been a part of his modus operandi. Perhaps he knew that I was a friend of Harry's. Hermione suggested, reluctant to admit the true reasons behind Voldemort's interest in her. Perhaps. Dumbledore agreed with a nod. Tell me, Ms. Granger, were you aware that many witnesses that day described an enormous creature fighting and defeating giants? No one was sure what they were seeing, but they all agreed that it was even larger than a giant. Yes, sir. Hermione answered. I remember seeing that, too. I thought you might. Dumbledore replied. I suspect that Voldemort wanted to kidnap you because he was convinced that you were somehow responsible for that creature's presence. After considering it, I would have to agree with his conclusion. Hermione gasped in surprise and tried to think of a response. But none came. In the end she realized that she had been caught and lowered her head, just hoping that she would not be in too much trouble. She worried that Professor Dumbledore might even kick her out of school. I just wanted to help. Hermione answered softly. I didn't tell Harry what I was doing, and he was furious when he found out. It all started when I found this book in the Room of Requirement. You found the Room of Requirement? Wonderful! Dumbledore exclaimed. Hermione had not realized that not even Dumbledore knew how to access the Room of Requirement. We found it last year. Dobby showed us where it was. Hermione explained. One day I was there thinking about how I wanted some way to help Harry, and all of a sudden this book appeared. I started looking through it and saw that whoever wrote it had been researching the ritual of Heron, but he had never completely figured it out. I knew it was wrong, but I was curious to see if I could solve the puzzle, so I started working on it. Do you expect us to believe a mere child conquered the ritual of Heron? Snape scoffed. Inconceivable. I never would have been able to without Slytherin's book and a knowledge of Muggle chemistry. Hermione replied. But I did it. Slytherin's book? Dumbledore asked. And what exactly did the ritual do? Dumbledore asked. By this point both he and Professor Snape were fascinated with the story and eager to learn more. It opened a portal to another world, or more precisely an alternate dimension. Hermione explained. Someone came out of the portal to greet me and invite me to follow them back if I wanted to complete the ritual. And you followed this unknown individual through an interdimensional portal with no idea what lay on the other side. Snape asked incredulously. Bloody Gryffindors. She seemed nice enough. Hermione answered defensively. And I got back okay. Tell me, what materials did you need for the ritual? Snape asked. Really all I needed was samples of 9 different kinds of metals. Hermione answered, wondering why Professor Snape seemed confused by her answer. It did not require any exotic potions or ingredients. What exactly did the ritual do? Professor Dumbledore asked. Hermione thought about how to explain it for a moment, but wasn't certain exactly what to say. I think it will be easier if I show you. Hermione said. I'll need a little space. Don't worry, it's safe. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other uncertainly, but eventually decided to allow Hermione the chance to demonstrate her extraordinary power. Hermione rose from her chair and stood in the empty space between the door and Dumbledore's desk. She looked around, making sure she had enough space, before beginning the process of opening a portal. Her hands waved in an elaborate dance while the small, silver bracelets that had been hidden on her wrists up until this point began to glow. Seconds later, a small ball of energy began to form in front of her, and a short while later it had flattened out into an oval portal. Amazing! Dumbledore said excitedly. Snape merely nodded in agreement, as they watched a humanoid figure begin to emerge from the portal. At first they could not tell exactly what the individual looked like, but eventually it came into focus and revealed a dark purple woman with large, green eyes and flowing silver hair clothed in a white silk-like material. It was the same person that Hermione had summoned months before in an attempt to cure Harry. His hand. Hermione answered, pointing to Dumbledore's blackened arm. Can you repair it? The woman nodded in acceptance of the task and stepped towards Dumbledore's desk for a better view of the injury. She examined it for a few minutes before running her finger along the damaged portion of the arm. That seemed to be all she needed to see, because afterwards she turned to face Hermione and give her diagnosis. It is a dark wound, and if left untreated would eventually kill him, she announced. However, I can restore his limb back to its normal state. Do you wish for me to proceed, Professor Dumbledore? Hermione asked, looking for his decision. I would very much appreciate your help. Dumbledore agreed. The figure nodded and placed her hands on Dumbledore's upper arm, encircling it completely with her fingers. Suddenly her purple hands began to emit a soft blue glow, and she brought her hands down Dumbledore's arm. When she was done, all of the blackness on the arm was gone, and it appeared to be fully healed. Dumbledore flexed the arm and wiggled his fingers, the smile on his face evidence that the procedure had worked. Will that be all, Gatekeeper? The woman asked. Yes. Thank you, Hermione replied. The woman nodded and stepped back through the portal which closed behind her. Once she was gone, silence descended on the room as Hermione waited to hear how her professors would react, and the professors marveled at what they had seen. It was Snape that finally spoke first. Such power would not come without great cost. Snape observed. What was taken from you? 1,000 years of my freedom. Hermione answered with a shrug. So far I think it will be worth it. Voldemort must never be allowed to wield this power. Dumbledore said. Though I believe you will use the power for good, Voldemort would not. You are a target now, Ms. Granger, even more than you have been in the past due to your friendship with Harry. I promise to be careful, sir. Hermione replied. Professor Snape and I have much to discuss, but I am very interested in hearing more about your experiences and what you have learned through this ritual. Dumbledore said. Thank you, Ms. Granger. Hopefully we will be able to talk again soon. Thank you, Professor. Hermione answered, realizing she was being dismissed and thankful that no one seemed to be angry with her. She quickly gathered her things and walked out the door, leaving Dumbledore and Snape alone. Snape retook his seat in front of Dumbledore's desk and appeared to be deep in thought. You are troubled, Sirius. Dumbledore commented. Of course. Snape answered. Who knows what the limits of that power are? Of course the Dark Lord desires it. That would explain his recent obsession with reading obscure dark books. But I do not believe he is looking in the right direction. Why is that? Dumbledore asked. He has found something, of that I have no doubt. Snape explained. Earlier this week he presented the Death Eaters a list of obscure objects and ingredients that he required as soon as possible. I believe he is attempting to perform a ritual that he hopes will grant him the power Granger has, but judging from her description he is trying something completely different. Then you must uncover what ritual it is Voldemort is attempting. Dumbledore commanded. It is of utmost importance. I have never seen anything like it in either my own library or the one here at Hogwarts, and the Dark Lord trusts no one enough to give up a secret so valuable. Snape said skeptically. It is possible that the book he is using is one of a kind. We must hope not. Dumbledore replied. The Blacks have an exceptionally large library with many dark books. I know for a fact that Voldemort has craved access to it for many years. Perhaps you and Sirius will be able to find something of use there. You want me to work with Black? Snape asked unhappily. Dumbledore nodded in response. Very well, I will try. But don't blame me if I am forced to curse him. Come now, Sirius. Surely you two can put this silly childhood feud aside for the greater good? Dumbledore said. Snape decided not to argue with him and remained silent. Excellent. We can only hope that time is on our side and Voldemort is not able to attempt this ritual before we learn exactly what it does. Indeed, Snape answered. The Dark Lord believes that the curse he struck you with is incurable, meaning you now hold an advantage. Precisely. Dumbledore agreed. Which is why I must stay hidden and let him believe that I am near death. The end of the war is nearing, Sirius. We must have every advantage possible if our world and way of life is to survive. And what will you be doing while we wait for the end to come? Snape asked. I do believe it is time that I took a more active role in training Harry. Dumbledore replied with a smile. I may not be able to overcome Voldemort, but I still have much to teach. I still can't believe after all that's happened we're really going to do this. Alicia Spinnet said as she looked out the door and on to the Quidditch pitch, which was already full of cheering students. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had just finished their final preparations and were waiting to be called out onto the pitch. Ravenclaw wanted to play. Alicia. George reminded her. This wouldn't be happening if they didn't want it to. I know. Alicia agreed as she turned away from the door and walked back to where the rest of the team was sitting. It's just not fair to them. Cho was a great seeker. People want things to go back to normal. Harry commented. This is just a part of it. I say we give them a good game. Just don't let them take too many shots on goal. Okay? Ron said weakly, obviously worried about how he would perform. That prompted real laughs from the rest of them. Poor little Ickle Ronikins, are you going to be okay on your broom? Fred teased. Don't worry, George and I will keep the bad men away. Get serious, people. Angelina Johnson, the captain, yelled. Game time in 5 minutes. Quit stressing, Angelina. George told her, sitting down on the bench next to her. Right. Fred agreed, sitting down on the other side of her. Have we ever let you down? Angelina looked back and forth between the two twin brothers before dramatically covering her face and loudly sobbing. We're doomed, Angelina cried. Fred and George responded by throwing their arms around their captain and pretending to cry as well. Alicia and Katie merely rolled their eyes at the sight. They had seen similar things before Quidditch games for several years now. Fred and George seemed to think the best way to calm the nerves was to make people laugh, and they were pretty good at it. While they continued to goof off, movement at the door caught Harry's attention, and when it opened he was quite surprised to see Cedric Diggory standing in the entrance chuckling at what was going on. I always knew weird stuff happened in the Gryffindor locker rooms, Cedric said, drawing the attention of everyone else. This is nothing compared to what I've heard goes on in the Hufflepuff locker room, George retorted with a laugh. Harry was the first to make his way over to Cedric and welcome him in. Harry knew that he and Cho had continued to date even after he graduated from Hogwarts, so it was not surprising to find him at the match. It's good to see you, Cedric, Harry said. Are you doing okay? As well as can be expected, I suppose. Cedric replied with a sad look on his face. Still doesn't seem real, you know? But I'm glad you guys are playing today. I think it's what Cho would have wanted. She was a great girl. Harry told him sincerely. There had even been a time when he nursed a small crush her. Back before the mess with the Triwizard Tournament had happened and his relationship with Daphne had begun. He realized that had only been a year ago, but somehow it seemed much longer. Outside he could hear the Gryffindor team being announced to the cheers of the audience. Sounds like I've got to go. See you after the match. Okay? Sure. Cedric replied. Have a good game, Harry. Harry nodded and ran out of the room with his trust firebolt in his hand. He made it just in time to hear his name being announced as the Gryffindor Seeker and the ear-shattering cheers that went with it. Harry waved at the crowd, hoping to show that he appreciated their cheers as he took the scene in. He did not think he had ever seen so many people at a Hogwarts Quidditch match. They had even needed to add additional bleachers to fit them all in. And, as expected, Minister of Magic Amelia Bones was sitting in the stands clapping. The surprising part, however, was seeing his godfather Sirius Black standing next to her cheering madly. Harry gave them both a thumbs up before hopping onto his broom and rising high into the air to wait for the game to start. Harry took his normal place above the rest of the team, hoping to catch a glimpse of the snitch that had just been released but with no success. Across the pitch, Cho's replacement, a third-year named Bradley, who up until a few days ago had been a backup chaser, looked quite nervous. Once the whistle blew and the game began, Harry flew straight towards the other seeker. The Ravenclaw looked confused about what Harry was doing. Hey kid, Harry called. It's okay to be nervous, just do your best. The Ravenclaw seeker nodded, took a deep breath, and flew off in search of the snitch. Harry flew in the opposite direction to begin his search. Below him, Katie Bell had the quaffle and was speeding towards their opponent's goal, but right before she could take her shot, she was forced to make a sharp turn in order to avoid a bludger. Ravenclaw scores 10-0. The announcer yelled to the approval of the crowd. Harry looked back towards the goal to see that Ron appeared very upset, which did not bode well for the rest of the game. Harry knew that the outcome would probably depend on his ability to catch the snitch and that he had better do it soon. Ravenclaw scored 2 more times before Gryffindor was able to score their first goal. Fred and George, aware of their younger brother's struggles as keeper, became a 2-man wrecking crew and were mostly able to keep the Ravenclaw chasers out of the scoring area. This tactic, however, freed up the Ravenclaw seeker to look for the snitch without having to worry about bludgers flying at him, while Harry had to contend with both of the Ravenclaw beaters attempting to knock him off of his broom. Harry's reputation as the school's best seeker meant that opposing teams often had their beaters concentrate all of their attention on keeping him away from the snitch. Ron was still struggling in his first game as Gryffindor keeper, much to his own disappointment. Ravenclaw finally picked up on this weakness and ordered their beaters to leave Harry alone and focus on helping them score as many points as possible before Harry was able to catch the snitch. Eventually, even their seeker abandoned the search for the snitch and became a 4th chaser for Ravenclaw to use against Gryffindor. 30 minutes later, Ravenclaw had stretched their lead to 180-40, meaning that if they were able to score a few more goals, it wouldn't matter if Harry caught the snitch. Finally, Harry saw something small and golden moving on the other side of the pitch. After almost an hour of play, the golden snitch had finally decided to make an appearance. Harry raced towards it with his path taking him straight through the field of play. The Ravenclaws saw him and knew that they did not have much time left to score again if they wanted to win. One of their chasers grabbed the quaffle and began flying along the sideline on his way to the Gryffindor goals, only to be hit by a well-aimed bludger courtesy of Fred Weasley. The impact caused him to drop the quaffle, but unfortunately for Gryffindor, one of his teammates was better positioned to recover it than they were. Ravenclaw's offense had pushed the quaffle further towards the Gryffindor goals. Both teams knew how important this possession was and were being even more physical than normal. Ravenclaw held the numerical advantage though because their seeker was playing as a chaser, and it was that fact which enabled their captain, Roger Davies, to break free and take a shot. The crowd fell silent as the quaffle sailed through the air, with everyone wondering if Ron would be able to stop it. The Gryffindor stands roared in approval as Ron was finally able to make a stop, and the quaffle bounced off his chest and began falling to the ground. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived because Ravenclaw was again able to gain possession of the quaffle and attempt to set up another shot. Potter catches the snitch. Game over. It's a draw, the announcer yelled. Harry looked back towards his team, who were looking quite unhappy with the result. The cheer he had heard had been a result of Ravenclaw scoring again and putting them ahead by 150 points. Harry felt a little disappointed his team had not won, but the happy cheers from the audience seemed to indicate it was a result that they were all pleased with. As he lowered his broom to the ground, he remembered there were much more important things going on this day than Quidditch, and perhaps this was the best way the game could have ended. "So do you really think we'll find anything useful in my library?" Sirius asked as he led Snape into the library. He didn't particularly like giving his childhood rival access to his family's resources, but had to reluctantly agree with Dumbledore that it was the best option. Snape immediately went to the shelf and began looking through the books there. The library itself was huge, with shelves covering every free part of the walls and stretching from the floor to the ceiling. A small table was positioned in the center of the room with chairs all around it, but other than that the library had been cleared of furniture. "I do not know," Snape answered truthfully. "Is this it? I was led to believe the Blacks' library was far larger than this. This is only a small part of it," Sirius replied. "The rest are in a secret room connected to the main office. There are literally thousands upon thousands of books and scrolls here. It's going to take a lifetime to go through everything." "You know that, right? We don't have a lifetime," Snape said. "The Dark Lord's plans are proceeding while we are still in the dark as to what he is going to do. Whatever his plans are, they are monumental, something that will change the war forever. That much is obvious from his attitude towards it." "I heard you when you said that the first time," Sirius responded angrily. "You know as well as I do research has never been my strong point. I would be better off doing other things." "Then leave if you must," Snape said dismissively. "I have work to do." Sirius sighed and sat down in a chair at the table in the center of the room. He was, of course, going to stay and help. Sirius had little choice in the matter if the threat was as dire as Dumbledore had made it out to be. Mostly he would do it for Harry because he knew as well as anyone that it was his godson's lot in life to face Voldemort, and Sirius would do anything he could to make Harry's task easier. "Fine," Sirius finally said. "Give me a book and let's get started." Harry looked around the table and smiled. It was good to have all his friends back together and healthy. He, along with Daphne, Hermione, and Neville, were studying in the library just like normal students. For now, the worries of tests and essays were more pressing than war. "Wait a second, do we add Moonstone or Moonseed to this?" Harry asked as he attempted to write out one of his potions from memory, as he knew would be required on his OWLs. "Come on, Harry, even I know that one." Neville laughed. "How'd you let yourself get so far behind in potions anyway?" Hermione asked. "I'm not that far behind," Harry protested. "And I've had a lot going on lately. Training to defeat Dark Lords and all that." "Fine, I'll tell him." Daphne sighed. "Moonseed is extremely poisonous, as our resident herbology expert here could have told you. That would make an odd addition to what is basically a variety of love potion, wouldn't it?" "Okay, that's a good point," Harry agreed. "But other than that, I had it right, didn't I?" Hermione leaned over and began reading. nodding her head as she did. Halfway down she pulled out her quill and circled one line on Harry's paper. That should simmer for 15 minutes. Not 5. Hermione said. But the rest is correct. Told you I wasn't a dummy, Harry said to Daphne, followed by sticking his tongue out at her. And I never suggested you were, she replied, then sticking her tongue out at him before starting to laugh. I'm actually quite proud of the work I've done with you. With Hermione's help we've turned you into a quite capable wizard. Oh, and I don't get any of the credit? Harry asked. Nope, Hermione answered. It's all about us, haven't you realized that yet, Neville? Harry said. Some help maybe? Of course they're wrong, Harry. Neville replied. I helped out too. You were bollocks at herbology, remember? Neville's right. Daphne agreed. He deserves some praise for the Harry Potter experiment, too. Harry grunted in disapproval while the others laughed, and eventually they returned to their studies. A few minutes later, however, an enchanted paper airplane flew into the library and began circling around the ceiling as if searching for something. This drew the attention most of the people in the library, including Harry, who thought that perhaps one of the Weasley twins was responsible for it. After a few more laps around the room, the plane made a perfect landing right in front of Harry and stopped moving. I guess it's for you, Neville commented. Who is it from? Harry poked at the paper with his wand, worried that it might be some kind of trick, especially if it was from Fred or George, but it appeared to be safe. He then grabbed the plane, sighing in relief when nothing happened as he did, and unfolded it so he could read the note. A look of surprise crossed his face as he did. It's from Dumbledore, Harry said. He wants to meet me right away on the 7th floor by the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. About that, Hermione said reluctantly. I might have said something to Dumbledore when I saw him about finding the room of requirement. But I didn't tell him where it was. He must have figured that out on his own. For another hour or two, I think. Daphne answered. Harry nodded and gave her a quick kiss before gathering up his things and stuffing them in his bag. There's no telling how long this could take, Harry warned. Don't bother waiting for me if I'm not back by the time you're finished. They all said their goodbyes and Harry left the library headed for the 7th floor. He, like the most of the school, had not actually seen the headmaster since the night of the Hogsmeade attack, and although he had learned from Hermione that his arm had been healed, Harry still wondered what condition the old professor was in following his defeat at the hands of Lord Voldemort. When he finally reached the corridor on the 7th floor that contained the entrance to the room or requirement, he found that it was empty, but as he neared the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, he began to sense a strong magical presence nearby. Harry cautiously took out his wand and pointed it towards the point where the feeling seemed to be coming from. Professor? Harry asked. A moment later, the empty space he had been looking at seemed to become distorted like a reflection on an uneven mirror or on the surface of a lake. Then the illusion failed completely, revealing Professor Dumbledore, who looked quite pleased with the situation. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore commented. As you can see, there are more ways than just an invisibility cloak to hide your presence. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, Harry replied. It was more than just a disillusionment charm. Right you are, Dumbledore agreed. Trust me, Harry, you will learn it soon enough. You look healthy, Harry said after looking closely at his professor. But you still haven't stopped the rumors going around that you're dying and you didn't want to be seen coming up here. You're trying to trick Voldemort, aren't you? Sure, Harry said. How did you know it was here? I once was wandering the 7th floor in severe need of a bathroom, Dumbledore explained. Lo and behold, I was able to find a room filled with chamber pots. When I went searching for it again, I was unable to find it. An event which I found to be quite curious. Your friend's description of the room reminded me of that, and I suspected that I should have known where the room of requirement was all along. All you have to do is think about exactly what you want the room to be, then walk back and forth right here 3 times. Harry said. The door will appear and the room should look like you wanted it to. Do you want me to show you? Actually, I would prefer to try it for myself, Dumbledore replied. Following Harry's instructions, he began walking back and forth in. Harry shrugged and followed Dumbledore through the door. On the other side he found a large, brightly lit, empty space. There was no furniture and the walls themselves were plain. Harry walked to the center of the room and looked all around, expecting to find something of interest, but instead saw that his room was completely plain. "Is this really what you wanted the room to be?" Harry asked. He turned to see Dumbledore nodding, indicating it was. "Why, where do we start?" Harry asked, excited by the opportunity. "Well, I thought that perhaps we could start with telling you all I knew and suspected concerning Voldemort's past." Dumbledore began, smiling at the skeptical look on Harry's face. "But truthfully, you know more than enough about Tom. So perhaps we should skip ahead to magic you might not have learned yet. Magic you might not be able to find in any book in the Hogwarts library. Can we start with that disappearing spell you used?" Harry asked. "Certainly. I believe we are now all here," Professor Dumbledore said as he walked into the room and took a seat. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. Straight to the point." "Very well," Dumbledore replied. "You are all aware that since the murder of Rufus Scrimgeour over a month ago, the Death Eaters have launched no further attacks. The Daily Prophet gives credit to Minister Bones for this fact. However, we all know that the Ministry has not done anything that could produce such a change. Tonight I can admit to all of you that for some time I and a few others have had some idea of what Voldemort is up to and why." "You mean I've been investigating for the past month for no reason?" Tonks asked frustratedly. "Figures. That much. However, what ritual, what exactly it will do, and when he plans on performing it remain unknown to us. The only real information we have on it is a list of hard-to-find items that Voldemort has tasked his most senior Death Eaters with finding as soon as possible. According to Sirius, today he came into possession of the last missing piece and could therefore perform this ritual at any time." "What's stopping him?" Amos Diggory asked. "Sirius? They'd be stupid to ally themselves with that maniac," Moody observed. "And right after that happens, Voldemort will take control of the governments they've built," Daniel said. "Did anyone buy it?" "More than you would think," Snape answered. "They either believe Voldemort's promises or think that he is no real threat to them. In either case they are mistaken. Voldemort now brags that he can have more than 100 dark wizards fighting at his side in a matter of hours." "Did they take the dark mark?" Moody asked. "Sirius told me what you two have been looking in his library for," Daniel said. "I've begun searching my own library but haven't found anything. Is it possible for you to somehow gain possession of whatever text Voldemort is using? He doesn't trust me or anyone that much," Snape answered with a shake of his head. "I've tried, but with no success. So what can we do now?" Tonks asked. "It sounds like something big is coming and we're completely clueless as to what it is and when it's going to happen." "That is, unfortunately, an accurate description," Dumbledore agreed. "It is imperative we discover what Voldemort is doing. Meanwhile, we will do what we can to build our own strength. By now you have all heard the prophecy, and so you should know this. Harry is destined to defeat Voldemort. To that end, I have been personally training him for the past month and can honestly say that I have more hope than ever that we will win this war." "He's just a boy, Dumbledore," Molly Weasley sobbed. "How can we put this on his shoulders?" "Because no one else can do it, Mrs. Weasley," Harry replied. "I didn't want this either, but I can't back down from it. The Order of the Phoenix is still Dumbledore's group, but he wants me to take a more prominent role in representing the side of the light. That's another role I don't want, but for some reason people believe me when I tell them we are going to win this war. So it's my responsibility to be out there telling them that. Which is why Harry has been allowing himself to be seen in the company of Minister Bones so frequently," Dumbledore noted. "Most notably this past weekend in the Hogsmeade rebuilding effort. She's a nice lady, way better than Fudge," Harry commented. "Plus she realizes I'm not just some tool she can use as she pleases. Amelia is doing her best as minister," Sirius added. "There are more Aurors now than at any point in the last 25 years, and I fear we will need every single one of them," Dumbledore noted. "Inferii," Daniel said. "That's my guess," Moody agreed. "A Muggle groundskeeper went missing at one of the cemeteries as well. Likely killed and turned into an Inferius like the others. Voldemort is building his army however he can, it would seem," Dumbledore noted. "In large numbers Inferii can be quite dangerous. We must learn what other resources Voldemort has available to him. Contact every source you can. We must know what dangers we face. Thank you everyone and good luck." Harry was panting, covered in sweat and blood. and suspected that one of his ribs was broken. Even so, there was a smile on his face because he was still on his feet fighting and he was doing well. "Well done, Harry," Dumbledore said. "We can stop for today if you'd like." "Now why would I want to do that?" Harry asked. "I'm about to win. Perhaps not," Dumbledore replied. Harry was capable of beating him, the old professor knew, and in fact had come very close on a few occasions in the past week through a combination of strength, skill, and creativity. Dumbledore sensed that even now Harry was holding back, most likely afraid to unleash his true power, because he did not want to kill his teacher. Dumbledore did not worry about Harry having similar concerns when the final battle against Voldemort came. In fact, he suspected that the power Harry was capable of would surprise even him. "Your move, Harry." Harry nodded and raised his wand towards his opponent. Dumbledore's eyes never left him as he waited to see what Harry would do. Suddenly Harry apparat to another spot and fired a spell towards Dumbledore, apparating again the instant that spell left his wand. Harry repeated the process as quickly as he could, hoping to catch Dumbledore off guard, but the old wizard was able to block or avoid every spell thrown at him. Dumbledore knew that Harry's tactic was rarely used because of how tiring it was and had decided to simply wait for Harry to stop before beginning his own attack. Harry knew the flaw in his plan, his tactic, and had been able to guess Dumbledore's response to it, so he realized he had to come up with something new if he wanted to win. Harry knew that one advantage he held over his opponent was his speed and reflexes, and so his best course of action was to do something that took advantage of that. Harry kept up that constant apparition and spell firing, but Dumbledore was surprised to see that Harry was no longer aiming towards him. Instead, Harry was firing a spell that would keep bouncing off of inanimate objects, including shields, until it finally hit a living thing, at which point it would violently explode. In a closed room like they were in, the spell was especially dangerous. Soon over a dozen spells were bouncing off the wall in different directions, forcing Dumbledore to raise a shield to protect himself. This was just the moment Harry had been waiting for, because it gave him the chance to attempt to overpower Dumbledore's shield. Harry fired a blasting curse at top power at Dumbledore, but his shield held. Harry was about to give up when he realized he still had dozens of spells bouncing around that he, as their caster, could exert some control over. With a wave of his hand, all of the spells changed course and flew straight towards Dumbledore and made impact at the exact same time. When the dust from the explosion settled, Dumbledore had been dropped to one knee and looked to be in bad shape. "I yield, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Well done. Did you let me win?" Harry asked, uncertain that his victory was legitimate. They both took the chance to begin healing their wounds. "And if this were a real duel, I would have paid dearly for that mistake. Let me help you up," Harry said as he rushed over to lend the headmaster a hand. "If it makes you feel any better, even I wasn't sure I could wandlessly redirect those spells. I guess my control has improved." "Certainly has," Dumbledore agreed. "You are a powerful wizard, Harry, and in the past 2 months I have come to respect you even more than I had imagined possible." "Thanks," Harry replied. "I've learned a lot from you, and I hope I still have much to teach," Dumbledore said. "Speaking of school, will you be leaving for the Christmas break?" "Not until the weekend," Harry answered. It was Wednesday, December 20th, and although Harry did not give it any thought, was a day before the winter solstice. "It seems like a lot of people are staying this year." "That is true," Dumbledore agreed. "Many parents believe that the safest place for their children to be is here at Hogwarts. Even though the attacks have stopped, our world is still at war, and they realize that." "Thanks again, Professor," Harry said. "I'm gonna go get some lunch." Dumbledore smiled in response as Harry walked towards the door. When it opened, though, they were both surprised to see Hermione standing at the entrance looking very worried. She rushed through the door as soon as it opened, seemed to be relieved when she saw Professor Dumbledore. "Professor, I've been looking all over for you," Hermione said. "So has Professor Snape. He said he needs to see you right away. He said to tell you that he found it." "The ritual," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Harry's guess. "Why don't you both accompany me to my office?" Dumbledore said. "You need to hear this, Harry, and I hope that you might have some insight, Miss Granger." Dumbledore cast the invisibility spell on himself before leaving the room of requirement with Harry and Hermione following close behind him. Harry could sense the professor's presence and was able to track his movements while Hermione was simply following Harry. Harry was somewhat amused that Dumbledore was weaving his way through students in the hallway and that they had no idea he was there. The rumors of his decreasing health had continued to spread like wildfire, and some were even suggesting Dumbledore was dead, but the Ministry did not want to admit it. "Severus, what news?" Dumbledore asked. "I believe we found the ritual in a copy of a journal written by Canward the Wise." Snape answered. "It is, as we suspected, a summoning spell." "Summoning what?" Dumbledore asked. "Canward was never able to complete it," Snape explained. "But he believed it to be a connection to some sort of hell dimension with vicious beasts he hoped to be able to control." "And does Voldemort possess all he needs to finish it?" "Unfortunately, yes he does," Snape replied. "It gets worse. The ritual must be performed on a solstice or equinox, and the winter solstice is tomorrow. That's what he's been waiting for," Harry stated. "How are we going to stop him?" "We were just getting to that," Sirius said. "Can't just be done anyway. Voldemort needs a strong magical location for the ritual to draw on. Canward tried Stonehenge over 1,000 years ago, and it didn't just fail but broke the magic of the place for all time. There's only a few places we could think of that might work." Daphne was completely unaware of the drama unfolding in the headmaster's office. She knew Harry had planned to train with Professor Dumbledore during the morning, something he was able to do because his last midterm exam had been the day before. She, on the other hand, had just finished her last test of semester. She had done well thanks in part to long hours of studying the night before, and had decided once the test was over she wanted nothing more than a nap. It was with that in mind that she walked into her room in the Slytherin dormitory. Her roommate Pansy Parkinson appeared to have had a similar idea as her and was asleep in her bed. The two girls had mostly attempted to avoid each other this year, which was fine by Daphne. But even so, Daphne had noticed Pansy acting particularly upset over something the past few days. Had they been friends, Daphne might have asked what was bothering her. But as it was, Daphne didn't feel it was any of her business. Daphne never saw Pansy fire the stunner that hit her in the back while pulling the covers on her bed back. She did hear Pansy say "stupefy," but by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late to do anything about. Daphne's body slumped forward onto the bed, and she did not move any further. Pansy felt bad for what she was doing to Daphne, but she had no choice. The Dark Lord had personally told her father that he would kill every member of their family if Pansy did not do exactly what he wanted. Everything she would need, including the invisibility cloak and portkey, had been sent to her in a package she received just that morning. She only hoped that once she had sent Daphne to the Dark Lord, her family would be safe. Pansy had planned for this moment over the past week and knew exactly what to do. It was lunchtime, meaning most people would be near the Great Hall. She would take a path out of the castle that avoided them. The last thing she wanted was to be discovered with her unconscious roommate being levitated behind her under an invisibility cloak. How would she ever explain that? After over 2 hours of meetings with the Minister of Magic and a few of her most trusted aides, Harry finally exited the flue in Professor Dumbledore's office. Hermione and Professor Snape were both still there, now joined by Professor McGonagall, deep in discussion about the ritual and what exactly they were going to do about it. He paused for a moment, wondering if he should join them, but eventually decided to let them be for now. They could tell him what had been decided in a few hours. Until then, he would just be in their way. He left Dumbledore's office and began walking towards the Great Hall to finally eat the meal he had missed earlier. Food seemed like such a silly thing to be worried about at this point, but he knew keeping his mind and body in top shape would be vital for when the fighting finally started. When he entered the Great Hall, he was surprised to see that even a few hours after most people would have eaten lunch, it was still full of people having a good time and completely unaware of what was going on. They had no idea what kind of danger they were in. Why, he wondered, hadn't Dumbledore began sending them home already? The answer was obvious and typical of Dumbledore. If the school was evacuated, Voldemort would realize that they knew what his plans were. Dumbledore was risking the lives of the students to maintain an advantage over Voldemort. That fact was not surprising either. He had done the same thing in Harry's first year when he decided to hide the Philosopher's Stone inside the castle. Harry understood the reasoning but still didn't like it. "Harry, where have you been, old chap?" Fred Weasley called from the Gryffindor table, waving Harry over towards him. Harry nodded and went to sit with the twins. What's with the face? George asked. Let me guess. Problems with your lady friend? Probably. Fred agreed. You heard he forgot her birthday, didn't you? Maybe he just realized Christmas is a week away and he hasn't gotten her anything. I learned my lesson on that one. Harry said. Christmas is taken care of. So not woman problems then. George shrugged. I've got it. Fred exclaimed. You haven't seen Snape all day, have you? It must be because Harry here blew up his potion, flunked his test, and sent Snape to the hospital. Wouldn't he be at least a little happy if that happened? George asked. I'm pretty sure I would be. Good point. Fred agreed. So then, Mr. Potter, what's going on? Harry hesitated, unsure of how to answer their question. They had the right to prepare themselves for what was coming just like anyone else. But what would happen if word spread too far and Voldemort found out they had uncovered their plan? It would certainly harm their strategic position and possibly reveal that Snape had been telling them everything and was not actually loyal to the Dark Lord. You guys have to keep this quiet, and I mean that. Harry whispered. There's bad stuff going on, guys, and Hogwarts is about to get a whole lot more dangerous. Dumbledore is trying to keep everything quiet, and honestly I sort of agree with him. But you two already know about the Order of the Phoenix and what they're doing, so telling you couldn't hurt too, I don't think. Just keep your eyes open and be prepared. Okay? Sure thing, Harry. George said, surprised from what Harry had said to them. Anything else we can do? Not unless you guys have come up with some secret weapon in that lab you two are always at work in. Harry replied. But I don't think pranks and gags are going to win the war. You might be surprised. Fred answered. George, I do believe I have an idea. To the secret lair? Finally finished with lunch, Harry decided to go relax for a bit. He knew he would not have many opportunities to do that in the coming day. A few minutes later, he was laying on a couch in the Gryffindor common room, listening to everyone joke and laugh while they celebrated the end of the term. Not long after that, he drifted off to sleep. In Everett, Daphne's slowly opened as she attempted to figure out what was going on. The room she was in was dark and cold, lit only by a few candles on the opposite wall. She was sitting on the floor and leaning against the wall, but when she began to stand up, she saw that there were chains on her arms and legs that were connected to the wall. Although they had enough slack in them to allow her to stand up or sit down, she could not move very far from the spot she was in. Good to see you again, Daphne. Aren't you going to say hello to your Uncle Gabriel? Daphne's eyes darted to focus on where the voice had come from. She could see a figure standing in the shadows, and when he finally stepped into the light, she saw that it was indeed her uncle. Daphne's hand reached into her pocket, hoping that somehow her wand would still be there, but it was not. She vaguely remembered setting it on the table next to her bed right before Pansy had ambushed her. No wand, my dear. Gabriel laughed. Just you and me here at the moment. My friends will find me, Daphne said. And when they do, they will kill you. So sure of that, aren't you? Gabriel asked. But no one even knows where you are. How do you think they are going to be able to save you? Where are we? Daphne asked. I don't think you need to worry about that, Gabriel answered. But you are right on one thing, your little boyfriend will try to save you. We're counting on that. So I'm bait. Daphne realized. You're nothing compared to my father. Daphne boldly stated. If Harry doesn't kill you, he will. He'll certainly try, Gabriel said. Now, unfortunately, I have to leave you for a bit. There is much to be done in the next few hours. The war ends tomorrow, you see. A day from now, nothing will be able to stop my lord, and he will crush everyone who stands against him. Don't go anywhere. Okay? Gabriel laughed as he walked out of the cell, closing and locking the door behind him. Daphne could hear his laughs echoing through the hallway, growing fainter and fainter until there was complete silence. For a few minutes she struggles against her bonds in the hope that she could break free, but it soon became clear that she was stuck. Finally she gave up and sat back down on the floor, resigned to simply hoping that an opportunity to escape would present itself or that someone would come rescue her. The loud crack of someone dropping a textbook on the floor caused Harry to wake suddenly and sit up from his spot on the couch. He looked over to where the noise came from and saw a second-year girl picking up her books and continuing on to her room. Harry checked the time and saw that he had been asleep for over 2 hours. It was late enough that a few people were already making their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Harry yawned and thought about what he needed to be doing. Hermione, Snape, and McGonagall were probably still in Dumbledore's office discussing the ritual. He would need to be there soon to start getting a better idea of what they needed to do to stop Voldemort. He also remembered that he hadn't told either Daphne or Neville what was going on, and they certainly deserved to know. Knowing it would be easier to start with Neville, Harry walked up to the fifth-year boys' room to see if he was there, but the room was empty. He then pulled the Marauder's map out of his bag so that he could more easily locate his friend. Harry spread the map out on top of his bed and decided to look again. Surely he thought he had just missed her somewhere. But after another 15 minutes of searching, he still had not found Daphne. Even he did not begin to panic because he knew there were places in the castle that the map didn't show. A few minutes later, he had looked in the room of requirement and seen that she was not there. It was then that he began to worry. He even checked the Chamber of Secrets, a place he knew she probably couldn't get to, just to be sure. When he had done that, he went to ask Neville if he had seen Daphne, but unfortunately he had not. Unsure of what else to do, he began walking around the school looking for her and asking people if they had seen her. It was while doing this that he heard a familiar voice call out, "Potter, come here." Harry turned to see Draco Malfoy waving him over. Harry frowned, instantly thinking that Draco had something to do with Daphne's disappearance and not liking that one bit. He walked over to the blonde Slytherin and waited for him to start talking. "I hear you're looking for Daphne," Malfoy began. "Well, there's something you need to know." Draco didn't get to finish his statement because Harry shoved him against the wall and held him there with one hand while the other pointed his wand right at Draco's face. Draco was obviously surprised by Harry's attack but didn't try to fight him. "What have you done, Malfoy?" Harry asked. "Tell me where she is." "Ease up, Potter," Malfoy replied. "It wasn't me. But I do know who did it." "Who?" "Pansy," Malfoy answered. "It wasn't her fault, Potter. The Dark Lord was going to kill her family. Go easy on her. Okay? I don't care about her right now," Harry replied. "All I care about is getting Daphne back safely." "What else do you know?" "Listen, you need to believe me when I tell you that I had no idea any of this was going to happen until Daphne was already gone," Malfoy began. "Pansy was upset and told me what had happened. And then, a few minutes ago, I got a package from my father. She's being held at my house in the dungeons. Then you're going to take me there?" Harry demanded. That's what he wanted, too. "They're setting up a trap for you, Potter," Malfoy explained. He then pulled a letter with Harry written in feminine hand writing on the front. "This is a portkey. I was supposed to give it to you tomorrow afternoon and tell you it would take you to where Daphne is being held. As you can tell, I'm not following the plan." "What are you up to, Malfoy?" Harry asked. "What game are you playing?" "I am trying to help you, Potter," Malfoy replied. "With my help you are going to avoid the trap and be able to save your girlfriend." "Why are you doing this?" Harry asked, but then he remembered something he had not thought about for some time. He finally let Draco go and lowered his wand, much to Draco's relief. "It's the life debt, isn't it? You're obligated to help me. That's partly the reason," Malfoy agreed. "But it's not all of it. I want you to win, and I think you will. I know what kind of world the Dark Lord will create if he wins the war, and quite frankly it's not a world I want to live in. If you go tonight, they won't be expecting you," Malfoy commented. "Plus, my father seems to have forgotten he gave me some limited abilities to create portkeys into our home. I can make it so that the portkey takes you directly into my room, not to wherever he had set this one up to put you. Plus, this is a one-person portkey. The best I can do is make it so you can take one other person with you. That's all I can tell you." "Okay," Harry said. "Change the portkey." Draco nodded and pulled out his wand while Harry watched his every movement, still unsure if he could trust Draco. The Slytherin slowly pulled his wand out of his pocket and began to concentrate before touching the tip of his wand to the letter and saying Portus. The letter briefly flashed before turning back to normal. Draco held it out to his former rival and Harry carefully took it and began to inspect it. "What is it?" she asked. "Water, you moron," the man replied. "When we do eventually get around to killing you, it's not going to be by poisoning, you can count on that." "Who are you?" Daphne demanded to know. "The name's Jugson," he answered. "Don't move, I'm going to check your chains." Daphne nodded and Jugsun walked over to where she was sitting on the ground. One by one he pulled on the chains connected to her arms and legs to make sure they were still attached. The last one he checked was one connected to her leg, and when he did Daphne saw her chance and attempted to pull Jugsun's wand out of his hand. She pulled with all her strength, but Jugsun was simply too strong. In retaliation, Jugsun slapped Daphne across the face hard enough to knock her to the ground with a bright red mark on her cheek. "You really are a dumb bitch, aren't you?" Jugsun laughed. "And here I was going to be nice to you. Try and make the last few hours of your life bearable. There's no escape from here, little girl. Oh, I know, Harry Potter is going to come save you, right?" "He will," Daphne said confidently. "He'll die trying exactly what the Dark Lord wants." Jugsun disagreed. "It'd be easier if you just accepted that." "I wasn't supposed to do that," Jugsun said. "The Dark Lord wants you healthy and whole for when Potter comes. That way you can see him beg for death at the hands of the Dark Lord before you die too. We'll just have to make that our little secret, won't we?" Daphne bit her lip and tried not to give him the pleasure of seeing how much she was still hurting from the cruciatus. Jugsun shrugged at her silence before leaving the room and Daphne alone again. Only when she was sure that he was gone did Daphne show any sign of how much pain she was in. As she sat and waited for the pain to subside, she hoped that Harry would come for her soon. "Do you think we can trust Draco Malfoy?" Harry asked. The issue had been bothering him ever since their conversation ended. He wanted to believe that Malfoy was being honest because it was his best chance to save Daphne. But even so, he and Draco had been rivals for so long that it was hard to see him as anything else. "His story makes sense," Daniel said. "By getting you to walk into an ambush tomorrow, he would win even if you were able to survive because you wouldn't be at Hogwarts trying to stop him. But I agree, it is strange for Draco to so obviously go against his father. Maybe he's changed more than I thought," Harry suggested with a shrug. "But I'll wait to make a decision on that until we can make sure he isn't just setting us up." "Let's go," Daniel said. "It's been a very long time, but I've been inside the Malfoy house before. I should be able to point us in the right direction. Are you ready?" "Right," Harry replied, holding the portkey out so Daniel could grab onto it. When they were both touching the portkey, Daniel nodded and Harry said rescue. Instantly the portkey activated and they found themselves spinning through a magical whirlwind. Harry had never grown to like travel by portkey, and he was especially unhappy with it now because he knew that there would be a moment right after they arrived when they would both be vulnerable. Finally the spinning began to slow and Harry felt himself being hurled towards the ground. He hit and rolled forward before leaping to his feet with his wand in hand, only to find that there was no one on the other side waiting for them. Daniel landed without problem moments after he did. Harry had no problem believing the room they had arrived in belonged to Draco. Almost everything was either black, silver, or green. A few Quidditch posters supporting the Falmouth Falcons hung on the walls, but oddly there were no photographs of Draco, with friends or family in the room. The one window was covered by a thick black curtain and let in very little light. "Where to?" Harry asked. "Of course," Harry replied. "But we're all going to be fine. We have to be quiet," Daniel whispered. "Can't let them know we're here before we're ready." At the count of 3, Harry and Daniel stepped out of the hallway and silently fired off a pair of stunners which knocked both deaf. "No need to hold back anymore," Daniel whispered. "Just take them out." Harry nodded in agreement and led the way back to the entrance to the kitchen. He was first through, casting a powerful wide-arcing slicing curse which managed to decapitate one man, cut another completely in half, and cut another Death Eater's legs off at the knee. Daniel was right behind him with a strong blasting curse that caught another man right in the face, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood and bone. While Harry mercifully finished off the Death Eater with no legs, Daniel turned his attention to the last remaining Death Eater still capable of putting up a fight. He even managed to get his wand out and point it towards them before taking a piercing hex through the heart that dropped him to the floor. "I don't recognize any of these guys," Harry said. "Who do you think they were?" "New recruits mostly," Daniel speculated. "It does make me wonder though, if Voldemort's best Death Eaters aren't here, where are they? And what are they doing?" "I'll do better next time, Daniel," Gabriel promised. "You're early. How did that happen, I wonder?" "Oh well, it just means we've had to move the execution up a little." In fact, I gave the order as soon as I realized you were here. Poor little Daphne should already be dead. Go find her, Harry. You know where to go. Daniel commanded. And leave him to me. Meanwhile, Daniel and his brother Gabriel were locked in a fierce duel. By all indications, they seemed to be evenly matched. Each cast powerful spells towards the other, but in every case they were either shielded against or avoided. The room in which they were fighting was quickly being destroyed by their ferocious battle. Finally, Daniel spotted an opportunity and summoned a rug out from under his brother's feet and sending the man crashing to the ground. Before he could move, Daniel had cast another summoning charm which tipped over a bookcase and caused it to smash down on top of Gabriel, who was now pinned to the floor and unable to move. The only part sticking out from under the bookcase was his head. Lucky, brother, very lucky, Gabriel said angrily. Just like always. You've never deserved anything you have. You should have all been mine. You're a fool. Daniel replied. You're not really going to kill me, Gabriel claimed. What would father say? We'll never know because you killed him. Daniel answered. Avada Kedavra. After hearing her scream, Harry had run towards the end of the hallway and noticed that the very last door was open. When he rushed inside, he saw that Daphne was chained to the wall with a large bruise on her face, but otherwise appeared to be okay. She was crying and screaming at the other person in the room, a tall Death Eater who seemed to be enjoying his victim's fear. Harry did not recognize him, but the Death Eater was in fact Jugson. His wand was pointed at Daphne and looked as if he was preparing to cast a spell. He was able to get the first syllable of Avada Kedavra out of his mouth before Harry acted. In his emotional state, the magic seemed to flow through Harry like never before. It was almost as if he did not even actually need to cast spells, but instead to simply command the magic to do what he wanted it to. Jugson's wand snapped in half in his hand a split second before his body was thrown through the air and crashed against the hard cell wall. The impact broke numerous bones, a fact that would not matter just seconds later. Jugson shrieked in pain as Harry summoned the man's still beating heart from his chest. And he lived just long enough to see it burst into flames before his world went black and he knew no more. See, I didn't make you wait long after last chapter's cliffhanger ending now, did I? And some of you had been wondering if I was ever going to mention Draco's life debt. Believe me, I had not forgotten. Hope you're enjoying the story, and thanks for reading. As the Order of the Phoenix prepared for their coming battle with Voldemort and his army, Dumbledore's office had become their new base of operations. Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Sirius Black were standing around a table on which held a model of Hogwarts and the surrounding areas and were arguing over how to position their own forces. Thanks to Snape's reports and their own intelligence sources, they had a fairly good idea of what they were up against. However, they knew that Voldemort was bound to surprise them with something. They say he needs to be close to Hogwarts for the ritual to work, Moody commented, pointing over at the other group consisting of Snape, McGonagall, and Hermione, who were still researching the ritual. Within a few 100 feet at most, but he also won't want to be inside the castle. If I were him, I would set up camp here while attacking here and here. But that's too close to the castle, Sirius argued. He's going to want to be as far away as possible to give himself more defensive depth. This is a better location. Dumbledore sat watching the excitement around him and contemplated his own role in the coming battle. He knew it would be foolish for him to attempt to face Voldemort on his own again, especially now that he was no longer the master of the Elder Wand. You're safe, Hermione cried happily. We were so worried. I'm just so glad to be back, Daphne said. I will send for her at once, Dumbledore replied. He motioned towards one of the paintings on the wall, and its occupant nodded and walked out of the frame, presumably to a picture in the infirmary where Madame Pomfrey was. What happened? Voldemort forced Pansy Parkinson to kidnap Daphne and send her to the Malfoys' house. I only knew that much because Draco warned me. I told Hermione and the others that much before I left. Harry explained. Voldemort's plan was to try and get me out of the way tomorrow so I couldn't be here. I don't imagine he is going to be very happy when he figures out what happened. I know, Harry agreed. I'll be here. Dumbledore nodded and Harry led Daphne off to the other room where there was a bed she could rest on while they waited. Harry knew what kind of pain she must still be in, having experienced the cruciatus quite a few times himself. The potions that Madame Pomfrey was bringing would help, but in the end only time would heal it completely. After a few minutes of waiting, Madame Pomfrey arrived, provided Daphne with the appropriate potions, and ordered he to bed. "Would you rather sleep here?" Harry asked. He wasn't sure if Daphne would be opposed to sleeping in the room where Pansy had attacked her the day before. "No, I want to go to my room," Daphne replied. "Pansy won't be there, and from the sounds of it Draco is on our side now. Besides, my wand is there and I hate being without it." "All right," Harry agreed. "But I am going to put up some wards around your room. It'll make me feel better." Daphne hugged Harry back, understanding that he was probably upset with himself that he had not been around to prevent her kidnapping. It wasn't his fault, of course, but it was her boyfriend's nature to feel responsible for his friends' and loved ones' well-being. Harry noticed that Draco Malfoy had heard the commotion and walked out of his room to see what was going on. When he saw that Harry had indeed been able to rescue Daphne, he did not smile but simply nodded as if he expected it. "It's true," Daphne agreed. "Dad and Harry saved me." Draco told Harry where I was. "You helped?" Astoria asked, turning towards Draco. At his nod of agreement she ran over to him and kissed him on the cheek, causing the older Slytherin to look very surprised. "Thank you. It was no problem," Draco replied uncertainly. Astoria smiled and ran back to her older sister while Draco turned and went back to his room, leaving the others alone. Harry watched his former rival and, not for the first time, was surprised at how things turned out. Even now Draco's attitude was hard for him to understand, and it was possible he would never know what caused him to turn against his father. But for now he was just thankful for the help Draco had provided. Lucius considered walking upstairs but decided there was no point at the moment. He had ordered Narcissa to leave the house, not foolish enough to let his family near a planned ambush. Lucius continued walking and checking on the rest of his home. As he neared the kitchen, he could not help but notice the foul smell of blood and death, and was therefore not surprised to see 5 dead bodies there. From the looks of it, they had died quickly but horrifically. The sight and smell made even his stomach turn a little. Knowing the intruders must have come for the prisoner, Lucius' next stop was his private dungeon. As he expected, the girl was gone and one of her keepers was dead in her cell. He swore bitterly at the situation. His master would be very angry at this failure. Lucius had no idea how important this part was to the Dark Lord's overall plans. He only hoped that it was not a vital piece. If it were, his chances for surviving his next meeting with the Dark Lord were slim to none. He better have a good explanation, Lucius muttered, or he will pay. Lucius left the house and apparat away to report the bad news to Lord Voldemort. He could only hope his master was in a merciful mood. "About time, Potter," Professor Snape said as Harry walked back into Dumbledore's office, although without the malice that his greetings for Harry usually held. He had never particularly liked Harry, but his views on the child of his childhood rival and love had begun to improve. Plus the fact that Harry had saved one of his Slytherins did not hurt. "Hi everyone," Harry said as he took a seat at the table around the journal which held the details of the ritual. Several other books had been laid out on the table, apparently for reference. "How bad is it?" "Very bad, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall replied. "If Voldemort is allowed to complete this ritual, our world and way of life will be destroyed." "What'll happen if he does finish it?" Harry asked. "At best, creatures which can only be described as demons will pour through the temporarily open portal between our worlds and attempt to destroy everything in their path, Voldemort included." Hermione commented. "Really? That's the best-case scenario?" Harry asked in shock. "And what's the worst-case scenario?" "The demons will not be wild, but under Voldemort's control," Professor McGonagall replied. "And the portal itself will remain open for as long as Voldemort wishes for it to." "Is there any good news?" Harry wondered. "So we'll have some time to disrupt his plans." "Great," Harry noted happily. Then he noticed that no one else shared his optimistic outlook. "There's something else, isn't there?" "Harry, Voldemort has to be stopped before he finishes the potion," Hermione explained. "Once he starts the ritual, only he will have the ability to end it. Not even killing him is enough to stop the ritual once it has been started. Unless he chooses to stop the ritual, there are only 2 possible outcomes. First, it could end with him successfully opening the dimensional portal. Otherwise, either because he doesn't finish it or just can't because he is dead or not strong enough, the ritual will fail very violently. What do you mean by violently? Harry asked, not liking where this conversation was headed. How large? Harry, you've heard of atomic bombs, right? Hermione asked. When Harry nodded yes, she continued. By my calculations, and I admit this is a rough estimate, the explosion would be about 10,000 times more powerful than the bombs used at the end of World War II. Hogwarts, along with everything and everyone for perhaps 100 miles from here, will be destroyed. But again, it's just an estimate. It might not be quite that bad. But I am fairly certain everyone in Hogwarts will die if that happens. So if I can't stop Voldemort from starting the ritual, something very bad is going to happen no matter what I do. Harry asked, unless you could somehow convince him to stop it on his own. No, I can't think of anything. Hermione answered sadly. She and the others had been searching for a better option but so far had not been able to find anything useful. Their only hope was to stop Voldemort while he was brewing the potion. Otherwise they would have to begin evacuating the area immediately because no matter what the outcome of the ritual was, they would not want to be anywhere near Hogwarts. All right, Harry said finally, pulling the journal towards himself. Let me read this then. Maybe a new set of eyes will see something different. While the Order of the Phoenix was nervously waiting and watching for the first sign of trouble, the morning began quietly for the rest of the wizarding world. People woke up, had breakfast, and went to work just as they had every other day, completely unaware that this one would be any different. Diagon Alley was full of witches and wizards doing their last-minute Christmas shopping, while their children happily enjoyed the break from school. Then, just before noon, everything changed suddenly. The Death Eaters and their foreign allies began coordinated attacks on the homes of every ministry official that had opposed them. Their goal was not to capture or even kill these targets, but instead to create as much chaos and confusion as they could. After those targets had been his, they turned their attention to the homes of the Aurors, with similar intentions. The doors to the Great Hall slammed open and Professor Snape hurried through, not slowing to acknowledge the strange looks his behavior was producing. He headed straight for Professor Dumbledore's office, and when he finally arrived he announced his news loudly and without warning. The Dark Lord will be here in a half hour. Snape's announcement was not met with chaos or screams, but instead quiet nods and silent acceptance. Professor Dumbledore ushered Snape in and began quietly talking with him, while the others continued their work with a greater sense of urgency than before. The time had come for them to begin moving into the places and wait for things to begin. Moody, Sirius, and Shacklebolt had worked the entire night to come up with a strategy to defend Hogwarts and give them a chance to stop Voldemort, and felt the one they had finally produced was a good one. The only thing left to do was put it into place. Harry's place was with Hagrid and Sirius in Hagrid's hut. This was not far from where they expected Voldemort to perform the ritual or the front entrance to the castle. How about some tea there, Harry? Hagrid offered as they waited. Start a pot, Hagrid. Sirius replied. Might do us all some good. Harry nodded from his spot at the window, looking for any sign of movement in the Forbidden Forest. But so far nothing was happening, at least not that he could see. As he watched, Sirius came and sat beside him. We're going to win today, Harry. I know it, Sirius said. I want you to know how proud of you I am, and how proud your parents would be. If I don't make it through today, I just wanted you to know that and never doubt it. Quit talking like that, Sirius. Harry replied. We're both going to make it. You'll see. Sirius shrugged and handed Harry a cup of tea. Harry was able to take one sip before something new in the sky caught his attention. Look over there. Harry pointed. Smoke. Hagrid and Sirius looked out the window and saw that Harry was indeed right. Smoke was billowing out of the far end of the Forbidden Forest, but other than that there was no change visible. Why would Voldemort start a fire in the Forbidden Forest? Harry asked. Oh no. Oh, this is not good. Hagrid said. This is no good at all. What is Hagrid? Sirius asked. What's wrong? That is the part of the forest Aragog and his children live in. Hagrid replied. They hate fire. It's going to drive them all towards the castle. Hagrid, who or what is Aragog? Sirius demanded to know. He's an acromantula. Harry answered. He's huge and he's not alone. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of smaller acromantulas with him. Hagrid, can you convince him not to attack? "Oh, I don't think so, Harry," Hagrid replied. "They're under attack and won't bother to figure out which group of wizards it is attacking them." "How long until they reach the castle?" Harry asked. 5 minutes, maybe," Hagrid said. "Well, we knew there were going to be surprises. Looks like this is the first one. Let's get ready," Sirius said before downing the rest of his tea and walking out the door, wand in hand and ready to fight. Harry smirked at his godfather's attitude and followed him out the door. "Attention all students." Professor Dumbledore's voice echoed throughout the castle, surprising everyone who had believed the old headmaster to be sick or dying. "You are to return to your dorms at once and remain there until further notice. Prefects, see that this is done immediately." Most people obeyed the order, but there were a few notable exceptions. Fred and George Weasley had been hard at work on a new invention all night and within the past few hours had tested it and begun replicating it dozens of times over. When they heard Dumbledore's voice, they smiled knowingly at each other, packed up their work, and set out to the part of the castle they had already picked out which they believed would make the best use of their work. If there was going to be a fight today, they were going to be a part of it. Daphne and Neville had been warned of what was coming and were waiting in the room of requirement for the battle to begin. They had programmed the room to provide them with all of the information possible about what was going on in and around the castle. If Harry needed help, they would be some of the first to know. Draco Malfoy was on his way out of the Slytherin dorms when he heard the announcement. Right on time, he thought to himself as he clutched a letter he had received only a few minutes earlier in his hand. It had told him this or something like it would take place at about this time. He had his own plans to see to and was not about to let an announcement to return to his dorm room stop him. What he would do today would in large part determine the path the rest of his life would take. The rest of the students filed into their respective dorms and waited while they nervously discussed what possible reason there could be for their confinement. The idea that the castle was under attack was a common suggestion, and unfortunately also the one that would prove to be true. Outside, the fire in the Forbidden Forest continued to rage and spread. It was quickly becoming clear to all those watching that something very bad was making its way through the forest and towards the castle. The Order of the Phoenix had sent word to the Ministry that their help was needed immediately, and Oris had begun to pour into the castle through the available flue connections. But for now the castle appeared calm from the outside, not giving Voldemort any sign that they knew what he was up to. A few minutes after the fire had first been spotted, the first few acromantulas ran out of the forest headed straight for the castle. Their angry squeaking noises left no confusion that they were on the warpath. At the same time, on the opposite side of the castle, dozens upon dozens of Inferii began making their way out of another part of the Forbidden Forest, also headed towards the castle. The wizard controlling these animated corpses was not visible, but everyone had a good idea of who it was. Short wait on this one, mostly because I've had a good idea of how this part of the story was going to go for some time. It was a bit shorter than normal, but don't worry, cause the next chapter will be posted soon. Only a few chapters left now. Hope you all enjoy it. Hagrid needs help, Dumbledore said. Send someone now, right? Moody agreed. Tonks, get down there and give Hagrid a hand. Aye, Captain. Tonks replied with a mocking salute. Wish me luck. Secretly she was quite nervous about the battle, but she wasn't going to back out now. Not when so much was on the line. She hurried through the now empty hallways and out a side door that led to a parapet overlooking the ongoing battle with the acromantulas. Harry, she saw, had somehow created a magical golem made entirely of fire which was smashing its way through the giant spiders. It was an incredible piece of magic, she thought, and one she wasn't even close to being capable of. That thought made her smile. Perhaps their chances were better than she had thought. Hagrid, meanwhile, was still struggling against the largest acromantula. Conjuncto, Tonks said. The conjunctivitis curse hit Aragog in a couple of its 8 eyes, causing them to swell painfully. But that did not seem to slow the acromantula down very much. Back on the ground, Hagrid continued to pound Aragog with his club and was caught off guard when it powerfully kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. The other acromantulas, seeing that Hagrid was vulnerable, rushed to attack him while he was still down. Tonks tried to pick them off before they could get to Hagrid, but she couldn't stop all of them. 3 of the creatures had crawled on Hagrid before he could get up and were viciously biting and clawing at him. Luckily for Hagrid, Harry's fire golem picked that moment to attack Aragog. The magical figure was strong enough to wrestle Aragog to the ground, burning the acromantula wherever it touched. Aragog's children heard their parents' screams and quickly dropped what they were doing to come to help. Each acromantula that attacked the golem caught fire and died, but they kept attacking. Hagrid was finally able to make it back to his feet and check his wounds. He had been bitten numerous times but was certain he would be all right. Acromantula venom did not affect half-giants as it did normal wizards. Harry and Sirius, now free to focus on Aragog, began firing spell after spell at the giant beast. Despite its thick, magic-resistant exoskeleton, not even Aragog could withstand this attack, and soon the great creature was dead. Its children, enraged by Aragog's death, spread out and began attacking anyone and anything in sight. While Harry and the others battled the acromantulas, a few of them managed to make it over the walls and into the castle. Harry decided not to follow them. There were after all plenty of people in the castle capable of dealing with them. Meanwhile, the other group was having trouble keeping the Inferii at bay. There were so many of them and so much of the castle to cover that it was nearly impossible for 3 people to guard it all. They all hoped that Dumbledore would send more people to help and were quite surprised when help finally did show up, but not in the form of Aurors or other members of the Order of the Phoenix. Instead, the Weasley twins ran onto the castle wall carrying bags over their shoulders. They looked over the wall and actually looked happy with what they saw. "What are you two doing here?" Shacklebolt yelled between spells. "Get back in the castle." "Sorry, sir, but I thought you might like some help," George replied. "What my genius brother is trying to say is that we might have something you can use," Fred explained. "Sorry boys, but canary creams and skiving snack boxes aren't going to help us here," Professor Flitwick replied. "Incendio, you hear that, Fred?" George asked in an amazed tone. "Professor Flitwick actually knows our products. Always nice to meet a fan." "Righto, George," Fred agreed. "But I think we're going to have to show him what we've done. We call them magical hand grenades," George explained proudly. "Although that's really not the catchiest name we've ever come up with. We may have to change it." "Well done, boys," Professor Flitwick shouted. "Keep them coming, teachers, members of the Order of the Phoenix, and any Aurors that may be at the castle." All he really needed was time, and with their sacrifice he would have it. His Death Eaters had been warned to let their foreign counterparts handle the more dangerous parts of the battle, but he knew they too were itching to join in the fighting. "My friends," Voldemort began, "today will be a day that history will remember as the one in which the purebloods of Europe finally took back what was rightfully theirs. For too long our world has been polluted by mudbloods and other filth. They have even worked their way into our governments and set out to convince our society that they belong. But we know better. Britain will be but the first of many nations to overthrow their muggle-loving rulers. Together we will retake our world, one nation at a time. Make no mistake, Hogwarts is at all times well guarded. But without Albus Dumbledore the castle is more vulnerable than it has ever been." Voldemort continued. "Kill anyone who opposes you. However, we do request that you refrain from slaughtering too many children. With Hogwarts in our possession, the Ministry or magic will fall within hours. By this time tomorrow our victory will be complete. You have all received your orders and know what to do. The attack begins now." Within minutes the groups began making their way to the castle. However, one fact they were not aware of was that Albus Dumbledore was completely healthy and knew they were coming. From the window of his office, he saw movement in the distance which he recognized as Lord Voldemort's main attack. It was almost time for his own forces to show themselves. "Attention everyone," Dumbledore announced. "Move into position. The time to fight is here." Harry, Hagrid, Tonks, and Sirius had finally managed to kill every acromantula in sight and had been able to do so without any major harm coming to them. Even so, it was obvious to Harry that the effort had tired the others much more than it had him. He supposed it was because his brutal training over the past few months had prepared him for this. "What now, Harry?" Tonks asked, wiping sweat off her forehead. "We move to the main entrance," Harry said, "and we wait for Voldemort to show up." Together the four of them began the walk to the front entrance of Hogwarts, the one that they knew Voldemort expected Snape to open for them. When Hogwarts was built, the four founders knew that it one day might come under attack and designed it to be able to repel one. One such feature was the ability of the headmaster to magically seal all doors. No one was sure what it would take to open the doors once they were sealed, and not even Voldemort wanted to have to find out. Snape, however, had been able to convince him that in his declining health Professor Dumbledore had put him in charge of the castle's defenses. A very fortunate event, or so Voldemort believed. Harry and his friends stood in front of the door and waited. In the distance they could hear large groups of people getting closer and closer to the castle. Voldemort's forces were making no effort to be quiet or hide their numbers. In fact, they believed that the size of their group would intimidate Hogwarts defenders and perhaps even cause them to flee. Soon Harry could not just hear them, but see them as well. There were, as expected, well over 100 dark wizards in groups of about 10 headed towards the castle, with the bulk of them headed right towards them. The sight made even him feel nervous, and he knew that his companions weren't feeling much better about it. "Just hold still, guys, you know the plan," Harry commanded. The others murmured their agreement and continued to watch their enemies approach. Harry continued to scan the horizon until he saw a figure gliding above the others. Even from this distance there was no mistaking, Lord Voldemort was leading his army to Hogwarts. The Dark Lord had no need of a broom to achieve flight, a fact that he used to awe his enemies and supporters alike. As they neared the castle, Voldemort's men did not attack but instead stopped and waited for their master to give them the signal to begin. "Harry Potter, somehow I knew you'd be here," Voldemort said as he landed at the front of his army, nearest to Harry and the others. "And you brought with you not one, not two, but 3 others to help you. A worthless witch, a man who has truthfully never been the same after spending a decade in Azkaban, and a half-giant who was a poor wizard even before he got kicked out school. Really, I thought you could do better than this, Harry. We could settle this one-on-one then," Harry offered. "It's gonna come down to you versus me anyway, we both know it. Why not just skip to the end? Because it's the journey that matters, Potter," Voldemort retorted. "Besides, you shouldn't be in such a rush to die. You won't get past me, Riddle," Harry promised. "None of you are going to get inside the castle." I can see why you might think that," Voldemort replied. "But I think I know something you don't. Open the doors." On his command, the main entrance door opened and Severus Snape walked outside. What Voldemort wasn't aware of was that Harry expected this as well. Snape stepped past Harry and the others, who did nothing to get in his way, but simply watched as the scene played out in front of them. "Well done, Severus," Voldemort said. "Now, I believe you were saying that we would never make it inside, weren't you, Potter? Snape is, and always has been, loyal to me. You and Dumbledore were such fools to trust him. Actually, Tom, you are the one who was mistaken," Professor Dumbledore announced as he walked out of the door and stood next to Snape and the others. Dumbledore was followed by dozens of Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, the rest of their forces made their way onto the castle walls, where they would be able to control the higher ground and strike from above. "Traitor!" Voldemort roared angrily. "No matter, you will all die today. I still hold the advantage. And I have my own surprises bring to the party." There was a loud shriek in the distance as he finished the statement, one that seemed to surprise everyone but Voldemort. People on both sides began to look around for its source. Harry heard Hagrid mutter, "Oh," after the noise, which was definitely never a good sign. To do whatever it took to break through the castle and recover their young. And begin. Voldemort laughed. At his signal, his wizards began firing at the castle's defenders, who responded with their own volley of spells. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Wizarding battles were almost never fought this way, and for good reason. It was simply impossible to be aware of what every opponent was doing, and even the best wizards were vulnerable to an unseen attack. Harry and Dumbledore were forced to rally their troops and remind them of the plan, and thankfully their efforts worked. Within moments, the Aurors and Order of the Phoenix were able to conjure a long stone wall that would protect them from most spells fired at their bodies. Their allies on top of the wall, meanwhile, were able to continue their attacks even when the Death Eaters copied the idea. After a few half-hearted attacks, Voldemort left the battlefield flanked by a group of his best Death Eaters. Their destination was the Quidditch pitch, a nice clear area close enough for the ritual to work but far enough away that they would hopefully not be disturbed. Seeing this, Harry smiled. Voldemort had picked the spot they expected him to. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. His presence was still needed on the battlefield. "Harry," Dumbledore shouted, "you have to take charge here. I will attempt to deal with the dragons. Get Hermione," Harry advised. "I bet there is something she can do to help." "A good suggestion." Dumbledore nodded. "Good luck, Harry." Harry nodded and watched as Dumbledore operated away, something that only the headmaster of the school was capable of. When he was gone, Harry turned back towards the fight, which had somehow descended into trench warfare. This needed to end soon, he knew, so that he could stop Voldemort from beginning the ritual. Harry hoped an idea would come to him, but decided to fire everything he had at the enemy while he thought about it. Draco, as commanded, was indeed waiting in the astronomy tower. From this vantage point, he could see almost all of the fighting going on below him. Even so, it was not clear which side held the advantage this early into the battle. He did, however, know who he hoped would win and how he would help that to happen. As he descended on his target, Lucius's glance strayed towards the ongoing battle. So far, the ones dying on both sides were those foolish enough not to take cover and let themselves be caught in a vulnerable position. They, he thought, deserved to die for their idiocy. With his focus elsewhere, Lucius never saw where the spell that hit his broom came from. The spell, whatever it had been, completely disabled the broom he was riding and sent him into a free fall. Luckily, he was close to the astronomy tower, and therefore the impact when he hit it did not kill him, but he did bounce off the roof and fell past where Draco was waiting for him. Draco saw his father fall right in front of him and ran towards the edge of the tower to see where his fall had ended and if he was still okay. He saw that somehow Lucius had managed to catch himself on a ledge and was now hanging on to a pole for dear life. Looking up, Lucius sighed in relief when he saw his son's head appear above him. "Draco," Lucius called. "Help me. I'm hurt and I dropped my wand in the fall. Throw down a rope or something." "I can't believe you survived that," Draco said, clearly shocked at what he had just seen. "You can be surprised later," Lucius answered angrily. "Just help me up." "That's not going to happen," Draco replied. "You see, I was the one who shot you down." "What?" Lucius said, thinking he must have misheard what his son said. "I've thought about this a lot recently," Draco explained, "and I've come to the conclusion that you have to die." "I admit it, that was me too," Draco agreed. "But you're wrong on one thing. Harry Potter is going to defeat the Dark Lord." "I know, I didn't want to admit it at first either. But I've seen for myself how powerful he's become. It's just a matter of time before he brings you-know-who down. So you're not just a traitor, you're insane as well," Lucius replied. "Potter stands no chance." "We'll see," Draco said. "You, of all people, should understand why this is happening. What did you spend my entire life teaching me? What lesson did you drill into my head over and over since the day I was born? Is this a Malfoy bows to no one? But that's not true now, is it? You grovel at your master's feet like a house elf. He brands you like cattle and you thank him for it. No, father, I will never allow that to happen to me. So instead of serving the Dark Lord, you'll bow down to a half-blood who doesn't even like you?" Lucius laughed. "I thought I raised you to be smarter than that." "They'll never accept you, Draco," Lucius warned. "Not even after all this." "Well, that's just an idle thought for now. Your plans will crumble around you," Lucius predicted. "The filth you have chosen to ally yourself with will never trust you. They will turn on you and destroy you the first chance they get." "They're not filth, father. They're my friends," Draco replied with a smile. Reducto. Draco's spell hit the pole his father had been hanging on to, and that entire section of roof seemed to disappear in cloud of dust and splinters. Lucius Malfoy screamed as he fell the entire way to the ground. The screams ended abruptly when he smashed into the ground seconds later. Draco watched him fall, and when he saw the impact knew his father was dead. With his mission accomplished, Draco walked out of the astronomy tower and headed back to the Slytherin dorms to wait for the end of the battle with the rest of the students. Finally, the idea he had been waiting for came to him. It would be dangerous, but worth it if it worked. "Hey!" Harry yelled, trying to catch the attention of those around him. "Don't fire in anywhere in front of where I am now." The others looked confused but nodded anyway and slowly changed where they were shooting their spells. Harry silently cast the invisibility spell Dumbledore had taught him on the very first day of their training together on himself, took one last deep breath, and jumped over the wall. He knew that he couldn't use a shield spell or it would give away his location, and even though there shouldn't be any spells heading towards him from the rear, the Death Eaters were still shooting spells in his direction. His only option was to dodge the spells as they came his way, but with so many wizards fighting at the same time, that was a very difficult prospect. Harry began his sprint to the other side and at first was able to quite easily avoid the spells coming at him, but as he neared the other side, the amount of time he had to recognize that a spell had been fired and to react to it continued to get shorter and shorter. He was forced to rely more and more on his ability to sense magical presences around him that he had worked on with Professor Shacklebolt for so long. By the time he was only a few feet from the other side, Harry was reacting to spells almost before they even left their caster's wand by jumping and diving and ducking everything that came his way. At last he reached the wall constructed by the dark wizards and leapt over it and through an empty gap between two wizards he didn't recognize. Harry kept going to position himself behind them and at last was ready. Deadly blasts of magic began streaming out of his wand as Harry cast as quickly as he could. A dozen wizards had been hit before the rest even realized they were under attack. In a moment all focus had turned towards Harry, who was now visible, having ended the invisibility spell so he could launch his attack. Dozens of spells began flying his way and Harry was forced to begin defending himself with a variety of powerful shield and conjured barriers. But the move provided just the distraction the castle's defenders needed to press their own attack. The dark wizards found themselves trapped in the middle of two attacks, and in a panic they began abandoning their positions and trying to flee the battlefield. The Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix gave chase, not wanting to give them the chance to regroup and launch a counterattack. The scene was once again chaotic, but Harry knew that the tide of the battle had changed and the side of light now was winning. But it had taken far too long, he knew, and there was no telling how loose Voldemort was to starting the ritual. Harry towards the Quidditch pitch as fast as he could, but as he neared it found something he was not expecting. Voldemort had erected some type of magical dome around himself to prevent anyone from interfering. Harry fired off some of his most powerful spells at it, and while it did appear to weaken somewhat, it did not break. It would take time to bring down the barrier, Harry realized. Time he did not have to waste. Inside the barrier saw Harry's attempts to reach him and laughed. The potion he was working on was almost done, and after that, there was nothing Harry could do to stop him. Only a few more steps were needed, and then he could begin the ritual that would grant him greater power and anything the world had ever seen before. Harry continued to blast the barrier with all of his strength, but worried it wasn't falling fast enough. Then cracks began to appear in the magical shield and Harry knew he was close to breaking through. But Voldemort was just as close to finishing the potion. He had read the journal enough to know that Voldemort had very few steps left to complete. Voldemort was shocked at how much damage Harry had been able to do to his barrier. In truth, he didn't believe anyone but him could single-handedly destroy it in less than a half hour or so. And yet here again was the boy who lived surprising him. Voldemort sneered at his enemy as he lifted his hand over the cauldron and took the ceremonial knife into the other. Potter's strength wasn't enough. With this addition the potion would be complete and he could begin the ritual. Voldemort sliced his palm open and blood began to drip into the cauldron. As it hit the potion, the liquid began to turn red, bubble over the edges, and shoot sparks into the air. The potion then began shooting out of the cauldron like a fountain, causing Voldemort to smile in triumph. It was done. Now it was time for the ritual to begin. Voldemort's evil laugh could be heard by everyone in Hogwarts, and all who heard it knew it could not be a good sign. "No!" Harry screamed, but it was no use. He was too late. Voldemort had begun the ritual and now only he could stop it. Somewhere in the middle perhaps. What do you guys think? Professor Dumbledore, with Hermione following right behind him, had climbed to the tallest tower in the castle and out onto a balcony from which point they could see everything going on around them. "Do you have something that can fight them?" Dumbledore asked as he began casting Aguamenti, sending huge amounts of water out of his wand and onto the roof where it could extinguish the fires. "I might," Hermione replied. I just hope the solution isn't as destructive as the problem. Yes, we will hope. Dumbledore agreed. Do it. Hermione nodded and began the summoning process. The bracelets on her wrists glowed as she moved her arms in the elaborate dance she had done many times before. Soon a portal began to appear in front of her, and as it flattened out it rose higher and higher into the sky. Finally the large portal stabilized, and for a few seconds nothing happened. But then a monstrous roar came thundering out of it, followed by a winged beast about the same size as the dragons. When Dumbledore first saw the creature, he thought that Hermione had simply summoned another dragon to combat the ones they were facing. But as it unfurled its wings and began to fly, he realized this was no dragon. To begin with, the color was all wrong. Its large scales shined like pieces of bluish-gray metal. Furthermore, its torso was shaped almost like a man's, except of course for the giant wings sprouting out the back. The beast's blood-red eyes began to scan around for its target, and soon landed on a Chinese fireball attempting to rip a hole through the part of the roof over the Great Hall. The creature swooped in towards the dragon. The two huge beasts began to fight on top of the roof. They each used their claws, teeth, and tails to attack the other, but it appeared that the dragon was at a disadvantage because it could not as easily break through the summoned creature's hide. Their rooftop fight soon took to the skies as the dragon attempted to put some distance between them. But Hermione's creature was in no mood to allow that and followed the dragon to continue the fight. Hermione, what is that thing? Dumbledore asked in amazement. I'm not sure exactly. Hermione replied. But I do know you won't normally find them on Earth. The dragon once again broke free and flew off. But its goal was clearly not to escape. The Chinese fireball turned and attacked the other dragon-like creature with a jet of fire out of its mouth. Hermione's creature was forced to turn and shield itself from the flames. But once they ended, roared in anger and began its own attack. However, it was not flames that left this creature's mouth, but instead a large beam of light that smashed into the dragon and knocked it out of the air. It crashed down on the ground below, in the process crushing a few dozen inferi, before giving up the fight and flying away. The summoned beast then turned its attention towards another of the dragons and began its attack. I don't think he can beat both of those dragons, Professor, Hermione said. The fight with that other dragon seems to have taken a lot out of him. Hermione wasn't sure what spells the headmaster was using, but they did seem to be effective in annoying the giant dragon. After less than a minute of Dumbledore's constant attack, the dragon had been blinded and forced to the ground with one of its wings seemingly injured beyond repair. Even so, the enraged dragon was not ready to concede defeat and began attacking the castle walls on foot, much to the displeasure of the wizards on both sides who were still fighting there. My place is once again on the battlefield, Ms. Granger, Dumbledore noted. Continue the attack. Oh, and Ms. Granger, 10 points to Gryffindor. Very well done. Thank you, Professor, Hermione replied, laughing at the inappropriate timing of the headmaster's statement. Dumbledore left the tower and headed back down to the castle walls. He knew that Voldemort must be getting close to starting the ritual if he had not already, and if that happened, their only choice would be to evacuate the castle as quickly as possible. The portkeys, which would take the students far enough away from the castle to avoid the explosion, had already been created. All that was left was for him to lower the wards preventing apparition or portkey use and give the order for the evacuation to begin. Dumbledore hoped it did not come to that, but the safety of his students was his top priority. I wouldn't take another step, Potter, Voldemort warned. Do you have any idea what will happen if I don't complete the ritual now?
En explosion,
Harry replied. One big enough to destroy everything for miles. You've done your homework, I see, Voldemort noted. You are correct. Stop me now and Hogwarts will be nothing more than a memory, along with all your friends inside. Do you really want thousands upon thousands of deaths on your conscience? Harry walked closer to Voldemort anyway. Although both of them had their wands out, neither was pointed towards the other. Harry could feel the power building in the air around him as the magic of the ritual began to gather the strength it would need to open the portal. It was oddly fascinating to watch, Harry thought, although perhaps deadlier than anything he had ever seen. You can still stop this, Harry said. It doesn't have to end this way. And why exactly would I want to do that? Voldemort asked. Let me guess. If I don't stop it, you'll kill me? You're a deluded fool if you think that you have anywhere near the power or skill necessary to match mine. Believe me, I know you are going to try and kill me no matter what. That is our destiny after all, isn't it? If you know that much, you should remember something else. Harry replied, that I have the power to vanquish you, a power you know not. We're at the end now, Potter. Voldemort observed. Why don't you just go ahead and tell me what this power I know not is? Stop the ritual. Harry suggested. Then I'll tell you. Oh, I think not. Voldemort replied. There is nothing you could offer me that would be worth stopping this for. Soon either Hogwarts will be destroyed or I will have the power to rule this world forever. Either way, you will be dead. You're wrong about one thing, Riddle. Harry smirked. You won't live forever. I've destroyed every single one of your Horcruxes. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and even the one you didn't realize you had made hidden inside my scar. You are mortal now. You are most troublesome, Harry Potter. Voldemort said angrily. But there are, of course, other ways to achieve immortality. Trust me, I will find a way to live on. So, seeing as how convincing me to stop is impossible, what is your next move? Do you let the end come? Do you run? Do you challenge me and either die trying or succeed and cause everyone and everything you've ever loved to be destroyed? Truly horrific options, wouldn't you agree? Harry clenched his wand in his hand and felt the anger and rage rising inside him. Voldemort was taunting him, and Harry realized his choices weren't good. He had hoped this moment would not come, but it had. He and Dumbledore had discussed what would be done if this should happen, and so Harry knew what he must do. He would fight Voldemort and disrupt the ritual, allowing it to fail and Hogwarts to be destroyed. Meanwhile, Dumbledore would lead the evacuation of the castle while Harry kept Voldemort from fleeing, ensuring that he died in the explosion. He, of course, would also probably die, but it was worth it if it took Voldemort out of the world forever. I'm gonna kill you, Tom Riddle, Harry announced. Hogwarts will burn, but you will be dead. Some will die, but many will be saved. Very well then, Potter, Voldemort said as he stepped away from the cauldron and raised his wand at his opponent. Let's see if you truly have a power I know not. Harry and Voldemort circled each other for a moment, both waiting to see what the other did. Then, in a flash, they both launched their attacks and began their final battle. Daphne, I know you want to be there, Neville said. But what possible help can you be? I can't just sit here, Neville, Daphne replied. Harry is down there fight for his life and for all of us. The least I can do is go down there and cheer him on. I know it's silly, but I have to be there. Okay, Neville shrugged. I'm gonna stay here and monitor things. Be careful, Daphne. In another part of the castle, Ron Weasley was trying not to be noticed. The fact that Fred and George, Hermione, Neville, and Harry had never come back to the common room had not escaped him. It was clear that the castle was under attack, and for some reason they were a part of it. Ron had no real desire to fight, but he did want to figure out what was going on. The sound of footsteps in the corridor ahead made him freeze. It was just Filch he saw, running upstairs for some reason. Once Filch was out of sight, Ron continued on and decided to head downstairs and away from Filch, who would just try to send him back to the common room. This part of the castle was oddly quiet, he thought, and somehow creepy as well. Ron pulled his wand out of his pocket and nervously continued on. For some reason he had a very bad feeling turning the next corner, but even so he continued on. As he neared the end of the hall, a girl's scream echoed down the hall, loud and very close. Daphne had not been paying close enough attention, she realized too late. She had been running through the empty halls on her way downstairs, barely watching where she was going, when all of a sudden a dark shape the size of a dog had appeared in front of her, and before she could slow down she had tripped over it and fallen to the ground. She hit hard before rolling to a stop after hitting the wall. She lay on the ground for a moment, making sure she was okay, before attempting to get back up. That was when something heavy jumped on her back and forced her back to the ground. She rolled hard and threw it off before scrambling away from it. It was then that she saw the thing that had attacked her was Giant Spider, and it was not alone. In all there were a half-dozen acromantulas positioned around her. Daphne screamed as she pushed herself back up on her feet, and the acromantulas closed in on her. When Ron rounded the corner he almost screamed, too. There was nothing in the world he feared more than spiders, In fact, that was the form Boggets took around him. He had seen spiders like these years before when he and Harry had been in the Forbidden Forest. Stupefy! Ron yelled. His stunning spell hit one of the spiders and seemed to make it dizzy, but did not knock it out as he had expected. Its most obvious effect, however, was that the large spider's attention was now focused on him. A little help? Reducto, Daphne said. Her spell blasted one of the acromantulas apart, and Ron, seeing the spell's effects, began copying her. Soon all 6 of the acromantulas were dead, and both Ron and Daphne were safe again. I hate spiders, Ron said, still shaking from the encounter. I really do. Thanks, Ron, Daphne said. Really, I appreciate the help. You should get back to your dorm. Where are you going? Ron asked, knowing that her answer would not be to the Slytherin dorms. Harry's fighting Voldemort, Daphne replied. I need to be there. He'll be fine, you know. Harry's fought who loads of times and always makes it through, Ron said. Why should this be any different? I hope so, Daphne said before turning and continuing her trek through the castle. As she was about to take the next flight of stairs, she heard Ron calling out to her again. Hey Daphne, Ron began. I never should have bothered Harry about being with you. You're good for him. A better friend than I ever was. You're not so bad, Ron. Daphne smiled. I bet you things will work out okay in the end. Dumbledore looked out over the battlefield at his allies who were still fighting, most probably believing they had just achieved the most significant victory of the war. Unlike the students, they would have to stay behind in case Harry failed and Voldemort completed the ritual. For them, he feared, the most dangerous part of the day was still ahead. Dumbledore turned and walked back in the castle on his way to the closest dorm, which happened to be Ravenclaw. As he walked through the halls, he hoped it would not be the last time he had this chance, but feared it would be. If Hogwarts fell, 1,000 years of history and knowledge would be lost forever. Magical Britain, which had sent its sons and daughters here for a millennium, would never be the same. Hogwarts was the only home Dumbledore had known for decades, and he wished there was something more that could be done. But they had searched for some way out of this situation and found nothing. There was nothing left to do but get the students out and hope for the best. When he got to the door to the Ravenclaw dorm, it opened automatically, and he stepped in to see dozens of frightened students huddled together in the common room. They clearly were aware that a battle was being fought just outside and were justifiably worried that they were in danger. Gasps of shock followed by cheers erupted in the room when they realized that the headmaster, long thought terribly ill or even dead, was alive and well and there to help them. Professor, one student yelled. What's going on? Voldemort has attacked. He answered honestly. Even now he and his men are doing battle with orders from the ministry and your teachers. Now everyone gather round. The Ravenclaws obeyed his command and began huddling around him. Dumbledore smiled warmly at them, hoping to lessen their fears somewhat, before reaching out with his magic and lowering the anti-portkey and apparition wards around the school. It was only then that he realized something was very wrong. As soon as the Hogwarts wards fell, a new set of wards was raised, and on these Voldemort's dark magical signature was easily identifiable. As long as Voldemort lived, there would be no escape from Hogwarts. There was simply not enough time to evacuate the castle in another way, and with a battle still raging outside, it was not safe for them there. Their best option was to wait and hope that Harry was able to kill Voldemort before the ritual failed and destroyed Hogwarts. The Ravenclaws were still waiting for him to say something, Dumbledore realized. Comforting them was perhaps the only useful thing he could do right now. Let me tell you something, children. There's no need to fear. Dumbledore began. The best witches and wizards in the world are here fighting to protect you. And I will be here to ensure your safety as well. As their fight continued, Voldemort was forced to admit to himself that he had vastly underestimated Harry Potter. He had no idea what this power he knew not could be, but it would take a fool to not see that Harry Potter was a powerful and talented wizard. With a couple of more years' training, Voldemort thought Potter might even be comparable to himself. That, of course, could not be allowed to happen. It was a shame that there was no hope of ever convincing Potter to join him. Together they could conquer the world much quicker than it would take him to do it alone. But Potter had to die now before he could grow into an even bigger threat to his hold on power than he was. Potter's weakness, as far as Voldemort was concerned, was his unwillingness to embrace the dark arts as he had. Today, Potter would die because of that failure. Neither combatant had landed any strong blows in the battle thus far, but that was about to change. It's a pity there is so much about magic you'll never learn, Potter. Voldemort laughed. Like this, the spell Voldemort cast created a bright flash of light that caused Harry to momentarily look away and shield his eyes. When he turned back a moment later, he was surprised to see Voldemort had made copies of himself, and now there were 3 of them. It struck him as odd that Voldemort would boast of creating illusions, which was not considered a dark art or extremely advanced magic. The 3 Voldemort began spreading out and encircling Harry while he waited for one of them to cast a spell, revealing himself as the true Voldemort. Suddenly the Voldemort on his left sent flesh-eating curse at his head, which Harry quickly shielded against. Harry smiled and turned, his focus to that Voldemort, ignoring the others. But just moments after his attack began, Harry sensed 2 spells flying at his back, cast by the versions of Voldemort he had thought were just illusions. Not having time to raise a shield, Harry threw himself to the ground and the spells flew harmlessly over him. By the time he scrambled back to his feet, he could hear all 3 Voldemorts laughing at him at the same time, and when he spoke it came out of all 3 mouths. "This is no mere illusion, Potter," Voldemort said mockingly. "This is power that old fool Dumbledore would never teach." Harry's eyes darted back and forth, waiting for the next attack. Voldemort was right about one thing: he had never heard of a spell like this. But he did know a few things about the magical principles the spell must adhere to, and one of those was that it was impossible for Voldemort to split himself into 3 pieces and have each piece be as powerful as the original. Additionally, he still only had 1 brain to control 3 bodies, meaning his reaction times would probably be slower. Harry started running at one of the Voldemorts, trying to get close to him and away from the others. All 3 began firing spells at him, but just as Harry thought, none of them were as good as Voldemort by himself was. Certainly still good enough to take out most wizards without a problem, but then again Harry was not most wizards. When he was within mere feet of Voldemort, his magical senses let him know that there were 2 spells headed right at him, but again he was able to duck underneath them. This time, though, they did not fly harmlessly over him. Instead, they both hit the version of Voldemort Harry had been running towards, causing him to vanish in a puff of smoke. Harry turned back to face the 2 remaining Voldemorts and saw that they wore identical angry looks on their faces. "Neat trick, Riddle," said Harry. "What else have you got?" The 2 Voldemorts walked towards each other and fused into one as the touched, leaving only 1 Dark Lord standing in their place. Voldemort knew that the ritual was still building power, and it would be at least another 10 or 15 minutes until he needed to activate it, meaning he still had plenty of time to kill Potter. Voldemort didn't reply to Harry's question. He simply began his next attack. Dark smoke began coming out of the end of Voldemort's wand, and for a few seconds it did nothing. But then when there was enough smoke, it began forming into a shape. Predictably, the smoke became a snake and began slithering through the air towards Harry. "How's that, Potter?" Voldemort asked. "You were a fool to challenge me now. This might have been close in a decade or 2. Harry struggled against his bonds, but they held tight. He could still use his wand, but none of the spells he used against this piece of dark magic seemed to be having any effect. He looked up to see Voldemort laughing with his wand pointed in his direction. A moment later, a dark red spell was heading towards him, and Harry knew that he could not let it hit him or all hope would be lost. Using his wand, Harry triggered a blast at his feet that sent him flying through the air and out of the path of the spell. It was a drastic and painful move, but he was still alive, so it was worth it. Now, however, he had been knocked to the ground and still couldn't move. "You can't keep that up forever," Voldemort taunted. "Perhaps I was wrong to expect more from you." Harry turned his head to try and look at his foe, but in his current position he couldn't see where Voldemort was. He could, however, hear his footsteps getting closer and closer. Harry kept struggling, and was able to roll slightly. From here he could see not only Voldemort but the castle behind him. And there, on the castle walls watching him, was Daphne. No! He thought desperately. Daphne was supposed to have left by now, as were all of the Hogwarts students. But instead she had chosen to stay with him until the end. Just like he would have done for her if their situations were reversed. Harry had to do something, he knew, if he wanted her to survive. But before he could save her, he had to save himself. An idea finally came to him, a dangerous one to be sure, but this was no time to play it safe. Harry began focus on gathering his magical power as if preparing to cast a very difficult spell. This had been something Kingsley had worked with him on for a long time. He kept focusing his power but never provided it with an outlet, causing it to grow unstable. Voldemort sensed what was happening and stopped, curious at what his opponent was doing. From his point of view, it almost seemed as if Harry was trying to blow himself up. Finally, when Harry could stand the stress of the technique no more, Harry completely let go and the magic blasted out of every pore in his body all at once in an explosion strong enough to even knock Voldemort back a few steps. But when the dust cleared, Harry was still alive and now free of Voldemort's magical bonds. His body was covered in blood and scratches, an unavoidable result, and his clothes hung off his body in tatters, but even so Harry was pleased with the outcome. Harry knew his only option was to keep up the attack and hope something worked. With a wave of his wand, a bolt of lightning came down from the sky and struck right in front of Voldemort. Frustrated he had missed, Harry summoned another and another until Voldemort was forced to raise a shield over his head to protect himself. In an instant Harry changed his strategy and fired a spell right at Voldemort, which hit him in the chest and exploded in a shower of sparks and fire. Voldemort roared in anger and Harry knew he had finally hurt the Dark Lord. Voldemort responded with a flame whip strike that Harry narrowly avoided by jumping to the side and casting his own spell, which turned the ground at Voldemort's feet into quicksand, limiting his movement. Voldemort attempted to vanish the quicksand, a move Harry knew would not work. This gave him the chance to attack again, this time with the electricity curse he had learned from Moody over the summer. Even though Harry was putting all of his power into it, the Dark Lord made no sound and simply solidified the sand around his feet and exploded it, finally freeing him. Now free to attack, Voldemort seemed to breathe a giant ball of fire that surrounded Harry before imploding on itself. Harry was able to cast a flame-freezing charm on himself and only suffered mild burns from the move. But the move had distracted him enough to leave him open to a blasting curse which sent him flying backwards and tumbling across the Quidditch pitch. As Harry slowly pushed himself to his feet, he used his free hand to wipe his face of the blood and sweat that covered it. He knew that he must look like a complete mess, but his magic and the adrenaline was keeping him on his feet and still fighting. Thankfully, Voldemort didn't look much better. His robes too had mostly been burnt and blasted away during the fight, and he was bleeding in several places. Suddenly Harry froze and his jaw dropped open in surprise. He looked at his hand, covered in blood. Then to Voldemort's chest and shoulder, also covered in blood. Behind him the whirlwind in the cauldron continued to swirl as more and more power was built up in preparation for the ritual. Harry raised his wand and smiled as a renewed sense of hope was born within him. His change in attitude was so drastic that even Voldemort noticed it. "Happy, are you, Potter?" Voldemort laughed. "Ready to accept your death then?" "No. I'm gonna kill you and save Hogwarts," Harry replied. "And in a way, it's all thanks to you." "What are you talking about?" Voldemort demanded to know. "You used your blood in the ritual, that's how it knows you are the one performing it," Harry explained. "But you must have forgotten that you used my blood to resurrect yourself. It's my blood flowing through your veins, and my blood controlling the ritual. So it turns out that you aren't the only one who can stop it. Can too." Voldemort growled as he processed what Harry was telling him, angry when he was forced to agree with Harry's interpretation of the situation. Either of them could seize control of the ritual and open the portal or shut it down completely. His mistake had put all his plans and hard work in jeopardy. "All you are going to do is die," Voldemort yelled as he launched another attack, and the battle between them continued. As the battle between the Death Eater with their foreign allies and the Order of the Phoenix aided by Aurors from the Ministry of Magic drew to a close, those left on the battlefield could not help but turn their attention to the epic duel that was going on nearby between the Dark Lord Voldemort and Harry Potter. Despite the Daily Prophet's insistence that Harry Potter could and would defeat who very few people thought that prediction could possibly come true in the near future. And yet their Harry Potter was a young man only 15 years old, going toe-to-toe with the most powerful dark wizard in recorded history and actually doing well. No one dared try to join the battle because they knew that they would only get in the way and likely die because of it. The future of the wizarding world was being decided right in front of them, and yet there was absolutely nothing they could do about it. Inside the castle, Professor Dumbledore had decided to move all of the students from their dorms into the Great Hall so that, if necessary, he could begin portkeying them out at once. Food and drinks were served by nervous house elves, but nearly everyone was too concerned about what was going on outside to have much of an appetite. The fight between Harry and Voldemort raged on, but both knew that there was very little time left until the power built up by the ritual must be released. Although they were both putting all of the power they had into their spells, neither was able to seize the upper hand. They were truly evenly matched than anything he had ever seen before. The painful light temporarily blinded him and gave Harry the chance to recover and attack again. Voldemort sensed the spell coming towards him even though he could not see it and reacted purely on instinct. He raised his hand and wandlessly cast the strongest shield he could manage. But even as he did, he knew it would not be enough, considering his wandless shields had never been as strong as those cast with a wand. Harry's spell burned through the shield and completely destroyed Voldemort's hand and wrist, leaving only a bloody stump behind. The Dark Lord howled in pain before attacking his enemy again. Still blinded, Voldemort's aim was ruined, and he was only able to guess the general area that Harry was in. He, of course, knew this and chose a spell that did not need to be extremely accurate. A strange black sphere leapt from the end of Voldemort's wand and suddenly came to a stop mere feet from where Harry was standing. At first it did nothing, but then Harry began to feel an odd pull as if everything was being sucked towards the growing black sphere. Expecto Patronum, he yelled, and the ghostly stag leapt from his wand and began charging at Voldemort, unaffected by the influence of Voldemort's spell. When the Dark Lord saw Harry's spell, he almost laughed, thinking that even though he might be evil, he wasn't a Dementor, so what could a Patronus do to him? He was very surprised, therefore, when then Stag rammed him in the stomach and knocked him to the ground before attempting to gore him. Harry's Patronus was, of course, far more powerful than a normal one and capable of things others were not. Voldemort was forced to end the black hole spell to deal with the enraged Patronus. Slowly the stag was surrounded by a dark, oily substance that began to form a sphere around it. When it was completely covered, the sphere imploded and vanished from existence, taking the Patronus with it. With his focus on that, Voldemort momentarily took his eyes off of Harry and allowed his rival to position himself for another attack. When Voldemort looked back in Harry's direction, he saw a flat, swirling disk of energy approaching him. The Dark Lord quickly conjured a stone wall to block it, but the disk sliced cleanly through it and continued its path toward him. Voldemort was forced to throw himself to the ground in order to avoid the attack, a tactic he hated because he thought it showed weakness. "Damn you, Potter," Voldemort said as he stood back up. In his anger, he began gathering his magical power for one last deadly blast that, he hoped, would be enough to wipe Harry Potter off of the face of the earth. As he readied his wand to cast the spell, Voldemort saw that Potter was smiling and immediately knew something was wrong. Voldemort hurriedly raised the strongest shield he could manage, but it was not strong enough to stop Harry's attack. The magical disc struck him in both legs above the knees and completely severed them from the rest of his body. Screaming in shock and pain, what was left of Voldemort fell to the ground. He grabbed for his legs, hoping he could reattach them and continue the fight, only to see them burst into flames and turn into two piles of ash. "No!" he screamed as he looked back to Harry, who had cast the spell. "This isn't over. It is, Riddle." Harry disagreed. "You've barely got the strength to keep yourself alive anymore, and certainly not enough to be a challenge to me. Your reign of terror is over. It will never be over," Voldemort protested. "I am immortal. This is for my parents and for Remus and for everyone else you've hurt," Harry said, raising his wand at the defeated Dark Lord. The tip of his wand glowed bright white for a moment, and then it flashed and a beam of pure magical energy leapt from his wand and struck Lord Voldemort in the chest. He screamed in pain and terror, but then the blast cut a hole straight through his torso and the Dark Lord fell silent and still. Voldemort had finally been defeated. Immediately Harry heard cheers break out all around him. He looked away from Voldemort's corpse to see dozens of Aurors, professors, and members of the Order of the Phoenix celebrating the death of Voldemort. With the battle over, they began running towards Harry to congratulate him. "Stop!" Harry yelled with such power and authority that no one dared disobey him. Voldemort may be finished, he knew, but the danger was not over yet. He looked towards the cauldron where Voldemort had performed the ritual, and saw that it was now covered in a dark red glow, signifying it had finally reached full power. Harry raced towards it, knowing there was very little time to stop a portal from opening or the whole thing from exploding. As Harry neared the cauldron, he could feel the incredible amount of magical power at his fingertips, awaiting his command. With his blood fueling the ritual, the power seemed to recognize him and was his to use. The journal they had read did not have clear instructions on how to end the ritual, and so Harry was forced to simply do what he thought would work. With all of his concentration, Harry attempted to force the power to disperse, but that seemed to be one of the few things it was not willing to do. The sight of Harry in so much pain caused Daphne to climb down from the castle walls and rush towards him in the hopes that she could do something to make it stop. But as she got closer to him, an unseen force prevented her from getting any closer. Tears streamed down her eyes as she was forced to watch the man she loved endure pain so excruciating, she did not even want to attempt to imagine what it must be like. Suddenly Daphne was knocked off her feet by the force of an explosion coming from where Harry was. She scrambled back to her feet and found that the force which had been keeping her away from Harry was now gone. As she ran towards the spot where she had last seen him, worries about whether or not he would still be alive flooded her mind. Finally she saw him, bloody and bruised but in one piece, lying unmoving on the ground. Daphne dropped to her knees next to him and began searching for some sign that he was still alive. Harry's skin was cold to the touch and he seemed to be completely unresponsive, both signs that greatly worried her. Finally she placed her hand on his chest and was able to feel the gentle rise and fall of Harry breathing. Daphne sighed in relief. Harry was alive after all. Inside the castle, Dumbledore had felt the magical energy that had been gathering for the past hour suddenly disappear. Somehow Harry had done it. Hogwarts and all inside it were safe, and the portal Voldemort hoped to open had never materialized. Stretching out with his magical senses, Dumbledore attempted to check on Harry. There he is, Dumbledore thought, exhausted and in pain, but alive nonetheless. The headmaster then began to search for Voldemort's presence, but was unable to find any sign of it. Dumbledore frowned, immediately realizing that something was wrong. He couldn't find Voldemort, and yet the anti-apparition and portkey wards that the Dark Lord had cast and bound to his own life force were still functioning. Could only mean one thing: somehow Voldemort was still alive. His eyes slowly opened as he attempted to regain control of his senses and remaining limbs. Were he any normal mortal, he would be dead, Voldemort knew, but he had not lied when he told his Death Eaters that he had gone farther down the path towards immortality than any other wizard. There were more ways than just Horcruxes to extend life. Even so, he was weak and vulnerable, a situation that must be rectified. He found, much to his dismay, that he did not have the strength to apparate away. Voldemort turned his head towards where he expected Potter to be and saw that somehow he had indeed been able to end the ritual without destroying Hogwarts. He growled angrily as he thought about all he had lost that day and vowed he would take everything from Potter that he could. And he knew just how to start. The only whole limb Voldemort had was his right arm, but luckily for him that was also his wand arm. Using it, he struggled to prop himself up so he could get a better view of the situation. Finally, after much effort, he was able to and saw that the irritating boy had been injured by the ritual and was still lying on the ground. Daphne, meanwhile, continued to sob over Harry, who had still not regained consciousness. She worried that the stress of what he had been through was more than he could handle and that he might not ever wake up. "Potter," Voldemort called, unaware that Harry was unconscious. "I told you this wasn't over." Daphne gasped in terror as she turned and saw Voldemort pulling himself towards her with his one good arm. Even in this state he was terrifying. His blood-red eyes seemed to glow with his hatred of Harry. The Dark Lord's body, however, was a twisted and destroyed mess. It didn't seem possible that he could still be alive, and yet somehow he was. "Leave him alone," Daphne yelled, pulling out her own wand and pointing it towards Voldemort. "You're the girl he loves, aren't you? Good. That will make killing you so much better for me." Voldemort laughed. Avada Kedavra. Daphne was shocked that Voldemort still had the power to cast the spell, but he did, as evidenced by the deadly green spell flying towards her. Before she could even react, Daphne felt an arm circling her waist and pulling her to the ground. The killing curse missed by mere inches as she fell down on top of Harry, who was now awake and smiling at her. "Harry," Daphne said happily. "You're alive." Harry slowly pulled himself to his feet and faced Voldemort once again. The Dark Lord's body had been torn to pieces, and yet still the magic found a way to keep him going. Harry was surprised, but knew that Voldemort would do anything to avoid death. This was just evidence of something new he had tried. "I thought I killed you," Harry said calmly. "I'll get it right this time. And I told you I am immortal." Voldemort sneered. "You will." Harry didn't give him a chance to finish his taunt, instead choosing to send a powerful cutting curse at Voldemort's neck, which severed his head from the rest of his body. The head rolled to the ground and made strange gurgling noises before finally going quiet while his torso slumped to the ground. Voldemort's wand, which had caused so much pain and death over the years, rolled out of his hand and to Harry's feet. Harry picked it up and examined it before putting it in his pocket and looking back towards Daphne. "It's finally over," Daphne said, walking up to stand next to Harry. "Well, better safe than sorry, right?" Harry said before firing spell after destructive spell at what was left of Voldemort's head and body. By the time he was done, there was nothing left that even resembled a human body part. Voldemort was finally gone forever. With his foe vanquished, Harry turned towards Daphne and kissed her before picking her up and twirling her around in circles as he celebrated the end of the war. After many years and countless deaths, Voldemort was finally dead and gone. The wizarding world was once again safe. "Sirius," Harry said happily, returning his godfather's hug. "Is everyone okay?" "The Order only lost a few people as far as I know," Sirius replied. "Sturgis Podmore, Elphia's Doge, and Mundungus Fletcher, who was cursed in the back trying to run away. A couple others were injured, but nothing life-threatening. The Aurors suffered pretty heavy losses, but everyone else is alive thanks to you." "It wasn't just me," Harry said humbly. "I couldn't have done any of this without you guys helping me." "Harry," an excited voice called out from the edge of the crowd. Harry and the others turned to see Hermione and Neville pushing their way past people on their way to Harry and Daphne. He couldn't help but smile at the fact that they were also holding hands. Ecstatic to see each other alive and well, the group hugged and congratulated each other. "You did it, Harry," Hermione gushed. "I knew you could." Harry merely shrugged and grinned, thinking that honestly even he wasn't sure he could beat Voldemort. "Harry," Daphne said quietly from her spot next to him. "What happens now? I have a feeling the Ministry will be chasing down what's left of the Death Eaters for years, but other than that the war should be over. Things can go back to normal." Harry replied. "I'm free, Daphne. There's no more prophecy hanging over my head. I can do whatever I want with my life. To be honest, I have no idea what's going to happen, and that's a great feeling. We can make the future whatever we want it to be. Together?" Daphne asked. "Absolutely," Harry answered with a nod, hugging her a little tighter. "It got us this far, didn't it?" They laughed and continued celebrating with all of the others. Victory parties broke out all over Great Britain, as people realized the war, which had consumed their world for decades, had finally come to a close. Tomorrow the Obliviators would have the difficult task of cleaning up after the more enthusiastic celebrators. But for now their world cared for nothing more than enjoying their newfound freedom. The party at Hogwarts was the largest of them all. No surprise considering that heroes of the war were all there eating, drinking, and generally having the time of their lives. And at the middle of it all was Harry, surrounded by friends and family, enjoying the best day of his life. The celebrations continued in all parts of the castle, even in the headmaster's office where Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape were sharing some of the finest fire whiskey in the world. Compared to what was going on elsewhere, their celebration was quiet and subdued, even though they had been fighting in the war longer than almost anyone else. Their bottle of fire whiskey was nearly half empty, as they had been toasting various things for more than an hour. "Indeed," Snape agreed. "And to the fallen, Sover, old friend," Dumbledore said. "And yet I sense something still troubles you. Potter, of course." Snape replied, "No one so young has ever wielded so much power. And if your findings are correct, there may be no limit to what he is capable of. At 15 he is already more powerful than you or the Dark Lord. Where will he be in 5 years? Yes, Albus, that does make me nervous. He is a good man, Severus, and a good leader." Dumbledore reminded him, "With Harry around, our world will be safe from threats like Tom Riddle. And how long will he be around?" Snape continued, "With what he will one day be capable of, there is really no telling." "Did you speak to him?" "Yes, I did." Dumbledore nodded. "He said he is going to keep training and growing stronger, just in case the world is ever again in such danger." Dumbledore did not mention that as the new master of the Elder Wand, Harry had access to even more power than his friend and colleague believed. Best not to further upset the paranoid potions master. To Harry, Dumbledore nodded before finishing his drink. "Believe me, Severus, the only people with anything to fear are the evil ones that would threaten and harm others for their own gain. Woe unto them if they ever incur the wrath of Harry Potter." The end. After over a year of writing and about 280,000 words, the story is finally at an end. No, you don't get an ending that explicitly spells out everything that is going to happen to the characters for the rest of their lives. That's never been my style, but you do get enough to make your own conclusions about what will happen to them. If you've still got questions about the story, I will be around and happy to answer them. In fact, I will probably post an addition to this story in a week or so addressing all the questions that are asked, so come up with some good ones. Thank you all again for continuing with this story. Your reviews and encouragement made it all worth it. You guys are the best, and it has been my honor entertaining you. Wishing you all the best, Rockhag.